For no reason, without a trace of awareness, the evil god Loki lost the psychic scepter in his hand. Until now, he has no idea what the reason is. Loki stared blankly at Su Chen behind him. It's really a farce. Su Chen looked at the psychic scepter in his hand for a few seconds, and then activated the device in the space not far away, causing the scepter to burst into a terrifying beam of energy. Boom. The space device specially equipped with the cosmic Rubik's Cube exploded like this. The beam of light soaring into the sky disappeared, and the huge wormhole hanging overhead was suddenly closed. The shuttle channel that runs through the Earth and the depths of the universe is cut off, leaving only the isolated and helpless Chitauri troops in Manhattan. Certainly. When the wormhole was closed, those huge war machines lost the link signal with the command, and were completely paralyzed, falling from the sky continuously. Unlike the movie, the Chitauri didn't just fall. Their life machinery makes the whole person look a bit like a cyber alien, and because they retain part of their flesh and blood bodies, they still have the ability to move after breaking the signal connection. Operation terminated. Seeing the wormhole disappear, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately contacted Ant-Man and told him not to take any more risks. Obviously, the first-generation Ant-Man Henry Jonathan Pym and the second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang are ready to die. Not only their bodies are shrunk through the Pym particles, but there are also terrifying nuclear weapons. They're going to deliver Earth's gift to these aliens through wormholes. Whether it will succeed is another matter. But now, it's not necessary anymore. We understand. The city of Manhattan is so big that the original Ant-Man didn't know what happened. After the whole set of preparations was made, I didn't expect the wormhole to be closed like this. It's a good thing anyway. Scott Lang breathed a sigh of relief. In a sense, he almost entered the gate of hell, and it is basically a high-probability event that there is no return. Thank God. Thank you to the person who solved all the troubles. Hey. There are still many aliens who haven't died. Why don't you come and help? Before all the enemies are down, don't let up. We haven't won the victory yet. At this time, Captain America Steve reminded them when the signal came in. As expected of the AS team, the second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang spread his hands, and only this guy maintained his steely fighting will at all times. Failed. There was a confused look on the face of the evil god Loki. The wormhole was closed, and the continuous army of Chitauri was blocked in the universe tens of thousands of light-years away. The spiritual scepter, which had been relied upon before, was taken away by the Earthlings in front of him. What made him frustrated and aggrieved the most was that the other party was close at hand, but he did not dare to step forward. Words full of anger came from the sky, and Thor, who was wielding Thor's hammer, descended from the sky with exaggerated lightning. Look what you did. Thor, the god of thunder, was a fat beating as soon as he came forward. Knowing that the defeat was decided, Loki didn't bother to resist at all. In terms of force, he was not the opponent of this big brother at all. It would be better to lie down directly and provoke the opponent less so that he would suffer less. It's just that his natural mouth owes him a lot of beatings. What? A little girl who is obsessed with human beings on Earth. You are also a member of the Earth's Avengers. I think you are more concerned about the affairs of the Earth than Asgard. No wonder Odin is so disappointed in you. Under such embarrassment, Loki couldn't help provoking the father-son relationship between Odin and Thor. Naturally, Thor couldn't help but beat this vile younger brother with Thor's hammer. Su Chen is not interested in watching the drama of brothers reading the wall. The purpose of this trip was also a complete success, and the soul gem was successfully obtained. D. Without encountering an opponent in the true sense, after this battle, he could not even force his genes to be further stimulated to accelerate evolution. The overall strength of the Chitauri army is still too general. Let's put it this way, if Professor X is not in a vegetative state, with the help of the brainwave machine, I am afraid that these Chitauris can be killed on the spot. And if Magneto hadn't died by his own hands, those war machines that were very exaggerated and suspended in the air might have also served him food. It has to be said that Earth science and technology are indeed very backward in the universe, not at the leading level, but they do have their own uniqueness in supernatural power, which is enough to make the technological superiority of aliens a joke. It's really interesting. The Earth deserves to be the focal point of the universe, it can be called the center of the universe, and the uniqueness of human beings is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Pity. No enemies of the Heavenly Father level have been encountered. This is Su Chen's mental preparation before the battle. In the level of strength given by the Ancient One, the Heavenly Father level is above the broad Earth level, which represents nothing more than the Earth gods, such as Zeus, Father Odin and the like. Gu Yi, the supreme mage in his heyday, was also a heavenly father-level existence. Their hallmark is their stalwart supernatural power, their use of their own energy is superb, and they even have the terrifying power to destroy a new star. Su Chen's assessment of his own personal strength may be at the level of sub-heavenly father. He turned over many ancient books of Kamatage, and knew that in the past, the fallen gods of the earth had a very terrifying use of energy, and they could easily draw the energy of a world for their own use. Su Chen felt that he still couldn't exert such terrifying power, so he didn't dare to put the label of Heavenly Father on himself. But what is certain is that even if it is a Heavenly Father level existence, or even a single universal level existence above it, I am afraid that it will not be able to have its own unique infinite evolutionary talent and trillions of highly active cells. He also thought that the Obsidian 5 generals under Thanos would have the level of a Heavenly Father, so that he could improve his strength by taking advantage of the situation, but he didn't show up at all, which made Su Ya very excited. But even the Earth God of the Heavenly Father level, who fought against the Cosmic God group thousands of years ago, has no advantage at all. Therefore, the Heavenly Father can only be the beginning, not the end of its own. I still have a long way to go in my future. Take it back as a souvenir. Su Chen unscrewed the mind gem embedded on the top of the scepter at once, and then threw the gold-encrusted scepter to Loki. In his opinion, Loki's way of using the Mind Stone is very boring and a waste of money. Say it. Su Chen's figure teleported and disappeared in place. Thus ended the Battle of Manhattan. A year ago, the aliens in Asgard brought a lot of shock to human beings, but Thor's role as a superhero has made humans' view of aliens more positive. To this day, the ghastly Chitauri people really startle people all over the world. After cleaning up the remaining Kitarui people on Earth, Su Chen did not choose to go home for the first time. Now, Phoenix and Storm got together after more than a year, talked about what happened in the past year, and asked about Professor X's current health and changes in the college. After receiving the invitation from the other party to return to the academy, considering the previous estrangement, Phoenix Girl declined. It looks like someone is looking for your man. Outside the door of their party restaurant, some people dressed in suits have been waiting outside. The straight body and the cocoon on the tiger's mouth gave some clues. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't plan to hide it, nonsense, who would want to hide their identity from the Phoenix Girl, so they have already expressed their attitude before this, and hope to have a talk with Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei. Superhero, just forget it. When Deputy Director Hill visited in person, Su Chen also gave a clear answer. He threw the spiritual gem in his hand and said very plainly, "Don't get me wrong, everyone takes what they need. This is my chip. Even if I don't take action, when things are irreversible, someone will still take action. For example, the Guardian of the Earth, the Supreme Mage Ancient One. Generally speaking, these temple mages will not participate in the affairs of the Earth human beings, whether you are in a world war, or tens of millions of casualties, it is also the bitter fruit planted by human beings themselves. But if it belongs to the invasion of an extra dimension, or even the intervention of an alien civilization, it will intervene as soon as it sees that the situation is not right. In the future, Doctor Strange will basically say goodbye to Buddha nature and actively participate in various cosmic events. As for you, don't come to disturb my life. And don't search for my traces everywhere for your stuff in space. After all, orbiting satellites are not cheap, and it would be very distressing to scrap a few." These are the last words left by Su Chen, and there is an obvious threat behind it. Deputy Chief Hill could only smile bitterly. "You need to wait a moment, Captain America Steve wants to step up to thank you," she specifically asked. No, Su Chen shook his head. He had no idea of worshipping this hero in World War E. It would be embarrassing to communicate with an old guy who had been out of touch for decades. Might as well get along with someone as funny as Tony. After the small gathering, he and Qin Ji Lei bid farewell to Manhattan under the sunset. To this, Su Chen is still inexplicably melancholy. He has been in this world for some time, but he is always indifferent to this world. It was as if he came here just to play a game. No matter how many casualties there were, it was just a number to him, and the fate of this world might only be found in Qin Ji Lei. Therefore, he took it seriously. The mind gem is also in hand, and the problem of the Dark Phoenix should be solved. Manhattan after World War I. Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei left lightly. As for Thor, the god of thunder, he brought the detained evil god Loki back to the Asgard domain the next day, and he even took away the magic cube in the past. This made the International Security Council and its shield shameless. It's impossible. Do you still want to offend another alien kingdom? the so-called Asgard with Norse mythology as its background? Don't look at Thor as a superhero. He has a very kind attitude towards human beings, and he is also a member of the Avengers. However, when it comes to some issues, such as the trial of his younger brother, the evil god Loki, he still refused the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. The crimes of the Asgardians can only be judged by the Asgardians, and human beings have no right to interfere. In this regard, everyone also, there is no way. Even if the supreme mage Gu Yi is willing to be born, I am afraid that this problem cannot be solved, because behind Thor, the god of thunder, stands a real heavenly father-level existence, Ao Gong, the king of the gods. In the era when the earth gods fell in large numbers and the gods did not exist, Odin's existence was enough to be a mountain that could not be climbed, which was suffocating. In addition, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is also very annoyed, and the cosmic cube is also gone. In the past, he single-handedly led the Dark Energy Research Base project, just to tap the energy of the universe Rubik's Cube, and as a result, he attracted the attention of a terrorist force in the universe. Be mentally prepared. The tyrant has noticed the Earth, and maybe when he ends the endless interstellar war on the other side of the starry sky, he will come to the Earth in person. At that time, a terrifying combat force that will be 10,000 times stronger than that of the Katarians will come. Before leaving Thor said to everyone earnestly, how strong the great titan Thanos is, Nick Fury has no idea. But he knows who is the most powerful person in the history of the Earth. It is definitely not Su Chen, who performed brilliantly in the Battle of Manhattan, but one of the most terrifying existences he has ever witnessed in person, one that can swept hundreds of space battleships in space by a single person. If it weren't for her, the Earth would have been invaded by alien empires as early as the end of the last century. Humans are really happy now. They don't know what happened back then. Compared to the Manhattan battle, the Star Wars when the Kree invaded was a shocking and terrifying one. Call. Nick Fury took a deep breath. As the person with the most secrets on Earth, he would not tell anyone about the invasion of the Kree people, or even the appearance of the surprise girl field. If Thanos really comes to Earth, then we can only call her back. When Captain Marvel left the Earth and went to the universe to maintain order, he left him a retro pager. As long as there is something wrong with the Earth, it will ring the pager device, and at that time, the most powerful woman in the history of this Earth will fly back to the Earth. Compared with Su Chen, who is not cooperative at all, only Captain Marvel is worth relying on. Under the same starry sky, Su Chen, who returned to the treehouse, started research on the Mind Stone. Perhaps it was Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei's spiritual innate characteristics that were different from ordinary people. Anyway, it didn't take long for both of them to initially grasp the power of this Infinity Stone. Just holding it in your hand is enough to increase your own spiritual energy, and even the corresponding spiritual ability will be increased. This is a very clear answer. Both of them can feel it. As long as it is worn on the body, or held in the hand, the telepathy, and somatosensory erasures that are displayed will be greatly enhanced. The Infinity Stone itself can also allow the holder to obtain supernormal psychic abilities such as manipulating the minds of others, forcibly implanting thoughts, and implanting illusions. The most worth mentioning is that the little spirit gem itself contains a very terrifying vast cosmic energy. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not pay attention to the universe Rubik's Cube, and mine energy from it for its use. Furthermore, with this spiritual gem in hand, both Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei in the spiritual realm can benefit greatly. Good. Among the hundreds of abilities of Su Chen, there are also such abilities as energy absorption and release. It's just that it is still too weak compared to the main use of telekinesis, reality tampering and other abilities, and it is basically useless. With this spiritual gem that can provide infinite cosmic energy, for Su Chen, it can basically be regarded as providing a stable power bank, giving him more battery life. Even say, to a certain extent, it gave him the majestic energy of the Heavenly Father. With the help of gems, it's time to develop the ability to use energy. Su Chen sighed secretly. Before melee combat with the Hulk, he relied on the energy of the cells in his body and his own physical strength. If he can draw more cosmic energy from the Infinity Stones to replenish his cells, then he will gain more exaggerated destructive power, and his body strength will also become stronger. Until now, his strength is still biased towards the spiritual realm. Telekinesis, reality tampering, telepathy compared with the Superman template in Su Chen's heart, and even the Captain Marvel who is flying in the universe, what he lacks is very obvious. That is, the use of energy in the body is too shallow. Superman can be fully charged by basking in the sun, his endurance, explosive power, and even his steel body are very terrifying, and he can fly out of the solar system at every turn. Captain Marvel's use of cosmic energy is also superb. The energy of the starry sky can be absorbed by her, and there is a small universe in her body, which can burst out a very terrifying star-destroying ability. That's my weakness. Aside from infinite evolution genes and extraordinary cells, Su Chen recognized his own inadequacies. If he wants to fly out of space like Superman or Captain Marvel, it's not impossible, but he needs to prepare a lot of work, and he may also need to maintain a telekinetic barrier around his body, which is not as easy as the former. This is the next evolutionary direction for me. Su Chen did not systematically point out the way, and everything was groping by himself. He clearly recognized his own shortcomings, and decided to use the next 2 or 3 months to quickly make up for his shallow use of the energy of all things in the world. Certainly. And Dark Phoenix. If there is anything wrong with Qin and the power of the Phoenix is about to run wild, with the mind gem in hand, the risk will be further reduced for many days. Since realizing the appearance of Dark Phoenix's personality, Su Chen's heart has been a little worried. But surprisingly, the unreasonable and even out of control situation in that idea has not happened until today. The other one is not that I can't communicate. I made an agreement with her to allow her to dominate my body use rights for a certain period of time. Qin Luoluo said generously. Her slender figure was dressed in an apron, and her slender waist was revealed by the cord at the waist. Qin bent down and picked the mushrooms in the forest earnestly. Not far away, there is a plantation belonging to her, which is filled with the blood she plucked, as well as carefully cut and planted flowers. The path leading from the treehouse to the lake has flat grass, but behind it is covered with all kinds of flowers, which is so beautiful that it seems like a sea of flowers blooming recklessly. This small world that belongs to the two of them can be said to be well managed. You're kind-hearted. Su Chen shook his head. He somewhat understands Qin Ji Lei's apology and mistreatment towards the other self, and has some thoughts to save the lost girl. You wouldn't treat her as your own student, would you? Teacher Qin. Su Chen laughed. This joke made Qin Ji Lei feel a little overwhelmed. Don't call it that name again. I didn't break the rules. I didn't say that it's better to call it casually in private, and you can't call Teacher Qin in public. Su Chen spread his hands and fought hard. Qin Ji Lei rolled her eyes at the other party, no longer bothered about this issue, and brought up the flower basket full of mushrooms and vegetables, and the other hand held the skirt of the dress that dragged the floor, and she walked towards the pool like a flower fairy. During the cleaning process, birds sang on the branches, and pine trees nibbled pine cones in the branches. Su Chen has the ability of nature affinity, among hundreds of abilities. He can communicate with nature, such as being able to speak his words from the sound of the wind, and enabling birds and eagles to observe the movements of 100 meters away. Although this ability is better than nothing, it is not very useful, but it also makes this piece of nature very beautiful and stable. When Qin Ji Lei is still a little bit conflicted about Dark Phoenix's close contact with Su Chen. Especially now that she can feel that when the Black Phoenix does anything, she feels that the situation is not right, and immediately takes over her body. It stands to reason that the Dark Phoenix would not compromise like this. But because of Su Chen's restraint on her, and if it really hurts Qin's self-consciousness, it will immediately hurt the Black Phoenix's consciousness at all costs, and the Black Phoenix still makes concessions. She really loves you. You are her weakness. Qin exclaimed. Of course, that's still part of you after all. Su Chen put the prepared dinner plate and fruit plate on the table, and the two of them had lunch quietly on the open-air balcony, looking at the blue lake outside. Just halfway through the meal, the gentle and moving teacher Qin in front of him has transformed into another style, with rippling eyes looking at Su Chen very seductively. Why did you come out at this time? Su Chen was a little surprised. I discussed it with her. Let me feel the taste of the vegetables she grew by herself, taste the salad she made herself, and then agreed. Black Phoenix raised his chin with his slender right hand and looked at Su Chen across from him with all manner of style, while the other hand held a fork very elegantly and landed on the fruit plate. Tell me a bedtime story first, just like the ones you told Qin during your travels all these years. Dark Phoenix looked at Su Chen expectantly. Story? Su Chen immediately knew that she was talking about the famous novels and film and television plots that she told Qin Ji Lei in the past, such as Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, etc., and even Harry Potter and the Lord of the Rings. The Black Phoenix was dormant in the ancient seal at that time, but it could hear and see everything in the outside world, and naturally also heard these stories. Since you've all told bedtime stories, it's only at night. Su Chen intentionally refused. It's just that the Dark Phoenix shook his arms with both hands and said, "For the sake of my honesty recently, give me a bite of candy." After Su Chen heard this, she couldn't help laughing at the same time. If it hadn't been for the mind gem, this Dark Phoenix would have planned to seize the right to use the body with Qin Ji Lei, and refused to communicate with Qin. Hey. He sighed. In the end, although the Dark Phoenix is a bad woman to some extent, after all, it was hatched from a negative aggregate, but he is willing to rely on him, admire him, and still make himself very useful. Tomorrow night. You have to be honest, don't grab your body with Qin, and abide by the treaty you two made, then I will definitely meet some of your requirements. Su Chen said. Don't talk about her while I'm here. Dark Phoenix is a little jealous. As a bad woman, her jealousy are clearly written on her face. Even the surrounding reality fluctuations were penetrated, inexplicably decomposing the surrounding air molecules. But seeing Su Chen's somewhat unhappy expression, Dark Phoenix immediately restrained her emotions. She gritted her teeth, and said bitterly, "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. Who calls her the big wife? I am the little wife, and the little one has no human rights." Done. She was also depressed and kept poking at the fruit with a fork, sulking. In any case, under the tolerance of Qin Ji Lei, the other herself was gradually included in the life of the two people. In the past, the Dark Phoenix was another consciousness that grew up immersed in darkness and condensed from negative emotional fluctuations. Now, under the reception and tolerance of Qin, and the serious pressure of Su Chen, the Dark Phoenix sees more colors of the world and walks out of the world immersed in darkness. Everything is going in a good direction. Qin Ji Lei was sincerely happy. Time went on like this for more than 2 months, and Su Chen's energy utilization also improved by leaps and bounds. Boom. With a roaring sound, Su Chen's figure soared into the sky from the balcony of the treehouse, and as he suddenly lifted up and accelerated, a sound barrier was formed in the air. Less than a few seconds, Su Chen has come to the top of the sky. At this moment, his slender and sturdy body was bathed in a pale golden luster, and the temperament of his whole person was almost like a golden god. It's much more powerful than when I beat the Hulk before. At that time, the billions of trillions of cells in his body spewed a lot of his own power like a furnace. Now that he has mastered energy absorption and utilization, he can extract the cosmic energy of the mind gem for its use. Under his conscious special training on the skill of energy absorption and release, it has been shown as energy utilization LV11 in the evolutionary gene pool. Even without the infinite cosmic energy provided by the Mind Stone, I can still absorb the energy I need from this world. Su Chen used his ability a little, and the pores of the whole body immediately absorbed and captured the external energy that was free in the heaven and earth. He can absorb and control any form of energy, including the invisible gravitational force. The invisible universal gravitational force that exists in the earth can also be quickly absorbed into the body, increasing the powerful body strength for oneself. Of course, there are also old acquaintances with magnetic fluctuations. With the help of highly trained energy utilization skills, the efficiency and speed of absorbing from the Earth's magnetic field are more than 10 times faster. Thanks to the help of this energy use, Su Chen can also better understand the flight ability, boosting like a rocket, and cruising his figure like a supersonic fighter. And then, Su Chen, who was hovering high in the sky, took a deep breath and immediately flew to a higher place. More than 10 seconds later, after breaking through the Earth's atmosphere, he came to space like this, and when he looked down, the azure blue Earth was located far away under his feet. Beautiful scenery. This isn't the first time he's been in space. In order to gain the ability to breathe in space, he came here in advance. Unsurprisingly, his infinitely evolved genes quickly adapted to the vacuum environment of this space, allowing him to breathe freely in space. Now you don't have to worry about stopping in space. When Su Chen returned to space this time, he immediately felt the ubiquitous fluctuations of cosmic radiation in this boundless deep space. Space radiation, gravitational fluctuations, microwaves, can all be provided as fuel for one's own use. But the current flight speed is not fast enough, and we have to work harder. Su Chen glanced at the end of the field of vision. It was a dark and lonely star field, not many starlight embellishments. Just flying out of the solar system from the Earth would probably take a long time at my current speed. So, it's really not enough. Even if he successfully escaped from the third cosmic speed and successfully flew out of the solar system, the universe is so vast and boundless that there are no specific starry sky coordinates. Without reaching the true Heavenly Father level. No, it is the strength that is close to the single universe level, and Su Chen will not rush to the depths of the universe. Without full certainty, he will not challenge the unknown. After all, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance. The aftermath of the Chitauri invasion of Manhattan has not yet completely subsided. The Avengers completely clarified the organizational structure after this war, and Iron Man Tony directly transformed the Stark Industrial Building into the Avengers Building. Avengers, assemble. Captain America Steve shouts this phrase every time he confronts supercriminals, and soon, this iconic string is passed down in the mouth of every Avenger. The interlude did not stop. In the recovery of the space junk left by the Chitauri, a damage control unit, led by Stark Industries, was established to process and recover alien technology. But this behavior led to the complete abortion of the contract originally scheduled for Adrian Toombs to deal with alien technology. Because the previous funds could not be returned, Adrian also became the famous supercriminal, Vulture, and began to have contact with Spider-Man Peter Parker. Besides, while deliberately suppressing Su Chen's influence, the media rarely publicized Su Chen's pivotal role in the Battle of Manhattan. But the underground mutants had already spread the word about the great credit made by the young man. It's him. Dominate. That boy annihilated the Brotherhood of Mutants with one hand, and Magneto died because of his subordinates. After that, he disappeared for more than a year. He didn't expect to show up again, which directly ended the alien invasion. No wonder the East Coast crowd called he passed by, and he really disappeared without a trace. Mutants are more or less discriminated against by society. Now that such a great man has emerged, even more people are willing to take the initiative to stand up and shout that they are mutants. It's no wonder that the Mutant Registration Bill is no longer being introduced in Parliament. It turns out that the root cause lies in this person. The truth is clearer and clearer. The leaders of the two mutants withdrew from the stage of history. As a result, everyone was living more and more freely, and was never arrested by the official agencies without reason. The reason is just because of Su Chen. I heard that there is a woman in Europe called the Scarlet Witch. Her strength is even more exaggerated, and she is also an Omega-level existence. People who have seen her say she is definitely the first person. Are you sure? Isn't the title of the first mutant overlord? Somewhere along the Nile River, some mutants were having a discussion. Young children are willing to compete for specific numerical values for powerful people, and the points must be divided into a high and low one. The first mutant? Children, can you tell me their origins? At this moment, a sturdy adult in a robe approached him. This person's silent appearance startled everyone, but his pale gray skin also unsurprisingly explained his origin, and this person is likely to be a mutant. When the xenophobic small group saw that they were compatriots, they didn't take much offense. But, this guy is so powerful. Even without careful observation, this tall physique with a height of more than 2 meters has an incomparably domineering power posture. His indifferent and ruthless eyes have no emotional fluctuations, and he looks down on everything, as if he regards all beings in the world as ants. Gollum. Inexplicably, many people swallowed their saliva. This person's aura was too strong, like the emperor possessed by the ancient dynasty. Just looking directly at the other party's eyes, they felt helpless. Greater pressure. Even the close approach, there is a sense of surrender. Where did this guy come from as a monster? Fortunately, the other party is not malicious. Although everyone was afraid, they answered each other's questions honestly. Many people said that the first mutant in the past was Magneto, but now that Magneto died at the hands of that master, it must be him. However, some people say that the Scarlet Witch is very strong, mysterious and noble, difficult to touch, and has the terrifying magic power to change reality. We don't know who is the first among them, but most of them tend to dominate. Dominate? Hearing this title, this man with a resolute and indifferent face sneered inexplicably. It was as if he didn't see the meaning of his title at all. After consulting about mutants and changes in the earth, this eccentric big man slowly walked away. The performance of the whole person to them is like a guy who came from ancient times. Otherwise, why does this guy seem to know nothing about many common sense things? I have a feeling that this person will be the master's opponent. That disdain attitude is not fake, it's just innate, as if he was born to stand in a high position. These people's guesses were correct. A tall figure who looks down on all things and is invincible in the world, is exactly the apocalypse who has been sleeping for thousands of years. The first dynasty of the ancient earth was created by one hand, but it was buried in the desert for thousands of years because of a memorial ceremony. What was terrifying was that the passing years could not take away a trace of his vitality at all, and his body was still intact, with no signs of withering. In the case of being unable to help him for a long time, finally on this day, because of the huge movement of the archaeological excavation, he Su Xing for years. Even Apocalypse didn't expect that this time he slept for so long, that the world was so unfamiliar, and his past dynasty and subordinates all disappeared into the long river of history. Middle. The mutants are still there. My kids are still. He whispered. As the founder of the first dynasty in ancient times, the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse and even all the generals are mutants, so Apocalypse was regarded as the first person of mutants in the past, and also the father of mutants. This argument. It's no wonder, then, that he sees fellow mutants as his children. Prompted by some voices, Apocalypse came to a house curiously, and he saw a TV and an animated villain on the display. Thousands of years later, technological products obviously made it impossible for him to be an old antique. But, among the thousands of abilities he has mastered is signal analysis, and soon, the TV continued to flicker under the influence of a force. The information presented by hundreds of TV programs was quickly captured by him. What's more terrifying is that he also has super understanding ability, and his unforgettable memory and even terrible understanding ability allow him to quickly read the changes of the entire Earth for thousands of years. To learn more, Apocalypse will even read the brains of all humans in an area. After a few minutes, he left contentedly. The world is really interesting, certainly. What made him extremely angry and displeased was that there was no record of him in any history books and unofficial history on this Earth, and no one praised him as the founder of the first dynasty. And no mutants know of him as the first person. Su Xing's Apocalypse was disappointed by this. Since the ancient books did not record his great achievements, let this era completely engrave his name. Su Xing is on Earth thousands of years later, and the Apocalypse is undoubtedly out of place at the beginning. But his super genius's wisdom and information analysis ability made it take him very little time to grasp the changes in the world's current pattern. He is very dissatisfied that there is no his prestige in the historical books. As the first mutant in history, the founder of the first dynasty on Earth, he should have a long-standing reputation and be enshrined by future generations forever. Result: no one remembers him. No one remembers the great dynasty he created. His past 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, tens of thousands of mutant armies have all disappeared in the long river of history. Fortunately, his abilities are still there, his eternal body still maintains a very strong cell vitality, and thousands of abilities are preserved without leakage. I come, I see, I conquer. Apocalypse vowed to take back everything that was lost. Not only that, but he wants mankind to remember his great achievements and his great name of Apocalypse. The first step is to find the new 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. Europe. Some underground fighting ring. At this time, in the octagonal cage of the Colosseum, there is a blond man standing with his head held high. His upper body is not worn, showing his strong and tidy muscles. What is even more surprising is that his back has a pair of white wings. Yep, it's a mutant. The purpose of the entire underground fighting arena is that no matter what happens, here, there is no imposing manner towards the race, only contempt for the weak. Angel Warren has won games in a row and is a hot favorite. Whether it is a Muay Thai master, a soldier king, an underground fighting maniac, or other mutants, all of them are defeated by him alone. 5 days, consecutive victories for 5 days, who else? The host shouted from the microphone. The audience who waved their banknotes and made a heavy bet also shouted for the angel at this moment. The female audience was even less reserved in such an underground black market, and they almost had to spend money to buy this strong blonde man for one night. There are also many underground black market bosses who are thinking about how to operate the next disc, so as to break this guy's record of 27 wins and make huge profits from it. Lame. Angel Warren took the drinking bottle, took a sip, and sprayed the figure that fell to the ground in the beast cage. The battle just lasted only half a minute, and he was beaten unconscious. It's so weak. The angel shook his head in dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, his life is even more legendary. No one could have imagined that this golden-haired angel was the 11th son of a tycoon of a pharmaceutical company. After spending his teenage years in a family that hated mutants, Warren, who couldn't bear it, finally jumped down from his dozens of story rooftops. When he spread his wings and flew in the sky, after escaping from that home, from that moment on, he finally obtained heartfelt happiness. Later, in order to seek excitement and get rich rewards, he came to this underground fighting arena, and created a terrible record of 27 wins. What? At this moment, Angel Warren's complexion changed suddenly, because he felt a strong wave crashing into this underground fighting arena. Wow. Amid the uproar, a beam of light suddenly pierced through, smashing the ceiling, leaving a huge halo on the ground, and then, a tall and strong figure came to the scene. This man is Apocalypse. He raised his hand gently, and all the guns pointed at his body turned into a piece of powder. Before these security personnel were surprised, even their bodies turned into a piece of dust. Oh my God! Run! Anxiety suddenly ignited the audience. It's just that every person who escaped subconsciously was unable to move, because Tianchi disliked the sound of the surrounding sounds being too loud and noisy. He frowned, an extremely terrifying mental deterrence, making the surrounding humans pale, not only difficult to move, but even his back was inexplicably weighed down. Soon, a bunch of humans fell to the ground, like worshipping a god, surrendering to the Supreme Emperor who looked down on all things. Damn. Angel Warren was struggling to support the opponent's mental pressure. He tried to stand up straight, as if he didn't bow his head to his father and admit his mistake. He looked at the uninvited guest with his head held high. Son, you are truly amazing, and your courage and perseverance have earned me my admiration for you. Apocalypse waved his hand, as if the Emperor pardoned, exempting his subjects from the crimes. Angel Warren only felt relieved in an instant, but as he watched the tall figure who was arrogant about everything gradually walk forward, he was a little nervous, and his pair of white wings took an attacking stance. But the other party's words, deeds and behavior didn't mean to hurt him at all, so he let the other party's finger touch his forehead. In an instant, a majestic force was transmitted, and the other party endowed him with supreme potential. Clang. In less than the next second, the exuberant and majestic growth force immediately caused an amazing transformation of Angel Warren's wings, from a pair of white wings to steel wings. One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is officially born. Let's go. There is another child waiting for me. The thousands of abilities that Apocalypse masters are obviously not lacking in radar search capabilities similar to those of Nightcrawlers. With the help of their own global space teleportation capabilities, they have traversed multiple dimensions and continents around the world. In just 2 or 3 hours, he had already formed his own team of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Lingdi, a tall and graceful female killer with superb spiritual strength. Yang Yan, known as the first mutant of the island country, can cast atomic flames. The former obtained more exaggerated spiritual energy under Tianqi's potential stimulation ability, and directly stepped into the Omega level. The latter is also the same. The Apocalypse gave him a more concentrated, more condensed atomic flame, and also stepped into the Omega level. As for the 4th Knight of the Apocalypse, the first mutant found the Iceman from Xavier Academy of Genius. The appearance of Apocalypse immediately made this mutant college panic. More than a year ago, they suffered an unprecedented invasion, which brought great casualties, and even Professor X Charles has not recovered. Now that another powerful foreign enemy has come, he just ignored the defense of the academy and teleported to the inner teaching building. Under the sound of panic, looking at the mutant children fleeing all over the floor, the majestic Apocalypse just said indifferently, "Don't be afraid, my children, I will not trouble my compatriots." Under the domineering words, there is a reassuring force. For a time, the mutant children who were afraid of not being able to calm down under the power of spiritual tranquility. They no longer run away, but looked at the sudden appearance with some fear on their faces. Who are you? The X-Men came to hear the wind, and their tall figures stood directly in front of the children, looking at Tianchi and the 3 people behind him with embarrassed expressions. Spirit Butterfly. Storm recognized one of the figures. Before she came to work at the academy, she had heard of a cold and arrogant female killer with a very beautiful appearance. Lingdi didn't say anything, she just looked at the figure opposite her arrogantly. Omega Class. Iceman Poppy has already felt that the figure in front of him has a very terrifying power fluctuation. Combined with its aura, how can I see that 3 looks like an Omega-level mutant? When the Omega-level existences are everywhere, and the rare top predators appear in front of them. I'm here for you. Bobby. Your talents have been buried in this academy. How can you thrive without experiencing wind and rain? You miss that Su Chen's performance, but you are shrunk in an ivory tower. These words of Apocalypse directly pierced the heart of Iceman. This guy peeked through my thoughts. For a time, he felt very angry, was exposed in public, and felt very ashamed. Follow me. Tianchi said coldly. The tone of his words is always so cold and steady, just like his face that is not angry and arrogant, combined with this noble attitude of contempt of everything. It is indeed difficult for people to dare to speak out words of rejection. I do not. Iceman Poppy didn't have the heart to pay attention to this person of unknown origin. He is an Omega-level existence, the backbone of the school, How can he give in without a fight, and follow such a person without a trace of dignity? It's a pity. Angel Warren laughed aside. Apocalypse still looked at the Iceman with a cold face, and said without any emotional fluctuations, "My loving father is me, and my strict father is also me, just as the spring breeze is me, and the storm is also me." Words fall. He made his move, and in a short thunderstorm, the strict father whipped the child who dared to resist him. The terrifying mental pressure was like a flood, and it was as pervasive as the sun shining on the earth. The X-Men in front of him suddenly softened his knees and knelt down suddenly. And the Omega-level Iceman hadn't shown his strength yet, and after holding on for several seconds, he still couldn't stand it and knelt down. 10 seconds later, the dizzy Iceman, together with Tian-Chi and others, disappeared from the mutant students. When the terrifying mental pressure disappeared in this world for more than 10 seconds, Cyclops finally stood up after a sigh of relief. His face was pale, and he couldn't believe that there were such terrifying people in this world. Just the mental pressure just now, even the master of the mind, Professor X, couldn't compare to 1/10 of him. OMG. What kind of monster is this? Where in the world is there a horrible person who dares to call them children without discrimination? And it really didn't hurt the mutants. That's how the team of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse was achieved. Iceman Poppy felt incredible even now. The terrifying existence who taught him a lesson didn't really hurt him, but gave him an unprecedented power. At this moment, Poppy only felt that he could use his Omega-level power at will, and even time and space seemed to be able to freeze easily. He is stupid. Does this person really see himself as a child giving power? Poppy the Iceman had ever received such a favor, and he was suddenly a little stunned. Seeing that they teleported to a new place, Iceman swallowed and said, "Where are you taking us?" Apocalypse's eyes are still cold, but the suffocating coercion is long gone. He looks at the Iceman, calmly. He said, "If you are not used to calling me father, you can call me your Excellency Apocalypse." Sir. The meaning of the word is that he learned from this new world. The latter 3 have long been accustomed to the apocalyptic style of Apocalypse, which is not even in line with the terminology of the current era. The title of father is definitely embarrassing, so everyone calls it Apocalypse Pavilion. Down. I came here to build a new home, a new country. Apocalypse also expressed the purpose of this time. Lingdi looked at the surrounding terrain and found a very obvious Nile River. This is the place where the first dynasty of Apocalypse was established. The empires of the past are also buried here. Now, in order to let the human beings in thousands of years remember themselves and remember the real first mutant, it is time for him to restore his kingdom. A terrifying power fluctuation immediately lingered on Tian-Chi's figure. He stretched out his arms, and saw a terrifying molecular airflow emerging between his hands. The desert in front of me suddenly trembled under an attraction, and the grains of sand began to gather together under the will of Apocalypse. In just a few seconds, the prototype of the pyramid has been formed. The 4 knights behind them were a little shocked. At this moment, they saw the greatest construction project in human history. The uninhabited desert area around. The desert terrain that has been formed for millions of years has been completely drained at this moment, and these gravels have turned into majestic pyramids and palaces appear above the void. Oh my god. This kind of power is too scary. The 4 knights of the apocalypse were all stupid, and they couldn't help themselves for a long time. The performance of the Apocalypse Lord in front of them far exceeded their imagination of the Omega level. Since they remembered, no one's ability had such a terrifying shock. Professor X can't. Neither can Magneto. Not even Su Chen, the Master, who has been in the limelight recently. Compared to your Excellency Apocalypse, who is like a bright moon, they are as small as fireflies. Father. The islander Yang Yan was so excited that he shed tears, and this title that was hard to say just now was actually shouted out by him, and his face was almost covered with, "He hugs this thigh." Meaning. This guy is too shameless. Angel Warren opened his mouth, his throat choked for a long time, but he didn't call out the father's name. What is this? The people of the city by the Nile River suddenly saw this exaggerated scene. The magnificent palace, the majestic pyramid, just suspended above the clouds, and then, these unexamined buildings just fell head-on. Your Excellency Apocalypse found the ruins of his past dynasty. These shameless humans occupied his old place, so he smashed down dozens of palace buildings from the sky. At the same time, all the buildings in this city of 1 million people are constantly shattering under the force of a disintegration. Ugly. Apocalypse obviously has his own aesthetics. He has super wisdom and can master the culture and art of major countries in a short time, but this does not affect his own aesthetics. In his opinion, human architectural art is too ugly, and his new dynasty home does not need these garbage creations at all. Do not. My home is gone. What the hell is this? Why the whole city's buildings are turning into powder. The people of this city are like hell, their expressions are about to collapse, and the houses they bought with their life savings are gone. The scary thing is that all the buildings in the whole city are disintegrating into the tiniest atoms and molecules. Run. At this time, more people panicked and shouted loudly. It is no longer important to be at home or not. The most important thing is that the palace that fell from the sky not far away is clearly heading towards this city. But the expected impact of the fall was not at all, because at the moment when it was about to land, the majestic buildings and pyramids were all stable and neatly arranged. Stand on the ground. From this point of view, those buildings that have disappeared are just making room for these palaces. But in this process alone, many people lost their lives. This Iceman Poppy couldn't bear it. Obviously, Your Excellency Apocalypse treats his fellow mutants like children, not just talking about it. As for human beings, he is almost trampled to death by him as ants. My child, remember that humans are not our fellow citizens. Don't you forget that a year ago the academy you were in became a battlefield for mankind? Apocalypse felt the fragility of Iceman and reminded him. Looking at the huge and luxurious palace that was born not long ago, and the humans who fled in a hurry, the Iceman couldn't talk to himself for a long time, only feeling that everything taught by Apocalypse was the same as Professor X. Contradictory. But he generously gave him the power he dreamed of. He was in a tangle, but the words of Your Excellency Apocalypse came to his ears. You are weak. But don't worry, you are much stronger than you think, and in the end you will even find that the Su Chen you admire is just an ant that will die if you step on it. Apocalypse continued to provoke this topic. At this time, the Iceman only felt a thunderbolt in his mind. And many more. Did he mean to trample Su Chen to death? Wait, Your Excellency Apocalypse, he is also a mutant. Seeing such stalwart power, Iceman couldn't help but plead for Su Chen, and he didn't feel that he was the opponent of this terrifying existence. Because the visual effect presented by the ability is really too bad. Apocalypse, who is not angry and arrogant, looked at the Iceman indifferently and coldly, and seemed a little displeased by his repeated doubts. The Iceman couldn't help feeling nervous, and the words he said could not help but emerge in his mind. The loving father is him, and the strict father is also him. Don't offend him anymore. Some names cannot be falsely claimed and cannot be overstepped, and the title of the first mutant is something I cannot tolerate. Exactly. I disappeared for too long, and by the way, I let the whole world know who is the real first person. A city of 1 million people on the Nile River gradually turned into a brand new country under the action of a stalwart force. Even if the specific information is not captured by satellites in low Earth orbit, the major clips spread on social media will suddenly detonate the entire internet. Avengers, assemble. The Avengers Tower in Manhattan was immediately mobilized. A supersonic fighter plane full of black technology equipment immediately broke through the air, and Tony the Iron Man, wearing the latest Mark armor, also accompanied the fighter plane. Can you still transform? On the plane, Captain America Steve specifically asked Dr. Banner. It's a bit dumb to say, since the Hulk was beaten by Su Chen, the monster's consciousness has been closed. In the first few actions, no matter what Dr. Banner called, he could not successfully transform into the Hulk. After spending more than 2 months, Dr. Banner gradually mastered how to use his own consciousness to dominate the Hulk. Certainly. The 4-armed Hulk form can't be changed. Don't worry, it's alright. The worst thing is I'll try to commit suicide to force him out. Dr. Banner is optimistic. Then, he deliberately contacted Iron Man outside the vehicular through internal communication and said, "Hey, Tony, Veronica may need to be taken out." Veronica. That is, after the famous anti-Hulk armor lost his mind last time, Bruce Banner and Tony partnered to research new armor. It has a huge armor volume, a huge scale, the largest firepower output, and the most powerful high-power engine device. In order to quickly strike the enemy on a global scale, the entire Veronica is deployed in low Earth orbit, which is convenient for its space projection to reach the battlefield in the shortest time. I understand. Tony also naturally realized the strength of the enemy. Even if Veronica's original intention was to deal with the Hulk, it would be effective to deal with other threats. There are quite a few superheroes coming. Spirit Butterfly's spiritual energy has been captured on the sea at the end of the horizon, and many superhero figures are ushered in. Not only the Avengers, but also the Fantastic Four arrived at the first time. tackling these flies. Apocalypse was not interested in this, and waved his hand to signal them to get rid of these people who disturbed his leisure and interest. His figure has already stepped into the grand and majestic palace, ready to polish more details for the palace where he lives, and completely restore the miracle of thousands of years ago. And then it's time for a global announcement. The battle is coming. Hello. Angel Warren shouted loudly, and a pair of steel wings slammed into the air. Driven by the terrifying airflow, they instantly volleyed above the sky. I also want to try new powers. Human Torch, you are the best whetstone, only one of us can survive the strongest fireman. Yang Yan sneered. Next second, the islander burned all over, and the blazing high temperature caused the surrounding air to scorch inexplicably, exuding a lot of stench. In an instant, his figure also soared into the sky, like a shooting star, moving towards the figure of Human Torch. Clang. Lingdi's hands condensed a burst of spiritual energy, and 2 psionic samurai knives were instantly formed in her palm. The 2-meter-long psionic light blade gathered a very terrifying power, and even the solid Edmund alloy would be difficult to block her 2 swords. Under the background of the dragging energy flow, this tall and graceful figure became more and more heroic. Compared with other people's identities, Iceman Poppy is at a loss. He is benevolent to His Excellency Apocalypse, knowing that the first person in the past who came thousands of years later, Su Xing, wants to recreate his own kingdom. In a sense, he is longing and yearning. In traditional concepts, he is also very resistant to fighting superheroes, especially those members of the Avengers and Fantastic Four who are still famous, and to fight them is not to make himself the villain. Like a girl, his hesitant and indecisive character has long been criticized by many people. Just because you want to be compared with the master. There is also a gap between being Omega level. Unfortunately, you are the one behind. I think Poppy was also regarded as the hope of the Mutant Academy, but that real hope ran away. Indeed, it feels like 10 Icemen can't beat Su Chen. Inexplicably, the Iceman Poppy's mind flashed a lot of the students' words overheard in the past. Xavier Talented Boys Academy has produced 2 Omega-level students, who were originally yogis for a while. As a result, after Su Chen killed Magneto and disintegrated the Brotherhood, the famous opponent had already thrown himself into the taillights of the car. The fiasco in the training class was also repeatedly mentioned by other students. It is impossible to say no, but now, Your Excellency Apocalypse has given him unprecedented power. It seems that the unattainable classmate in the past, the young man who once kept pace with him, no longer becomes farther and farther. It was the Apocalypse that gave the power. Call. Iceman Bobby took a deep breath. He clenched his fists tightly, receiving favors from others, so naturally he wanted to relieve others' worries. There was already the sound of a battle breaking out in the sky. Looking at the sneaky figure that was gradually approaching not far away, the Iceman sighed and said, "Don't come any closer, this is not a place for you to come." His figure just stood in front of the majestic and luxurious pyramid, blocking the entrance of the palace by himself. The battle is imminent. It was Yang Yan who was the first to fight. He's mine. In front of the flying angel Warren, Yang Yan, a native of the island country, personally selected the Human Torch, and the whole body with huge fireworks slammed towards the opponent. When did I become so popular? But you have to pay attention to my sexuality, I am with men. Damn. Human Torch Jonathan has a similar personality to Tony, he is humorous and often likes to sneer at others. However, the next second he made fun of the enemy, he was immediately dumbfounded. This flaming figure flying over is actually faster than his own flight speed. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the figure of Human Torch was hugged by the other side's waist, forcibly clasped his body, and then fell to the ground in the distance under the other side's frantic laughter. TF. Human Torch is stupid. If this falling momentum is fully realized, then his body that is pressed down will definitely be the first to be reduced to blood. While he was struggling desperately, Tony the Iron Man was not feeling well on the other end. Well, I was attacked by a snowman. Tony, who was also flat in his mouth, suffered too much. A mutant who moves at high speed and can perform extraordinary flying maneuvers has dodged his missiles, and the sharp metal wings of Angel Warren are covered with sharp feathers. Whoops. A hole was accidentally torn on the surface of Mark's armor, and Tony had lingering fears. If the sharp slash was 1 centimeter deeper, he would almost cut his own skin. Boom. What was terrifying was that the engine behind the plane exploded, and it turned out that every steel feather on the Angel's wings could be thrown out. And the fighter plane that the Avengers Brigade was sitting on also detonated at once. Captain America Steve, Hawkeye, Black Widow and others were forced to choose a parachute jump. As for Dr. Banner, it was even more crazy. He simply threw away the parachute and chose to commit suicide. Falling from a height of more than 1,000 meters will definitely kill him. Before he could completely land, under a roar of rage, the Hulk's consciousness was forced out under such extreme circumstances, and then he suddenly hit the ground. And what greeted him was Spirit Butterfly. In less than half a minute, Tony the Iron Man, who couldn't stand in the air, had already activated a number of protocols. The family party system is activated. Several steel suits are flying in the process. The Veronica program is officially activated, your specific coordinates have been locked, and the low Earth orbit satellite is ready for space delivery. The steel battlesuit, which was scratched with multiple cracks and covered with multiple steel feathers, obviously could no longer be used. Tony chose to disintegrate directly in the air. His whole body fell towards the ground like this, and the disintegrated empty shell armor also activated the self-exploding device, which blew up the sky in the city. Before Tony's body smashed to the ground from the air to form blood mud, a steel battlesuit flew in and he performed a difficult fit in midair. Tie. Under the fireworks in full bloom in the sky, the figure of Angel Warren still flew out. His blonde hair has long been black, and even his face has a lot of blood, but the exuberant and majestic vitality has quickly repaired his injury, but he looks rather embarrassed. Then the old man pays so much money. Iron Man Tony maintained a humorous and optimistic spirit even when he was in the most desperate situation, but it was true. Multiple steel robots were already in place and began to automatically shoot the Angel Warren. At the same time, in the air battlefield where the battle is in full swing, the figures of the Fantastic Four are approaching the palace, and they want to find the initiator, Apocalypse. Out of control. Iceman Poppy shook his head at them. I don't want to hurt you. Leave now, or help your other accomplices. His Buddha nature attitude to avoid trouble naturally made the three of the Fantastic Four absolutely use him as a breakthrough. The Stone Man is also a violent temper, and directly charged at the Iceman. It's a pity that the battle was just like this in 1 second, half a second, inaccurately speaking, when the time did not flow at all, the Stone Man was thrown out like a cannonball. At this moment, the Stone Man had no idea what was going on. He froze time. Looking at the air-conditioned figure, Mr. Fantastic, known as Marvel's #1 IQ, took a deep breath. It seems that this road is completely blocked. I thought the young man was easy to talk, but he turned out to be a ruthless person. As soon as it came up, it was a big move, directly crushing the Stone Man. Since then, in the absence of Thor, the Avengers, and the complete Fantastic Four, in front of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, there is not much chance of winning at all, and the situation presents a one-sided suppression. At the same moment, Apocalypse had manipulated molecular fluctuations, allowing the gravel to perfectly restore the site of his golden palace for thousands of years. For him, the disturbance outside the palace is nothing but mosquito harassment. On the new throne, Apocalypse's tall and sturdy figure sat on it so stably. His hands lightly patted the armrests on either side. Everything is so familiar, as if the history of the past has emerged perfectly across thousands of years. Pity, it is somewhat regrettable that the dynasty has disappeared in the long river of history. But this more exciting new world attracted him incomparably. Start all over again, but only in a day or two. Prepare to begin. The next moment, Tian Chi, who was sitting firmly on the throne, closed his eyes. Tat. Every TV, every channel, every program in the world has ushered in a black screen, and then, under the sound of electromagnetic interference, the words belonging to one person inexplicably swelled from the black screen program. My name is Apocalypse. The scary thing is that this voice has been translated into various languages and spread to various countries. Apocalypse, the #1 mutant in the past, publicly announced his recovery and arrival in such an overbearing and invincible way. My name is Apocalypse. At this moment, no part of the globe can stop the invasion of a wave of signal fluctuations. The voice from the Apocalypse is so domineering that it spreads through all TV programs and radio stations. Man has lost his way, but I have returned. The final judgment has come. All the buildings you built, all the orders and systems, all the towers of Chonglu will collapse, and another new era is about to begin, and the great first dynasty is about to rebuild. You can't resist at all. I pass this news only to tell you an important message, to tell you that the strongest among you can come and challenge me. I, the first mutant in history, and the first person on Earth. You can challenge God by standing on the Tower of Babel, but you can never defeat God. Words fall. The invasion of signal fluctuations ended, the will of the apocalypse disappeared, and the programs everyone watched and the radio channels they listened to were all restored. But all the audiences all over the world are still in the mood to continue watching. And many more. What do they call themselves? Mutants first. It's also very interesting. This guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere dares to call himself the first mutant in history. Isn't this a slap in the face of Su Chen? But that boy didn't call himself, it was the title that everyone added to him. What is that? Master, passenger, the first person in the variant. This is indeed the title that the world punishes Su Chen. Of course, more or less people have a view of expecting the other party to fall to the altar. This is the dark side of human nature, and there is no solution. After the announcement of Apocalypse, both the Global Council and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency panicked because the battle between the Avengers and the Fantastic Four was not ideal. And more superheroes began to rush to the destination battlefield. Falcon, 2 members of the War Machine Army, was also recalled to go to the Nile Belt to recruit Iron Man. Another supersonic fighter jet flew out from the space carrier. Compared with Manhattan, the Nile River area in front of me was poor and backward, and most of the people were also sent away. Like a stupid barbarian throwing a stone axe into the sky, human weapons are just a bunch of toys in the eyes of Apocalypse. Before a group of fighter planes reached the battlefield, and they were still hundreds of kilometers away from their destination, the pilot fell into a coma inexplicably, and the entire plane suddenly fell. The command behind was terrified, but still issued an order to fire. The missiles launched from the ultra-long-sighted distance want to span an infinite distance and directly and precisely guide this huge pyramid palace that stands on the ground. Noisy. At this moment, Tian Chi was a little impatient. The buzzing noise is as annoying as mosquitoes. From the moment his will became angry, the air around the Nile River froze a little. Everyone felt it was hard to breathe, and those fleeing figures in the distance were dazed and fell to the ground. Odd this. The superheroes outside the palace and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse felt a little uncomfortable. Inexplicably, it was as if the back suddenly carried a pile of heavy objects, so that the whole person's movements became a little slower. When a person is angry, the mental coercion caused not only radiates to a large area around, but also causes substantial damage. Even more exaggerated, the weather has also changed. The clear day was suddenly covered with dark clouds, the lightning flashed suddenly, and the dark night shrouded the Nile region. From this moment on, a pile of dark clouds completely engulfed many fighter planes, and all the missiles were completely smashed and exploded by the intertwined thunder and lightning. A person's anger is exaggerated to the extreme, which is unheard of. Move. This is not where you came from. Iceman Poppy was still standing in front of the palace gate. He stared blankly at the Fantastic Four members, urging them to leave quickly. After the fall of the Stone Man, the invisible woman Susan tried to break into the palace from the sky, but her delusion was broken by the blow of his freezing time and space. Why bother? You can't even deal with me. Even if you break into the palace, you won't be the opponent of the queen. And at this moment, another majestic wave of will suddenly spread out from the palace, and the Iceman's complexion immediately changed, clearly feeling that this was a very majestic and vast spiritual power. Apocalypse is this too. In the film and television universe, Apocalypse directly controlled Professor X to destroy all nuclear weapons in order to announce his return to the world and show off his supreme power. The Apocalypse of this 616 main universe is obviously stronger. It has enough mental energy to easily control Professor X, and it also has powerful telepathy skills. His spiritual will gradually spread out in an instant, covering half of the Earth in the blink of an eye. It has to be said that although Tian Chi's will coverage is not comparable to the Head X who wears a brainwave machine, it is already very terrifying, not to mention, this is only one of his thousands of abilities. Perhaps somewhere caught his attention, and the will of the soul that gradually covered the whole world came to an abrupt end. It was a mountain with an incomparably high altitude, and there was an obvious area on the top of the peak that blocked spiritual prying eyes, so that the spiritual fluctuations that swept over him like a tide were forced to separate. Apocalypse was curious. He let the wave of will that poured out a little hit this area, but despite the stormy waves, he remained motionless like a rock. This time, Apocalypse finally raised the meaning of an extremely strong challenge. It's you. He could already feel the breath of the other party. He was the first so-called mutant, Su Chen. When he started talking about anger that day, in the small half of the earth covered by his mind, the words of the other party flooded into the minds of all the creatures. The roaring voice ran through his head, which was deafening, and he wanted to open his head from the inside. You also deserve the first person. If you dare not come to challenge me, then I will personally come to your door and turn your homeland into a battlefield. Before he could continue speaking, a wave of phoenix power surged from this spiritually shielded area. The strong spiritual consciousness from prying into the city was violently burned. Apocalypse on the throne involuntarily showed a smile. It seems that there is another strong man. Give you a minute. That's all. His mental fluctuations were instantly recovered in his mind. Compared with the most precious weapon of shock and deterrence for human beings in the world, it was obviously the two powerhouses of the earth that made him more interested. 1 minute. The words of the apocalypse just now were heard by the human beings covered by all the mental fluctuations. The terrifying existence who claims to be the #1 person on earth, who has no origin, actually found Su Chen and issued the gauntlet in person. Is this arrogance, self-destruction, or self-confidence and invincibility? It looks good now. Even stupid people know that there is a war between the two. And the person involved, that is, Su Chen, was obviously angry at this time. A few seconds ago, Su Chen was still holding a small sprinkler in the garden, watering Chin's carefully planted garden. With a pair of scissors in his right hand, he cut some dead branches and trimmed the plants beautifully. In the secluded life of peace and contentment, he did not pay attention to the changes in the world's radio signals. But when someone's spiritual thoughts tried to invade this homeland and tore off the shielding protection layer covering the homeland, Su Chen was a little unhappy. He seems to be casual, but he has not lost a day in his ability to exercise. The reason why he didn't choose the downtown area for more time was just because he was afraid that the force of the phoenix would move too much and avoid too much influence. So, this seemingly secluded life doesn't mean that the two people's mentality gradually becomes Buddhist and easygoing. Chin immediately slammed into the swept-in mental fluctuations with the surging phoenix power fluctuations. The phoenix fluctuation was originally the top of the pyramid of spiritual energy, and the huge spiritual fluctuation from the apocalypse was immediately burned out, preventing the other party's further rude and offensive intrusion. Let me come, let me come. The personality of the Dark Phoenix was even more eager to try, and kept calling out the piano in his mind. Under the threat of Apocalypse's malicious words, Su Chen did not reply. He had put down the scissors and water bottle. I'll go by myself. Su Chen beckoned, and a black and red long-sleeved sports jacket flew over from the treehouse in the distance. It's not a battle armor, it's just an ordinary coat that Chin gave him, because he always believed that his body was the best weapon and the best armor. Let's go together, we agreed. Chin Gray slowly took off her apron, and her waist-length red hair was tied into a ponytail by her hands. In the previous agreement, the two had already agreed that they would fight side by side and could not leave behind to fight alone. Alright. Su Chen has no intention of arguing about this issue, and Chin is not a woman with no opinion. In the face of an unknown and terrifying enemy, she will never let herself go forward alone. It's a pity that the hot tea was just brewed. Chin felt a little regretful. The freshly picked dandelions are soaked into tea while they are fresh, and it is estimated that when they come back, a pot of hot tea will be completely cold, losing the most fresh and refreshing original taste. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and made a promise in his heart. The words of Apocalypse just now are naturally also spread in the minds of every superhero around in the Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. Iron Man Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. After being blown up by the third armor, Apocalypse finally brought in the most unpleasant person. Although he didn't know how it would end, and who was stronger and who was weaker, he should always take a break. As for the Hulk's reaction, it was even more exaggerated. As soon as I heard Apocalypse shouting the name, Su Chen, in the mental fluctuations, it was like suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. If it wasn't for Dr. Banner to take over, or the transformation form would almost be lifted. Don't come. Iceman Poppy closed his eyes and did not dare to see the next picture. In his consciousness, Su Chen obviously had a huge gap in strength with Tianqi. The visual shock of the power of the two does not seem to be on the same level. Apocalypse turned a city into smoke and dust in the blink of an eye, a desert condensed into a pile of palaces and pyramids in the blink of an eye, and it also gave him the dream. The power of. This is simply exaggerated, making it difficult to reach 1/10 of his strength. When a surging wave of spatial transmission surged in, Poppy the Iceman seemed to realize something, and sure enough, that guy really wasn't someone who was willing to give in. After the violent spatial fluctuations dissipated, two figures, a man and a woman, shuttled from the extremely distant space like this. Su Chen, Chin Gray. Their figures just stood in front of the entrance of the Pyramid Palace. From behind, A middle-aged man, Mr. Fantastic Reed, reminded him from behind. This is the first time Reed has seen Su Chen. During the Battle of Manhattan, he was on the other side of the battlefield, using his brain to decipher Chittori's transmissions. Figure released their control over those suspended war whales. It is more about how to solve the wormhole and let it close. As a result, before he could finish deciphering the last program, this mysterious young man violently solved everything. This is not a place you can come, hurry up. Iceman Poppy, who was guarding the gate, kept shaking his head, not wanting to see him die here. What are you doing? Su Chen became curious, but he didn't expect that the Iceman Poppy was still here, and he was still trying to stop himself. Walk. Don't be over your head, leave now. Iceman's tone was much tougher, and his words were much stricter. If it was in the past, he wouldn't talk to Su Chen in this tone. Even Bobby was curious about his own changes, and soon, he found out. It was his new. The strength gives the confidence. He is not afraid of Su Chen anymore. How did you make Tianchi a dog? Su Chen was a little curious about the other party's changes. Even Qin Ge Lei frowned. Iceman obviously didn't have any inappropriate brain control. Why would he give Tianchi the moment? Please treat me with respect, and don't have any more telepathic thoughts about me. Poppy the Iceman is very angry. In the face of these two opponents who were somewhat afraid of in the past, at this moment, he has the courage to stick to it, and dare to completely release the terrifying power fluctuation in front of the two of them. At this moment, his body was completely ice elementalized, and the temperature of the surrounding air instantly fell under the time of the transformation of his physical form. The water molecules in the air condensed into ice mist, and even the pyramid steps in front of them were frozen into layers of ice. Call. Iceman Poppy took a breath. With the power of the Omega class, he did not need ice molecules in the air at all, and directly ignored the laws of thermodynamics and broke all physical laws. Countless dew was fabricated, in a blink. With his breath, a world of ice was formed within a radius of several miles, and even many majestic and tall palaces were covered by ice. Laughing and talking. In the air in the distance, Yang Yan, who had defeated the torch, looked unhappy. He had long been unhappy with Iceman's pretentious behavior, and his ability to restrain each other with his attributes made him even more disgusted. Times. I have the skill of your words, enough for me to kill him. Like a bitch. Coward. Under the scolding from his teammates, Iceman's face became more and more embarrassed. He looked at Su Chen, who ignored all his threats and kept walking forward, and suddenly felt a little exasperated. I said it all, give me respect and don't ignore me. The Iceman became angry and decided to prove himself. The majestic and vast ice power fluctuation suddenly condensed, as if it was a vast tornado storm, mixed with sharp blades formed by ice edges, and suddenly swept across dozens of figures. At such a distance, the opponent had nowhere to hide, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely engulfed by the ice storm. Just less than half a second. The ice storm quickly collapsed and contracted from the inside, and disappeared at a speed visible to the human eye. What's more terrifying is that as Su Chen walked forward step by step, the surrounding ice world quickly disintegrated, and the air heated up inexplicably. All the ice power seemed to be evacuated, swallowed up by the opponent's body, and turned into pure power to feed back to Su Chen. Damn bastard. Iceman Poppy was angry and anxious. He found that even the ice power on his body began to elapse inexplicably, and was pulled away by the momentum of the opponent's swallowing. This is the other side of Su Chen that he has never seen. He had never discovered that this classmate had this inexplicable energy-devouring ability. In order to deal with Su Chen, the elemental body and even the mind are immune to all mental shocks, but the other party, the Omega-level mutant in the spiritual realm, seems to rarely use it at all. This ability. It's like the X gene is just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. The Iceman's mood became more and more anxious, his body of ice rapidly spewed out majestic ice power, and all the gaps in the surrounding space seemed to be continuously infiltrating ice power, so that the world of ice is coming again. Vaguely, the invisible molecular movement must be frozen for this reason. Everything in the universe has molecular movement. Once the molecules stop moving, then this piece of space-time will freeze for this reason. Time will no longer pass. But obviously, this requires a very exaggerated absolute zero to achieve this condition. In the past, when facing Su Chen in the actual combat training class, Iceman was greatly stimulated and finally broke out his Omega-level potential, but he was restrained abruptly before he could fully exert it. Iceman Poppy faced Su Chen once again, Obviously he was able to display his Omega-level power as he wanted, and his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. But in any case, the temperature around is not going to drop. Not to mention absolute zero, the time and space were frozen, and Poppy even found that as the opposite side got closer and closer, the ice power on his body could not be maintained. The shape of the ice element body began to transform back to its true body. The other party really devoured it too fiercely. Not only the ice power, but the surrounding light is inexplicably missing. No matter how hard you try, all the ice power that pours out, not including kinetic energy, potential energy, light energy, radiation fluctuations, any and all forms of energy are swallowed by the other party. How was his body made? How could it not be blown up? With this little doubt, the enemy has come to him. The mayfly is just shaking the tree. Su Chen dismissed it. Even though the opponent's strength has improved a lot, it is still not enough for himself. Iceman Poppy, who had only a little bit of ice power remaining on his body, looked at the figure so close at hand. He lowered his head suddenly, and his whole body trembled violently. Inexplicably, he felt himself very funny. Especially when he thought of his words to dissuade the other party from going to die, he felt ashamed and wished to find a hole in the ground to dig into. What a joke. Standing in front of the palace gate, blocking the other party's way forward, is the real self-destruction. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of each other? He and Su Chen are the real difference between clouds and mud, and there is an insurmountable gap. The mayfly shakes the tree. It really is a mayfly shaking the tree. The Iceman Poppy, who was almost despairing, lost all will to fight. In a sense, Su Chen can be said to have never done anything, and let the cells in his body open to absorb external energy, light and light. At this point, the Iceman's expression collapsed. Just say hi to me. Su Chen was not in the mood to consider the rebellious behavior of this former classmate. He directly wrapped the opponent's figure with a wave of psychic power, and then smashed the palace gate behind him like a cannonball, and smashed the figure on the throne. Boom. The heavy palace gate shattered in response, and Poppy the Iceman, as a stepping brick, flew out mercilessly as a cannonball. The figure on the throne raised his hand slightly, and an invisible wave of psychic power caught Poppy the Iceman so easily. How can you grow strong without experiencing wind and rain? Apocalypse's cold voice echoed in the huge space of the palace. The Iceman was sent by him to lie on his back on the floor, and in the process he even gained a life force, suppressing his injuries. The interior space of the entire huge palace is more than 300 meters high. It rises all the way from the steps in the hall, and it is also hundreds of meters high. On this high platform, the figure of Tianqi Stalwart sits like this. Top. It's hard to imagine. On this unattainable dome, there are also murals depicted. It is the artistic style of the First Dynasty thousands of years ago, and it has a desolate and ancient flavor in addition to its roughness. In addition to restoring the details of the past court art, Apocalypse also built a hidden inverted pyramid under his own palace. It was a hidden facility in the venue for the ceremony. The thousands of abilities of the Apocalypse did not come out of thin air, nor were they born with life. Every ability of his is basically plundered from every defeated general under his command. Certainly, under the perfect absorption of so many various abilities, Tian Qi's body did not have any problems at all, but instead was able to continuously increase in a superimposed manner. To say that the real innate talent may be the perfect predatory ability. After absorbing and plundering hundreds of outstanding superpowers, Apocalypse has already been picky, and those who are not strong, not outstanding in ability, or even not special will be ignored by him selectively. He even felt inexplicably that the other party was not worthy of his own strength. Perhaps after the establishment of the dynasty, the first mutant had a burden, and the trash was not worthy of his attention. A person with high-quality abilities like Su Chen is the best target. Son, you are very good. Apocalypse, sitting firmly on the throne, looked down at Su Chen under hundreds of steps. A pair of eyes are incomparably indifferent, just the sight of them approaching, falling on the body of the human body is enough to feel the biting cold. The supreme attitude of staring at all living beings is full of indifference and domineering. The whole person is full of danger just in his temperament, and he is a person who can make people feel suffocated just by being face to face. It's just. Su Chen is clearly not in this category. Child? Su Chen smiled. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? You recognize people as children at every turn, and don't look at how ugly your face is. If I look a bit like you, then I really can't live. After this forced questioning, what Tian Qi planned to say was directly restrained. The air suddenly solidified, and the invisible mental pressure was inexplicably sprinkled everywhere, and the atmosphere was filled with boundless killing intent. Even the sound of thunder came from outside the palace. Obviously, because he was completely angry at these words from the bottom of his heart. Just ask. He, the founder of the first dynasty, the first person in the variant, has never suffered such an ugly insult. Good guts, Apocalypse said furiously. You're brave enough to even recognize a child. Certainly. You should never just threaten to destroy my home and disturb my life. Words fall. Su Chen's aura also changed suddenly. His aura became thicker and thicker, and the mental coercion that came facing him did not damage his figure at all, and even the coercion that permeated all around was shattered by him. Come on. At this moment, Apocalypse even felt that he was just a person who was looked down on by himself sitting at a high place, but at this moment, he was as tall as a giant, and even had to look directly at himself. The spirit of this man is very strong. Apocalypse's eyes showed a hint of interest. This is not the same, only powerful creatures are worthy of being drawn from themselves. But the other party's arrogance did not stop there. Despair. A crisp and resounding snap of fingers reverberated in this space. You must know that his home outside the world has been built bit by bit for more than a year, and it carries many exquisite memories. Now being threatened and wanting to destroy it, that's against the scales. Su Chen was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Before destroying my house, demolish all the illegal buildings you built. Sizzle. The rustling dust continued to fall from the sky, and the entire vast palace trembled inexplicably. Apocalypse stood up directly from the throne. Boom. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound from outside, like thunder. When the stone slabs of the dome fell suddenly and the stone pillars of the palace collapsed suddenly, the outside scene was no longer blocked by any smog, and gunpowder smoke filled the entire 10 belts of the Miaoluo River. The palaces, pyramids, and hundreds of brand new buildings that were built by the Apocalypse manipulators in gravel, collapsed and broke with a snap of Su Chen's fingers. Iceman Poppy stood up reluctantly, looking at the scene outside, his complexion suddenly paled. Terrible. With just a snap of fingers, the palaces built by Your Excellency Apocalypse drained the desert and collapsed. If he hadn't witnessed this scene with his own eyes, no one would be able to determine who made it. Su Chen, he is so scary? I thought that the opponent's body that could devour energy like a whale is the ability to press the bottom of the box, but this person has such a terrifying, mysterious ultimate move. How the principle is full of mystery at all. After all, who could ever figure out how a snap of fingers could destroy all the new buildings along a river? All of a sudden, Iceman Poppy was even more ashamed, and when he thought of his words that discouraged the other party from provoking Apocalypse, he simply lost face. Damn bastard. At this time, Apocalypse's anger also reached the top. The whole standing figure suddenly slammed into the figure on the ground like a meteor. Under the repeated provocation of words, after destroying his imperial palace again, Tian Qi's anger rose to the extreme, and now he can't wait to tear his body completely on the spot. Boom. An epic battle broke out. A founder of the first dynasty from thousands of years, the first mutant in history, and Su Chen, who is fighting in front of him, is the first in the hearts of mutants today. The collision of prehistory and modernity has since kicked off. Boom. 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 In just the moment of the battle, the annular shockwave airflow generated by the two people's collision set off thousands of smoke and dust, and the terrifying power fluctuations even turned the surrounding ruins into powder. No one understands why a palace built by Apocalypse suddenly collapsed. After all, few people have understood the fear of the power of modification probability, and they don't even know that Su Chen's snap of fingers is just a gimmick, but the real meaning is to make the foundation of 10 new buildings no longer firm. The building collapses naturally, although this is a small probability event. However, Su Chen made the foundations of these palaces appear a lot of unstable structures at the same time. It sounds a bit bizarre and mysterious, but no exaggeration. In this Marvel universe, the Scarlet Witch Wanda can even kill a race of millions of people in a single sentence. Compared with the invisible and hard to find invisible fluctuations in reality, the head-to-head battle that broke out in front of you is more frightening, and you can experience the real visual impact. Not good. Yang Yan, who had just blown up a steel battlesuit once again, had a big change in his face. He had been soaring in the air to fight the enemy, but the vast fluctuations from below even affected his figure. Boom. An explosion shockwave that caused waves of ripples hit the air, and the vast smoke rose into the sky, blocking the sight in the air. What the hell is this? Yang Yan was angry and anxious, and tried to fly as high as possible. When he looked down, he immediately found that Your Excellency Apocalypse was fighting against a figure. Every punch and every kick of the two erupted with terrifying power, and between their gestures, a huge wave of power that subverted the mountains and seas poured out. The opposite punch landed on Your Excellency Tian Qi, but Tian Qi himself did not move at all, like a reef under a wave. What was terrifying was that the reef remained motionless. It seemed that this force was not enough to shake Tianqi, but it came out from both sides of his body, and the power poured out behind it completely blasted the ruins of more than a dozen streets, turned into powder. This. Yang Yan, one of the 4 knights, widened his eyes, unable to imagine what would happen if the punch fell on him. It is estimated that even if he did not die, he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Too exaggerated. Judging from the explosion and the massive damage, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that 2 Godzillas were fighting. Mr. Fantastic Reed sighed. If it weren't for his super malleable physique that was immune to all physical attacks, I'm afraid he couldn't help but run farther and farther from the battlefield. But soon, he couldn't hold it any longer and fled first. Apocalypse's words were full of anger, but they were filled with very terrifying mental pressure fluctuations, which made people very suffocated. Run first. The Avengers and the others were taken aback, they helped each other, and quickly left the battlefield that had been reduced to ruins along the Nile River. The shock wave just set off even caused Black Widow's body to be thrown into the sky. He's gotten a lot stronger again. Iron Man Tony watched the battle from a distance, and after changing all 3 suits, he was already very tired, but when the earth-shattering war broke out under his eyes, his spirit immediately shook. Just 2 or 3 months after the Battle of Manhattan, his Mark armor was updated again, and his cooperation with Dr. Banner completed the Veronica anti-Hulk armor. Not long ago, he had just defeated one of the arrogant 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Angel Warren. Putting on more terrifying firepower, the engine pushed the more ferocious anti-Hulk armor and sprayed each other with Yang Yan, one of the other 4 knights, and once had the advantage. He thought that this period of time had grown rapidly enough. But I didn't expect. This Su Chen has changed again, and the body's testicle burst is even more terrifying. Obviously, when he fought against the Hulk, he hadn't shown such a terrifying energy fluctuation. How could he become so much stronger after 2 or 3 months? But, can he really defeat Apocalypse? Iron Man Tony was skeptical. At this moment, Apocalypse, surrounded by many energy fluctuations, smashed Su Chen away with a punch. With a strong body more than 2 meters tall, Su Chen's figure seemed very thin at this time. But in the next second, Tian Qi took advantage of the victory to pursue, and when he flew to chase, he was kicked by Su Chen in the air. The terrifying momentum was like a cannonball, forming a straight line, plowing a gap in the ground. Even so, Apocalypse didn't rest for a while, he stopped his backward steps, and he was completely unscathed, but the energy barrier lingering on his body collapsed. It's really a bit of a skill, Tian Qi sneered. If that's all, it's not enough. Say it. His body suddenly rose up, and the tall and strong physique suddenly rose to more than 3 meters. This is the molecular manipulation capability. Before taking office, Apocalypse destroyed the city buildings along the Nile River with this hand and created hundreds of pyramids and palaces. And this control of molecular and sub-molecular structure allows him to arbitrarily change the molecular changes in his body. Apocalypse changed his own molecular structure, making his bones and flesh grow suddenly, and his own strength increased with it. And then, who also has energy manipulation, he constantly plunders the energy of heaven and earth around him, and instantly repairs the collapsed energy barrier around him. Not enough, not enough. Apocalypse, whose fighting spirit was soaring, disappeared in place in an instant, slamming down from Su Chen's head like a mountain topping down. Boom. As if a meteorite fell, the ground formed a huge pit in this blow, but Su Chen's figure disappeared at this moment. Space teleportation is not only the talent of Apocalypse. Apocalypse also noticed this guy's endless abilities under a short battle at this time. Very good. He laughed. Doesn't that mean that he will acquire more abilities next? Even repeated similar abilities can be superimposed in one place to enhance the power of the original skills. Therefore, Su Chen's spiritual and spiritual power and this impressive energy manipulation ability were both favored by Apocalypse. Su Chen, who was teleported in space, didn't go too far, but just stayed in the sky above the wreckage of this huge ruin. Not bad. In the battle just now, under the threat of Apocalypse-like energy shocks and fluctuations, Su Chen's infinite evolution genes had already given feedback on this. Adapt to all environments and adapt to all battles. In the simulated system in Su Chen's mind, most of the genes in his mind are rapidly mutating to help with energy manipulation, body strength, and the ability of super testosterone as rapidly enhanced. This is all stimulated by the environment under the extremely brutal battlefield. If you look at the numerical value, the energy manipulation has already reached LV14. Even his own physical strength gained a lot in the process, and just clenched his fists a little, he felt a surge of power from it. When Tian Qi raised his head to look at the figure that appeared in the sky, he couldn't help frowning a little. Su Chin Gele was watching from a distance, unable to play in person. She was a little nervous. If she hadn't discovered her boyfriend's evolutionary mutation, she would have chosen to let the Dark Phoenix come out. At this time, the figure above Yu Kong also burst out with a vast force. The body is not raised here, but the momentum fluctuations suddenly rise into the sky, because the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth are absorbed by Su Chen. Teat. The Earth's magnetic field also responded to his call, and absorbed it into the body through the ability to control the magnetic field, and the strength increased by several points. Psychic energy fluctuations permeate the whole body, forming another layer of physical barrier. In addition, the trillions of cells in Su Chen's body were also awakened, and under the high activation, surging power was gushing out like a small melting pot, just like the engine has set the record for the body. With so many buffs superimposed, Su Chen's figure is almost above the sky like a god, despising the underground monsters who dare to offend his majesty. Apocalypse was shocked. Not to mention the crushing of energy fluctuations, just his temperament, he was crushed. Not good. The boy has already moved. Boom. A terrifying sound bloomed in the air. It was a bang that caused a sound barrier due to too fast speed. It was much more exaggerated than the momentum half a minute ago. F*K. At this moment, Tian Qi suddenly found that the dynamic visual ability of his eyes could no longer keep up with the other person's figure. When his spiritual consciousness truly felt the other's life fluctuations appearing in front of him, he subconsciously raised his hand to block it. Boom. There was no stalemate at all for half a second, and the energy barrier formed by Tian Qi's body was instantly shattered. Su Chen's fist, wrapped in vast energy fluctuations, fell on the opponent's blocking arm. With a bang, the arm exploded with a blood mist, and Apocalypse's figure was like a cannon. It flew out like a bullet. He is injured. The Apocalypse was unbelievable, even a little ridiculous. He is in a hurry. Although its own extraordinary healing ability is enough to repair the injury, the body that can be called immortal will not collapse, and the cells that have not weakened after thousands of years undoubtedly prove this. Can you really withstand the constant bombardment of the opponent's fists? He was inexplicably flustered, because I still haven't figured out why the other party suddenly evolved and became stronger. Under the splattered blood, Apocalypse's face that has always been indifferent to anger finally revealed a hint of fear. Su Chen's punch just now was stronger, not good. At this moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly bloomed at the end of the field of vision. It was Su Chen's condensed power in a beam of light, which slammed into the Apocalypse that had just been hit. The speed of the beam of light is too fast. What? Apocalypse shouted piercingly, and raised his arms that had not been repaired in front of him. Energy barrier, psychic barrier, steel, diamond skin. Even use molecular manipulation to wipe out the capable things. It's just. This is undoubtedly a mantra. All the light shields exploded, and the diamond skin exploded even more, and the erasure at the molecular level was nothing but a drop in the bucket, because the energy beam from the bombardment in front of him was too much. Endless ruthlessness. Do not, with the last cry, Tian Qi's figure was completely engulfed by the beam of light, and his entire body and bones melted away like a snowman exposed to the summer sun. The mighty Apocalypse. Despise all living beings and despise the Apocalypse of all things. The Apocalypse of the first person to say that the mutant is. At this moment, under the impact of the energy beam formed by the collective explosion of Su Chen's trillions of cells and condensed multiple forces, the entire body that has not weakened for thousands of years is transformed like this. Powdered. Wan. Qin Ji Lei is very excited. Oh my god. The distant Avengers and others couldn't hold back their shock. He won. And so suddenly and so easily, when the energy beam that penetrated the earth completely disappeared, except for a bottomless gulf, nothing was left, including the body of Apocalypse, even the Apocalypse. Not a single skeleton remains. This is crazy. Iron Man Tony covered his head. He didn't expect that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 or 3 months, but he couldn't see the other side even more. So scary, so powerful. Apocalypse's claim to be the first mutant is a joke. Who can be his enemy? The mighty Apocalypse was defeated. The way of death did not even leave a trace of bones, and the body that had never decayed after thousands of years was completely dissipated by Su Chen's final blow, leaving no traces left. The principle of Su Chen's final blow is very simple. It is not only the use of the power of the trillions of cells in the body, the energy of heaven and earth from the outside world, and the power of the mind, and even the power absorbed from the earth's magnetic field. Multiple power enhancements and blessings are combined into one, and through the principle of energy absorption and release, all the energy in the body is poured out in a simple and direct way. That's what happened in front of me. As far as the eye can see, the huge gap that extends to the end of the field of vision is all the moat plowed out by the energy beam on the ground. What is terrifying is that even the Nile River was cut off by the middle, and the flow has continued to this day. Apocalypse, who bore the brunt of the blow, endured the blow firmly, and even without hearing a single cry, it took less than 2 seconds to contend, and his body was annihilated into ashes. Call. Su Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, he was like a machine that was overloaded with overheating, and his whole body was steaming with steam, and the temperature around his body rose a lot for no reason. Su. Are you okay? Phoenix female Qin Ji Lei flashed a thought and came to her boyfriend's side. No problem. Su Chen shook his head and looked at her with a smile. There was a surging Phoenix power fluctuation on Qin's body, and it was obviously ready to enter the arena at any time. After all, the suppressing power that Apocalypse gave people at first was really shocking and terrifying. It's just that my body is a little overdrawn, and I'll be fine soon. The last blow that poured out the energy of the whole body just now also made the luster of the trillions of cells all over his body quickly dimmed. And Su Chen's recovery speed is also amazing than expected. With each breath, the vitality of the cells rose rapidly, and the energy around them fed back, and the slightly sluggish aura suddenly solidified. Su Chen has already felt that his state has improved within a few seconds. Obviously, his infinitely evolved genes are not satisfied with this. A strong man cannot have a single weakness. The new, supernatural restoration skill begins to generate and strengthen. This is the end. To say that the most embarrassing person at the scene may be one of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, Yang Yan from the island nation. Apocalypse, whom he recognized as his father, was defeated. Angel Warren fell. Iceman Poppy even lost his will to fight. Even Spirit Butterfly disappeared inexplicably. Is he alone in the sky, alone to fight against all the enemies? Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Seeing that many eyes fell on him, Yang Yan smiled awkwardly, and then turned into a firework and flew into the distance without looking back. What a joke. Since defeating the Human Torch, the battle with Iron Man wearing anti-Hulk armor has been a stalemate, not to mention that there is an eagle eye on the ground shooting cold arrows everywhere, and there is a war machine, and the Falcon is assisted by the side. Now there is an existence that is even more terrifying than Tian Qi. Even if he borrows 10 courage, he will not dare to stay here. But just halfway through the flight, an invisible giant hand grabbed it in midair. Do not. Yang Yan was so terrified that he couldn't struggle at all, and he had already realized that this was the first person who was the real mutant. The giant hand formed by the invisible psychic fluctuations is enough to imprison anyone. Yang Yan tried to burn through this invisible wave of thoughts with ultra-high temperature, but the invisible big hand slammed it to the ground. With a loud bang, a small hill collapsed in half. Yang Yan vomited blood, his bones were almost broken, and the fireworks on the surface were extinguished. And then, he was so immobile and unconscious, his life and death were unknown. Recovering well. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, looking at the half-collapsed hill not far away. He was very satisfied. He didn't have the intention of arresting the super criminal, but just used the power to return to several layers. Now, the speed of super recovery is still very fast. Go back at this time, the scented tea you brewed is still hot. Su Chen's words immediately reminded Qin Ji Lei. When Apocalypse's spiritual fluctuations swept through their outer home, the tea was just out of the oven, thinking that a pot of good tea would miss the best time to drink tea. Result: destruction of the Apocalypse is much faster than expected. It cannot be said that Apocalypse is weak. The shocking degree of its destructive power performance is absolutely unprecedented, and it is much stronger than the so-called General Chittori. It can only be said that Su Chen's performance after 2 or 3 months of special training has even refreshed Qin's cognition. Too fast and too strong. It seems that she still needs to work harder to catch up. Is this gone? Iron Man Tony glanced back, only to find that Su Chen and Chin Gray were gone. The speed of teleportation in this space is a little inattentive, and it is impossible to find their traces, which is really an enviable ability. You tell me it's not good for Tianqi to provoke anyone. Go and provoke that boy. Dr. Banner squatted on a scrapped steel mech. The shadow that Su Chen brought to his other consciousness can be described as a deep understanding. The autistic Hulk would rather face the apocalypse than see Su Chen appear. This time to meet again, but let him refresh his cognition once again. This guy is so strong. Come back with us. On the other side of the ruined wreckage, Mr. Fantastic Reed looked at the boy who fell to the ground. Iceman Poppy was speechless, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Finally, after another reminder, he looked at Reed, and the stone man beside him had already pressed his shoulders. Don't use your ice power rashly, or I will break your arm first. The stone man said with some resentment. He was completely frozen by the other party in a single face-to-face encounter, but now he doesn't have to worry about the other party's freezing time under close contact. The Iceman just glanced at him and let the other side restrain his right arm and take him away. He lost the will to fight and naturally didn't want to resist. Apocalypse's failure must have implicated him. Under the strong blow of Su Chen, he had already been indifferent. This guy doesn't have the heart to resist when he was hit. Looking at the other party's lost soul, Mr. Fantastic Reed shook his head. Young people always have to pay the price for their choices, but Nian should not be punished too severely on the premise that the other party didn't want to hurt anyone at all. The damage control department led by the Stark Group began to arrive on the battlefield to deal with the follow-up closing issues. In the comics, this department is dedicated to cleaning, restoring and rebuilding buildings damaged by superheroes and supercriminals. They have extremely advanced engineering skills and can do things like clean up and rebuild in a very short period of time. However, the workload this time is obviously more exaggerated than the Battle of Manhattan. First of all, the apocalypse elements manipulated and destroyed this city with a population of 1 million. After hundreds of new palaces and pyramids were built, they were violently demolished by Su Chen with a snap of his fingers. It can be said that there are building wrecks all over the place, and the processing volume alone is enough for these people to have a headache. The first mutant. Wow. That pretentious apocalypse lost. I don't want to say anything. It seems that he is a guy who is beyond his own power. I watched it at the scene. Tian Chi was beaten, his hands and legs were broken, and he was finally punched in the head. It's true, I was there, and she said the same. Put it on and blow the head off. I almost believed it. I was really at the scene, and my home was gone. In fact, it was Tian Chi who had lost a body. The apocalypse that came from Su Xing thousands of years ago was so deadly, and it immediately made people all over the world discuss it. It's somewhat more discussed than the Battle of Manhattan, which was invaded by the Chitaurus. At first, it was mainly because Apocalypse that this guy appeared so forcefully that he completely exploded the evil god Loki, and people hacked into major TV channels to spread his debut declaration. Loki just stood on the Stark Group headquarters building and performed. Second, the gimmick of the first person in the variant is too much. One is Su Chen, who has just been recognized by the world, and the other is the Apocalypse who pushed everything thousands of years ago and looked down on all beings. Who lives and who dies is full of topics. In the end, it was obviously that at the beginning, the Apocalypse, who angered the ruler, was slaughtered. This moment. Su Chen has never expressed any opinion, and the title of the first person of mutation can be said to be firmly on his head. Even the mutants who were generally autistic and low-key in the past and did not dare to disclose their identities began to boldly reveal their identities to the outside world. Things quickly calmed down in less than half a month. But the next big thing was a surging undercurrent, making it unclear how deep the water was inside. Nick Fury, current S.H.I.E.L.D. director, has been killed. Very good. Nick Fury died well. In a dark secret room, Alexander Pierce, who received the exact news, was full of smiles, and he even drank the champagne in his hand. Nick Fury was his favorite student in the past. Now that he succeeded him as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has the most secrets of the Earth in his heart. Deliberate, prudent, and skillful, if he continues to exist, the plan he wants to promote next will be greatly hindered. And he should have found a clue. There was a cold light in Pierce's eyes. No matter what, he's still dead. Long live the Hydra. No one would have thought that the current secretary of the International Security Council, former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Alexander Pierce, is a veteran Hydra leader. No one would have thought that the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been infiltrated by Hydra officials, and most of the backbones were internal ghosts. This is all due to the Paperclip project after World War E. In order to speed up the development of scientific research strength, SHIELD has absorbed many members of the Nazi scientific team of World War E. In a sense, from that moment on, the Hydra belief has been slowly revived from the ashes. Now that decades have passed, it has grown rapidly. After being dormant for so long, it is time to put everything in the world away. Take it back. Does that Su Chen need attention? Opposite the sofa, the Hydra leader Baron Straker was concerned about this issue. No way. Over the past few years, this young man has really been too showy. Although he has been out of the picture and disappeared without a trace, it is necessary to take some precautions in view of the strength of the opponent. Unnecessary. Just a human scum. At this time, a cold and penetrating words penetrated from behind the dark curtain. Pierce and Baron Strucker, who were present, felt a chill on their backs for no reason. You only need to fulfill your promise and pour war and fireworks on this land, then I will give you more power, emperors. And as long as you take action, I can easily bring back the monster that has been expelled from the alien planet after tens of thousands of years, your Hydra belief. Behind the curtain, there is a bottomless black ink color. Just by looking at it, I feel that my heart desires will be completely absorbed. At this moment, Pierce only felt that he was peering into the abyss. Behind the curtain is the endless abyss, and they are making a deal with a demon from the abyss hell. Hurry up and do it. Mo Faith from the extra dimension, hell, left the last sentence, and his will quickly dissipated. When the icy and terrifying smell of darkness and blood gradually disappeared, the whispers of the devil were still echoing in this secret room for a long time. Pierce and Baron Strucker looked at each other. The trembling on their faces still remained, but under the double mental blow of fear, they still chose to make a deal with this hell demon. As long as the other party is given more blood and more dead souls are introduced into hell, the other party will be able to give a lot of rewards, including making the Hydra truly believe. The totem returns to Earth. It's a good deal, isn't it? Pierce calmed down and poured himself a new glass of champagne. Once the Hydra sees the sun again, the war will definitely be brought back to this world. At that time, blood and fireworks will be sprinkled on the whole land. There will be countless lives to die, and Faith, the Lord of Hell, needs these fresh souls to feed his appetite. Without him, Hydra would wage war to rule the world. Now that the other party proposes a deal, even if he is afraid of whether the legendary demon will make fun of him under the contract reached, for Hydra, even if Pierce is deceived, he can only break your teeth and eat. People all over the world think that Hydra emerged in World War E. Unfortunately, they don't know that Hydra has existed for longer than they thought. Yes, it is even older than the so-called garbage apocalypse and the so-called First Dynasty. It is an ancient life that can be traced back tens of thousands of years ago. The gods we believe in are farther away than everything today, and Odin, the king of the gods, has not even been born. After tens of thousands of years, he is immortal, and now, he is just waiting for us to open the door to return. The core leadership of the two Hydras finalized an action plan on this. And everything they boast is basically the truth. Hydra is indeed much older than imagined. Its true leader, the first person to create it, is called the Hive. The famous slogan, "Cut off one head and grow two heads," is not taken from the mythical Cedella, nor is it used to describe Hydra's inexhaustible guide. Instead, it comes from the ability characteristics of the Hydra leader, Hive, tens of thousands of years ago. After tens of thousands of years, he was immortal, and his vitality not only did not decline by half, but became more and more vigorous. Now, he is trapped in an alien star, waiting to return to the Earth. The Hydra plan was officially launched. The Insight program has begun. The so-called Insight plan is to assassinate everything that is determined by big data as a threat to Hydra in the future. Annam Zola, the scientist who was extradited to SHIELD after World War E by the Paperclip program. The Zola algorithm he invented supports the whole plan. This algorithm is really outrageous. Dr. Banner, Iron Man Tony, Captain America, etc. It's normal to be on the list. But Strange, a surgeon who has just stepped into Comatage, has also been counted as a great threat to SHIELD in the future. This algorithm is outrageous. However, in order to avoid spooking the snakes, the priority order of assassinating superheroes is infinitely lowered. What they did first were various uncontrolled famous scientists, as well as representatives of major powers and key members. At the same time, the Sokovia country, which Hydra secretly controls, has already carried out many covert experiments. In the past, the dark energy research base of S.H.I.E.L.D. All the cosmic magic cube energy that was intercepted was brought here by these inner ghosts, and various human experiments were carried out. In addition to countless casualties, many superpower warriors who believed in Hydra were also born. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone and fed them to Mo Faith. The Avengers didn't respond to that. First of all, Thor has not yet returned to Earth, Captain America Steve meets the Winter Soldier, and Dr. Banner is bored in scientific research. Don't forget that he is one of the smartest people in the world. As for Tony the Iron Man, he was attracted by the desperate virus of the Ten Rings gang, and his capable bodyguard was even seriously injured. Under the surging undercurrent, no one knows what major impact this will bring. What is Su Chen doing in such a special time? Del. To be precise, in the past month, he has rarely even stood on the earth with his feet. In the vast expanse of space, Su Chen's slender and sturdy figure just held Chin's waist with one hand and volleyed into a star field. So beautiful. Chin was full of joy, her hands were wrapped around Su Chen's neck, and her tall and graceful figure was completely immersed in Su Chen's embrace. Her pair of eyes looked at the blue earth beneath her feet and felt extremely happy. After Su Chen traveled to and from space many times, this time, he even brought Chin Gray with him. Chin normally does not have the ability to breathe and survive in a vacuum environment, so a faint wave of energy barrier lingers around the two of them, isolating all space. It's actually not that beautiful when you see too much space. Compared with those refined and picturesque space maps, the real space is mostly lonely. Looking around, the end of the field of vision is completely dark and lonely, and the empty star field is completely empty, which makes people feel extremely suffocated and depressed. Certainly. The beautiful starry sky that you can see from the Earth is nothing but the light reflected by the sun. If you can look closely, you will find that it is a surface full of pits. The unknown body. But even so, the exploration of space stemmed from Su Chen's curiosity. After the battle with Tianchi, his energy manipulation ability was greatly benefited, and he also had super flying ability and space teleportation. He flew directly to the moon with Qin Ji Lei, and landed on the moon first. When their feet touched the gray land of the moon, they felt inexplicable joy. Are we the second group to land on the moon? Qin asked curiously. Not too possible. Maybe there is still a ferry in Guanggan Palace on the moon. Su Chen laughed. No ferry? But there is a ferry right in front of you. Qin Ru's boneless right hand lifted the skirt of her dress, making herself a court lady's etiquette. The two immediately joked about each other. In the past year of getting along, the gentle and moving Qin also has some cute points in private. Of course, these cuteness and playfulness have never appeared in other people's field of vision. Interestingly, Su Chen's joke just now wasn't necessarily a joke. Because the moon in the Marvel universe is indeed inhabited. Well-known observers are only born to record the development of civilization. They will not intervene in the development of any civilization, but will only observe and record secretly. It can be said to be the strongest onlooker. It is a pity that after scanning the small half-moon with mental fluctuations, there is still no life found, and the pitted lunar surface is not worth seeing at all. In addition to the joy of landing on the moon at the beginning, the two also felt bored after strolling, and returned directly to the Earth an hour later. Jean Grey boarded once a month. Although the scenery of the moon can be said to be terrible, the process of traveling still depends on two people. This kind of novel experience, Black Phoenix also made a request, insisting that Su Chen also take her there. You are obviously the same person. You can even share your vision and all your feelings recently, so why should you be so serious about separating from each other? Su Chen's attitude towards the Dark Phoenix has also improved a lot recently, which is much better than before. Although this is a bad woman, but she is obedient and obedient to herself, without any mistakes in principle. Aiwu and Wushang naturally have emotional preferences. The gentle and peaceful Qin teacher and the charming Black Phoenix are indeed two extreme personalities and temperaments, which also gave Su Chen a different experience. Qin often speaks for Black Phoenix, teaching her a lot like a mother and a sister. Over the past month, Qin has even been able to borrow the power of the Dark Phoenix, which can be said to have warmed up their feelings a lot. At Qin's request, Su Chen also decided to go to the moon again. If that's the case, let's take a look around the lunar area that the other half hasn't explored. Maybe there will be new discoveries. Whoosh. It seems like a meteor-like figure broke through the sky. In order to seek the ultimate sense of breaking the sky and a perfect viewing experience, Su Bird did not choose the space teleportation method. It's cool. The Dark Phoenix in his arms was a little excited. In a blink, The sky-breaking flight was 10,000 times more exciting than a roller coaster, breaking through the Earth's atmosphere all at once. Due to the fact that it was too fast, the energy barrier around Su Chen's body was even covered with fireworks generated by the collision. Soon, they came to the boundless starry sky. With the acceleration of another breakthrough, they slammed toward the surface of the moon like a meteorite. Before it flew to the surface of the moon and officially landed, the black phoenix in his arms became playful. "Come after me. It's itchy again, isn't it?" Su Chen's head was full of black lines, but he still chased after him. Compared with Chin's body, the dark phoenix personality uses the power of the phoenix better. Without any mental runaway, it can use the ultimate destructive power of material decomposition. Any and all existing objects, even the invisible space, may disintegrate instantly in her phoenix fluctuations. The strength of its own strength is at least several times that of Qin. Once the power of the phoenix is unrestrained, even the mighty Apocalypse, who has survived thousands of years without decay, will be killed. The movie X-Men: Apocalypse complied with this, so that many viewers could not accept that Qin Jilei's power was too bug, and the boss who worked so hard to fight against it was finally killed by Qin alone. The power of the phoenix, the most mysterious and original spiritual power in the universe, it is no wonder that Su Chen was a little nervous before deliberately looking for a soul gem. Fortunately, everything calmed down. In desperation, Su Chen chased after him further. In a few seconds, he had already caught up with the dark phoenix figure, and with a teasing laughter, the woman also performed a difficult mid-air jump, deflected almost 90 degrees, and flew to the other end. This time it was undoubtedly a challenge to Su Chen. It's just that when he was about to accelerate again, he suddenly stopped flying. "Wait." Su Chen stopped her. Under his incomparably sharp mental fluctuations, he immediately felt a surge of life fluctuations. The moon is full of craters, and there is no sign of life, not to mention a single weed, not even some tiny germs under microscopic vision. A watcher. Su Chen became curious. If there is someone on the moon, he subconsciously thinks that he is the most powerful onlooker in the legend, who is only responsible for observing civilization and records, and never participates and fights. It's just that the surging fluctuations felt are extremely surging and numerous, not like them. Su Chen's pair of black and white eyes immediately adjusted the magnification like an astronomical telescope, and under the magnified view of the super long viewing distance, any object at the end of the horizon will be clearly seen by him. Nothing is visible at super long-sighted distances. Wrong. There must be a problem. Eye vision can be deceived, but under the passing of real spiritual fluctuations, there are obviously many traces of life, which are obviously covered up. Some kind of high-tech masking technology. Su Chen decided at once. This is a bit like Wakanda. Their country also has a protective cover, which blocks the thermal imaging observation of all satellites, and can play a more defensive role. A huge city with a sense of futuristic technology. This was completely beyond Su Chen's expectations. It didn't look like the observer's base, but instead, it was the living place of an alien race. Even the notes of the supreme mage Ji Yi did not mention the strangeness of the moon. But it is no wonder that Ji Yi in his heyday had the strength of a heavenly father, but the spiritual realm is still inferior to Su Chen. Her strength lies in the control of the long river of time. Let's go and have a look together. Unexpectedly, the other half of the lunar area has not been explored yet, and it really gave him a surprise. There was already a vague guess in his heart, and now is the time to go to confirm it. Moon, Adelan Base. Generations of Inhumans have thrived in this city. They disdain to coexist with humans and have no contact with the outside world. About 7 or 8 years ago, they realized that human technology was developing rapidly. In order not to be discovered by human beings, they decided to start the anti-gravity engine of this mobile city, and they have been stationed on the back of the moon to survive. The city defense system that far exceeds the level of Earth's science and technology is also a huge protective cover, which can absorb all energy shocks, and also block all prying eyes. Inside the mask, there is a breathing and circulatory system for all the people to breathe, so that you don't have to worry about your own safety and being disturbed by outsiders. Until today, the city of Adelan, which has been peaceful for decades, has finally ushered in a human visit. It's human. A powerhouse capable of flying and releasing energy. The other soars like a phoenix. The strength should not be underestimated. At the monitoring department of the defense system, the observers who were monitoring all movements outside the city immediately found 2 humans on the far side of the moon. The scary thing is that the 2 Earth humans even discovered them, and the sweeping of the mental waves immediately made the alarm system recognize and perceive. They're coming. Everyone was shocked, and one of them even reported this dynamic information to the royal family. It's over. His strong mental awareness was clearly aware of our existence. In fact, the protective mask still has a certain mental shielding ability, but who can prevent a person with a spiritual gem? Fortunately, the other party didn't have any malicious intentions at all, and he didn't force his way in. He just stopped at the door. Under the shield of the protective mask, everything underneath was hidden, and this person also found the entrance to the gate, but he waited there honestly, which should show that there is not much malicious intent. But whether the other party really didn't know or was confident, because at this moment, multiple automatic laser devices had already locked his figure. Just waiting for a touch, the laser that penetrated a space battleship in an instant can completely pass through his figure. Now it's a question of how to choose. A human on Earth who does not know any origin knows their existence. One choice is to let him go, which is extremely risky, and the other choice is naturally to trap him, find out the origin of the other party, or kill him. Let him in. At this time, the royal family members have spoken. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's better to just break in. The Dark Phoenix looks eager to try, not afraid of the sky. Don't worry, they'll open the door. Su Chen shook his head. When he traveled with Jean Grey, whether it was Wakanda or Atlantis, he always persuaded people with reason, and had a good time. Sure enough. The invisible mask in front of him suddenly formed a gap in the door. Welcome, Earthling. Just before taking a dozen steps, dozens of meters away, a red-haired lady in a gorgeous robe led a number of members and waited for them. These people in front of them are no different from the humans on Earth. Aliens? Su Chen didn't intend to hide it, and directly said the answer that was vaguely guessed in his heart. This time, the expressions of these royal family members changed, and they looked at each other, obviously guessing the answer. Among them, only the leading princess Medusa looked calm. She nodded and responded to Su Chen's guess. Come here. On both sides of the high-rise buildings with a sense of future technology, there are many figures sticking out their heads to look here. Obviously, the arrival of 10 Earthlings has aroused their curiosity. Some people are hostile, and some people are full of curiosity, but they are also a little lost. The people on Earth seem to be no different from them in essence. However, so handsome, that girl is also very beautiful. Soon, under the guidance of Princess Medusa, their figures came to the palace. The magnificent palace is also different. Compared with the old-fashioned palace of Apocalypse, the palace in front of them can be described as very novel and avant-garde. Under the light blue glass on the bottom of their feet, there is a huge whale swimming underneath. No doubt, it's the whale of the earth, and we came here on purpose. Medusa said. In the aquarium under the palace, there are many mermaid ladies wandering in the seawater below. Seemingly aware of Su Chen's gaze, they also threw a look, which was quite provocative. Black Phoenix narrowed his eyes indiscernibly. After entering the city of Atalan, the momentum that only flirted with Su Chen had disappeared. In front of outsiders, she became more and more awe-inspiring and invisible, and her whole person was like a queen. Generally arrogant and unattainable. Black dress, red hair, awe-inspiring and proud. In terms of visual effects, it is even less full of the queen's atmosphere than that Medusa. Seeing a woman wink at her man, her imperceptible anger has given those mermaid young ladies a severe headache. If Su Chen didn't stop her, she would even be killed if she was careful. This is the Dark Phoenix. She already has that kind of serious illness, that is, I love you, you must love me, if you don't love me, I will kill the woman you like. This domineering possessiveness cannot allow other women to appear by his side. Contempt for the common man and freewheeling the ultimate destruction makes her free from any moral restraint and can kill at will. Of course, the other self, except for Qin. It was only at this moment that Su Chen would think that the Black Phoenix is a personality consciousness grown from a negative aggregate. Black Phoenix's small movements have already caused dissatisfaction within the body of Qin Ji Lei, and after deliberately restraining it, she was no longer robbed of her body control. At the same time, she was glared at by Su Chen, and a trace of anger in her eyes made her lower her head and stop making trouble. I just don't want other women looking at you like this. The words of the Dark Phoenix begging for mercy came from the heartwave, and the arrogant queen even humbly pulled her sleeve with her right hand, begging for her forgiveness. Her love for Su Chen has obviously been extremely distorted, and it is rare to take into account his thoughts under the domineering possessiveness. This woman. Have to clean up at night. Su Chen didn't say much, grabbed the opponent's right hand with his backhand, and continued to walk with the staff. This little episode did not cause any contradictions. Medusa, who is also proficient in spiritual power, frowned, but did not comment on it, and led the two of them to an avant-garde banquet hall. It happens that we are at dinner time. If you appreciate your face, you can come and have this dinner with us. Speaking of which, Su Chen naturally would not refuse. The moon's rotation period is 28.5 times longer than the Earth's, which means that one day on the moon can top 28 days on Earth. The Inhumans came to the moon only a few decades ago, and their living habits were obviously accustomed to the Earth's 3 meals a day system. Therefore, even if the moon is daytime, the system that can defend against the light shield will automatically simulate the day and night changes of the Earth. It is already night in the city of Atalan. At this point in time, Su Chen. The two came very cleverly and just had a meal. A robot with a 1-to-1 scale, it is difficult for the human eye to see the difference from a real human. The data like a waterfall has been transformed into pieces of holographic screens, and the surrounding glass and dining table have touch panels and interactive systems. Not even the Iron Man Tony's residence has so much high-tech stuff. After the dinner, everyone became familiar with each other. The noble and prudent lady is called Medusa, the lively and naughty girl is her sister, Crystal. The tall man with a vigilant face is called Gorgon. Triton, Carl Nike, and a dog. Yes, this bulldog really has a little royal blood relationship with them. It's not an insult to them, but because of some kind of mutation. Don't look at it as a bulldog, it can speak human words, and even has a very massive and majestic spiritual fluctuation. This man is Black Bolt. Also a member of the royal family, for some reason, he can only eat alone. The crystals are ripe. She is very longing for life on Earth, so when she was eating before, she said the most to Su Chen, looking innocent and without any scheming. ZK. Her innocent appearance of revealing everything makes a vigilant Gorgon very embarrassed. Su Chen just smiled. What? But his eyes also looked at the tall shadow coming from the banquet hall, dressed in black battle clothes. The cloak was dragging on the ground, the whole person was silent. The strange thing is that this person is a little withdrawn, silent, and his eyes are very indifferent. He just nodded to Su Chen. Black Bolt, he doesn't have any malice, this is his character. Medusa said one more sentence without explaining too much. Seriously, your presence makes us very embarrassed. The greetings were almost finished, and Gorgon spoke directly to Su Chen in a very serious manner. We are not in contact with any Earthlings, nor do we intend to have any interaction with humans. So, if it weren't for the strength you showed before, seriously, if you were an ordinary human, it would be impossible to eat this meal with us, and maybe you would be detained by us. Gorgon is honest. An Earthman who can fly between stars, release energy fluctuations, and possess terrifying spiritual fluctuations does not seem to be easy to mess with. And they were unwilling to have any contact with humans. The arrival of Su Chen did bring them some trouble. Su Chen smiled flatly. I just traveled to the moon, and I don't have any malicious intentions. Besides, with the strength of your Inhumans, why should you be so cautious and afraid of humans? After all, the mutants of the Earth have also begun to integrate into the human world. The unconsciousness of being a strong person is that he speaks freely and does not necessarily take into account the feelings of some weak people. Mutant? At this time, a voice came from the door of the banquet hall. Your royal family is also fooling around, bringing in the Earthlings without asking our elders' opinion? I saw an elderly-looking figure holding a cane and walked over with a gloomy face. Elder. Many members of the royal family are slightly polite. Su Chen is somewhat clear about the organizational structure here. This is a country similar to the Caste 800 system. The royal family and the elders will occupy the upper class, while the larger number of slaves are. Bottom layer. Some of the guards were obvious slaves just now, including this very pompous elder, and behind him there were many slaves in battle uniforms. In a country where the vast majority of slaves are for their own exploitation, it is no wonder that these upper echelons have never considered communicating with the outside world. But something seems to have changed now. At least not only crystals, but even Medusa is a little curious about what the human world looks like. Will the conflict between the new ruling and the older conservatives come sooner or later? Su Chen has already made up the bridge of a Western-style court drama. Interestingly, the elderly elder of the Council of Elders seemed to be very attentive to the word mutants mentioned. The mutants are nothing but defective products, the races that should have been abandoned by the times. Their evolutionary characteristics are not stable enough. Some people can't turn off their abilities, and some people have deformed changes in their bodies. In extreme cases, they can't even control their abilities, and they are completely out of control. The elder commented on mutants like a treasure. It seems that he really understands the X gene of mutants, but it is also surprising. After all, mutants and inhumans are indeed very similar. Heard. Su Chen smiled. Having read Kamataj's ancient supplements, he naturally knew exactly what the origins of the two races were. Defective products. Black Phoenix smiled, and a heartwarming smile appeared on her delicate face, and those eyes looked at the elder as if looking at rubbish. Unfortunately, we are mutants, and my husband is the first mutant. This provocative woman with her chin held up is going out of the way. And the husband's name? Su Chen didn't agree to let the Black Phoenix call him that before. Su Chen had been to the Mutant Academy for more than 3 months before, and was called the first mutant by the outside world, but from the most rigorous point of view, the ability of his X gene is only the tip of the iceberg. Not even the main ability. It could be said yes, it could be said no. Of course, in the impression of the outside world, he, who has a resume from Xavier's Academy of Gifted Boys, is a mutant. You are mutants? The words of the Black Phoenix changed the expressions of the elders of the Elder Council and many members of the royal family. It's a bit of a correction, the mutant problem you're talking about does exist. Su Chen is very objective. But if the mutants are inferior products, then the Inhumans, as the experimental creations of the Kree's parody of the Cosmic Celestials, are not even more rubbish? Sometimes, he's objective too, a bit hurting self-esteem. After all, who told him that he was very good at convincing people with reason? As soon as these words fell, not to mention the elders of the Elder Council, even Gorgon, Kui Tan, and the Black Bolt King who had been silent all of a sudden suddenly turned sullen. This obviously touched their inverse scales. The reason the elders care about mutants so much is because they all know a fact. Mutants are creatures created by the cosmic gods who visited the Earth in the early years, and tens of thousands of years ago, the Kree visited the Earth and discovered some of the mysteries of the human X gene, so they made some imitation experiments, trying to replicate the research results of the Tenjin group. The race from which it was born is the Inhumans. And the Kree people who left the Earth in a hurry left behind a lot of high-tech bases, and even the Inhumans didn't even bother to take them away. The mobile city of Atalan was the legacy left by the Kree people back then. Su Chen's words really exposed people's scars, so that many people present became silent after being angry. Because what he said is the truth, it is really difficult to refute. The first mutant? The elders of the Veterans Association began to ponder over the words of the Dark Phoenix, and looked at Su Chen with rather intriguing eyes. This fate really hits. Mutants, Inhumans, two races that have been closely related in history. It's a coincidence that the first person of our Inhuman race is also in the banquet hall. Why don't we have a competition to prove who is the best race? Duel. The duel between the first people of two races? This certainly sounds very gimmicky. It is true that the Inhumans are indeed the imitations of the mutant X gene tens of thousands of years ago by the Kree in order to decipher the research results of the Cosmic Celestial Group. After so many years, the best people of both races are here. Let's see who is the best race. The elders of the elders pondered for a while and gave the answer. Hearing this proposal, the Black Bolt King, who had been standing silently behind, had some fighting spirit, and many people's eyes turned to him. Obviously, he was the number one of the Inhumans. Okay. Black Phoenix agreed without any hesitation. But my husband is too invincible, you might as well go together. Obviously, she doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the fun. The most important thing is that the Black Phoenix is still in a cold and noble attitude, and she speaks the words as it should be, and her pair of water-cut eyes with a cold meaning even looks at the opposite side as if looking at garbage. This time, the Inhumans were a little unhappy in an instant. They won't say anything if they win or lose in a 1-to-1 fair match. But it would be too much to fight together. How can there be such a means of humiliation? Even if you win, it will be disgraceful. Isn't it a matter of course for the opponent to lose? What this woman said was too irritating. HMPH, what a big tone, let me meet you first. The first person to stand up directly was Carl Nike. The first person in our Inhuman race is Black Bolt, but I want to stand up and test your foundation, otherwise, you may not be able to touch our first person. This is his counterattack against everyone going up together. Su Chen was a little surprised by the development of the matter, but the Dark Phoenix pissed them off. However, duels, challenges and the like, he will not resist at all, and it is even more impossible to retreat. He smiled lightly. All right, let me see the strength of your Inhumans. The banquet hall has limited space and is not suitable for moving around. There is not much room to deal with, and the two sides came to an extremely empty duel arena together. The design here is based on the Roman Colosseum. There are stepped seats on the surrounding corridors. Many Inhumans came after hearing the news. Even the members of the Elder Council in red robes came one after another and sat on the VIP seats. Earthling. A genuine Earthling. I heard that he visited Atalan City unexpectedly. Oh my god, I haven't seen an Earthling for a long time at least. Earth people also look no different from us, just as handsome and beautiful. Don't let it go, you dare to compare it with your appearance. This is obviously stinky. I have to say that the aesthetic concept of the Inhumans is similar to that of the Earthlings. Su Chen, who is slender, strong and handsome in Cantonese, is obviously very popular with the opposite sex. Especially the indifferent face with sharp edges and corners, the pair of clear black and white eyes, and the arrogant attitude displayed by the whole person, made him scream. As for the mysteries of mutants, apart from the fact that the elders in the royal family were able to have access to this first-hand information, these commoner slaves naturally did not know much about it, and simply thought that this was a duel with the Earthlings. F*K the Earthlings, beat up that Earthling. Long-term isolation, please, Carl Nike put on the air like the host. Everything has weaknesses, just like nature. Ice is afraid of fire, fire is afraid of water, and what are you afraid of? At this moment, Carl Nike's whole body condensed a momentum of his own. He was wearing a robe, like a Taoist king. Compared with Steve, who has reached the theoretical limit of the human body, Carl Nike, who has an inhuman physique, obviously has a better physique. Meditation and training allow him to control every muscle and bone in his body, exercise like steel, and every striking surface of his body is as tough as steel cast on the surface of his skin. What is even more frightening is that this member of the royal family also has a keen sense of perception and an innate fighting talent. He can see through everyone's weaknesses and disintegrate everyone's momentum. Your aura. What is your weakness? Carl Nike's fierce eyes like eagle eyes locked on every vital part of Su Chen's body. His eyes are blazing, and his body is like a rainbow. Who? With an angry shout, Carl Nike's body disappeared in place in an instant. Obviously he doesn't have the ability to move in an instant, but his body disappeared in the same place at the moment of the explosion. What's even more amazing is that due to the speed of movement, there were even afterimages. Royal family members work hard, and this is an example for you to follow. The elders of the elders took the opportunity to reprimand. He is too terrifying. He has reached the theoretical limit of the body of the inhuman genes. I heard that even every organ of the body is used by him at will. People were amazed and admired. This is obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It's just that this doesn't seem to be enough for Su Chen. If that's all, it looks like you need to stop there. Su Chen's plain words seemed a little indifferent, and the whole person seemed to be a little calm, not like a participant in a battle of dignity. But in this short period of time, the figure that dragged the afterimage and rushed forward, but it was like the speed of time was slowing down, and under Su Chen's eyes, it seemed that the whole person's pace was very slow. It's not that he is slow. It's Su Chen's extraordinary dynamic vision ability that makes the opponent extremely slow. Swoosh. When the opponent came within reach, and threw the clenched fist into his heart with all his attention, Su Chen deflected his body so lightly and easily dodged the punch. The dodging distance is only 1 millimeter, a little more is not much, a little less is not a lot. But at such a distance, Carl Nike only felt so close. As the saying goes, a small difference is 1,000 miles away. A faint golden luster lingered around Su Chen's body, which was the cells awakened and released a faint light. Against the background of the infinite number of cells, they suddenly penetrated from the inside to the outside, releasing a faint dazzling light. Golden wave. What? Carl Nike sensed something. Did the cells in the opponent's body seem to be mobilized? He subconsciously thinks that his keen intuition is wrong. TF. But at this time, he was no longer allowed to argue carefully, because Su Chen's blow came head on. Goodbye. But when the last word of Su Chen's words completely reached his ears, an oncoming palm gently pushed, completely breaking the momentum of Carl Nike's whole body. Boom. With a loud noise, his whole body was thrown out like a cannonball. After flying 100 meters away, he slammed his head into an invisible barrier behind him. Obviously, it was an invisible shield that separated the auditorium from the arena, preventing the power on the field from spreading to the audience. Wow. At this time, there was a commotion in the audience. One strike. Just a face-to-face. The imposing Carl Nike was thrown out like garbage without any emotion. It doesn't seem like it's worth fighting at all. The discerning person knows very well that even if Carl Nike didn't completely dizzy and fell to the ground, the burst suppressing force in this short period of time was obviously not at the same level. This is too inconsiderate, so strong. Much stronger than expected, even faster than Karl Nike. At this moment, even the members of the royal family could not help but look tense, and the silent Black Bolt King became more and more wary. Puff. Karl Nike spat out a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground. He endured the severe pain in his body, barely stood up from the ground, and looked at Su Chen, who was far away with a pair of eyes full of vigilance and fear. You can only control every muscle and bone in your body, and even your organs can be controlled by you. It's a pity. I can do what you can do, and I can do what you can't do. For example, control every cell in the human body. This is simply a fantasy, unbelievable, damn. It is true. After Karl Nike heard the other party's words, he already understood that the perception just now was correct, and the other party could really control the cells in the body. Is this a realm that one person can achieve? When did mutants become so powerful? Come on together. At this moment, an unexpected word echoed throughout the arena, making the noisy voices in the surrounding auditorium quiet for a while. One wheel battle after another is too time-consuming, you can go on together. Words fall. Su Chen, who was covered in pale golden luster, just lifted his feet off the ground, and his whole body slowly floated into the air. Against the background of the pale golden luster, his whole person is like a golden god, standing above the sky, and his indifferent eyes look down at the people on the ground like all living beings. So arrogant. Someone just choked out a half-sentence, but under the invisible pressure of Su Chen, the second half of the sigh was suffocated in his throat. The audience, who had been righteous and awe-inspiring to show the people of the earth before, did not say more, and even dared not open their eyes to look at the figure in the air, appearing very guilty and humble and uneasy. Black Phoenix sat alone in the VIP seat. This arrogant woman showed a faint smile, and the vision in her eyes was completely occupied by Su Chen's figure. Invincible and domineering. This is what Su Chen looks like she wants to see. The silent atmosphere on the field was officially broken from the end of one person. It's Black Bolt. It's him. I heard that the most powerful Inhumans in recent years, if there are no changes in the past 2 years, Black Bolt will be crowned king and marry Princess Medusa. Everyone's eyes turned to the sturdy figure in a black suit. Atalan City implements marriage control, no one can fall in love freely, and everyone's marriage and childbirth will be arranged by high-level officials. As expected, Black Bolt and Princess Medusa will be married in 2 years, and the most powerful man should be with the most powerful woman. Now, the first person of the Inhuman race has finally come to an end. Your opponent is me. The always silent Black Bolt finally spoke up. The next moment, with the spread of the sound waves, with a bang, the entire arena suddenly trembled violently, including the invisible defense mask covering the surrounding area. The lines are like broken glass. And this is just a sentence after Black Bolt opened his mouth, a very insipid sentence, and the volume is very weak. Black Bolt. This is the reason why he has been taciturn and has been silent. Every word of his will be turned into a terrifying sonic force that trembles in every space. Every word of his can be regarded as a nuclear explosion, and can easily destroy a city, or overturn a volcano, and destroy an environmental terrain. The source of this pseudo-acoustic power also originated from his collection of electron energy stars. In order to limit the amount of power he releases, he has even worn a fork antenna on top of his head since he was a child to help him release energy in smaller ways. Otherwise, if he just sighed casually, he would probably destroy a palace. Have to say, in terms of genetic defects, this is very obvious, but in terms of power, it is very terrifying and vast. In the case of extremely affecting life, one has to wear a shackled. Restrict yourself. How could such a domineering and incomprehensible Black Bolt sit back and watch his clansmen be bullied by the Earthlings? Under the cheers from all around, the figure of Black Bolt also slowly suspended in the air, and looked up at the figure of Su Chen in the distance. Bring it on. Black Bolt spoke again. With just such a short word, at such a bland volume, the power of the onomatopoeia instantly radiated to the surrounding world in the form of ripples and waves. The ground beneath his feet was suddenly overturned for several layers, and the invisible energy barrier around him was covered with more cracks after another sentence. As for the first to bear the brunt of the figure than Su Chen. Sound waves are invisible and pervasive. The sound will enter the ear even more, and will rush from the inside of the enemy's body, attacking from the internal organs and brain structure. Everyone thought about it carefully. Facing such an opponent, it is indeed impossible to start. Interesting. Su Chen's body was surrounded by psychic fluctuations, which instantly supported a psychic barrier, blocking any volume fluctuations that spread. The permeability of onomatopoeia is obviously much stronger than that of ordinary energy. If the ability is too weak, the body may be hit by the power fluctuations. Nice ability. It's not just that he approves. Even the genes that have evolved infinitely have begun to adapt to their onomatopoeia ability, and the latest information released by the genes has also told him that an ability similar to restraining sound waves also began to generate rapidly. But without waiting for the ability to formally form, Su Chen is enough to win the opponent at this moment. Not enough. That's not enough to see. The moment when Su Chen's words fell, his momentum became more and more high, and the whole person became less angry and arrogant, and an invisible spiritual pressure fluctuation swept the audience, making people feel extremely suffocated and depressed. In a short time, Su Chen's breath became more and more terrifying. At this moment, Black Bolt's expression turned straight. In his eyes, a beam of light suddenly bloomed from Su Chen's palm, and the terrifying beam pointed directly at his figure, and it was about to pierce in the blink of an eye. The bottom engulfed his figure. Don't try to succeed. This time, Black Bolt didn't dare to neglect at all, and his volume was suddenly raised a lot. The power of the onomatopoeia was released even more powerfully at this moment, and the oncoming energy beam collided with his onomatopoeic power. Boom. In just a moment of collision, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the middle of the two forces, and the vast power formed by this collision swept across the surrounding audience at once. Not good. Medusa and other members of the royal family suddenly realized that something was wrong. The defensive shield supporting the entire arena has been strengthened just now, but within a few seconds of repairing, a more terrifying power fluctuation suddenly hits in all directions. Click. The cracked patterns continued to permeate like a spider web, and the stalemate only lasted for less than a second. The people in the audience were also startled, and they couldn't bear to watch the duel in front of them, and they chose the way to escape in a panic. Do not. What is even more exaggerated is that someone's body was thrown into the sky by the storm. Medusa's spiritual thoughts immediately turned into invisible giant hands to catch the figure from the air, and took advantage of the situation to block the waves that swept in. And the bulldog that looked inconspicuous, the dog named Tetanus, used an exaggerated ability to transmit electrocardiograms, and moved away many people present at once. As for the Black Phoenix, she didn't move a single bit, her cold and noble delicate face didn't move in the slightest, she just waved her hand lightly, and the mighty energy fluctuated in front of her. Instantly became invisible. Wow. For a time, everyone present was affected by the huge impact formed by the two forces. Terrible. Even the energy mask is broken, whether it is the Black Bolt King or the Earthling, there is a very terrifying burst of energy. And at this moment, after the storm that was set off gradually subsided, and the energy fluctuations in the surrounding areas gradually subsided, the two figures were finally revealed. I saw that Su Chen, who was above the sky, had never been shaken at all, and was still in his old position, while Black Bolt was obviously a little inferior, and he retreated several times under the collision of strength just now. Step. Even the body is inexplicably short a few heads. Damn. Black Bolt has fallen behind. This is impossible. Such a scene is obviously unacceptable to the Inhumans' compatriots. Invincible and domineering is Black Bolt, who is already the 10th member of the Inhumans, at a disadvantage. It's a bit of a blow to their dignity. Not good. Don't do it again. Seeing Black Bolt's unwillingness to admit defeat, and his face filled with more surging fighting intent, Medusa knew that the other party was about to attack again. But the surrounding arena is no longer protected. Under the momentum and energy of the two, I am afraid that an area will be affected and destroyed. Although Medusa deliberately blocked, after Black Bolt was already angry, he could no longer suppress the anger in his body, and suddenly released the next blow. Come again. He refused to admit defeat and turned up the volume a lot. At this moment, the vast onomatopoeia power no longer spreads around, but condenses into a beam and suddenly runs through Su Chen in the distance. Black Bolt obviously intends to control the scope of the outbreak, but he must find this place and face at this moment. Otherwise, how could he rule Adelan and the Inhumans in the future? It's unfortunate. Su Chen is a little stronger at this moment. Sonic contest. His infinitely evolved genes had already begun to adapt and restrain the penetrating sound threat. Even if he did not restrain and adapt to this gene, the Black Bolt in front of him was simply not enough to pose too many threats to him. At this moment, his right hand once again burst out with terrifying energy fluctuations. The moon has no obvious magnetic field and lacks the unique environmental advantages, but Su Chen's psychic power and energy manipulation are even more excellent. This time, he added more energy release, and a small half of the energy accumulated in the cells in the body suddenly turned into a torrent, which was released again from his right hand. At first, it was just a beam of light. But less than a second later, the beam of light suddenly enlarged, turning into a terrifying energy trend and blasting towards the Black Bolt King in front of him. In less than a moment, the blow of the condensed sound on the opposite side was suddenly crushed. Not good. I can't believe it. Black Bolt quickly added his words, forming a more powerful sound wave to bombard this energy torrent. But the momentum of making up for it was still not enough to make up the gap. After a stalemate for a while, Black Bolt's body was also submerged by the energy torrent in the blink of an eye. Boom. Due to the shortness of a few heads before, this power is from top to bottom. The slanted strike from the sky turned the earth into a pit, and the surrounding arena is even more overflowing energy. Mostly destroyed. If it wasn't for the evacuation of many people in the first few seconds, I'm afraid some people might have died just because of the residual energy. Medusa tried her best to maintain the fluctuations of her mental thoughts and protected all the people around her. She glanced at the opposite side, and was suddenly shocked. In the opposite auditorium where most of the audience was completely destroyed, only one box was unharmed, standing alone among the ruins. The woman in the box is that person's female companion. This pair of Earthmen and women do not know the origin, they are so powerful. It's not a big deal, and there are life fluctuations. The bulldog, Tetanus, who also has a very good mental strength, spoke human words. If it weren't for the terrifying mental fluctuations of the Earthlings volleying on the field, it would have taken action long ago. How is it? Whoever is better will have results. At this time, high above, Su Chen, who was in the sky, set his sights on the elder of the Veterans Association. The red-robed elder, who was protected by the shield warriors behind him, looked embarrassed. Tower. Who would have thought that the first person in the inhuman race, Black Bolt, would be defeated? You are amazing. The #1 mutant is well deserved. He gritted his teeth and thought again and again. This person lowered his head and did not dare to touch this incomparably overbearing earthling easily. Hiss. The diffuse smoke slowly dissipated. The vast arena was reduced to a ruin. This duel was beyond anyone's expectations, and the energy mask could not block the energy aftermath of the collision between the two. That mask is not a glass that shatters at a touch, but a barrier that can actually withstand multiple rounds of fire bombardment by the interstellar battleship. But it is obviously difficult to stop the power fluctuations of the two. The first person of the inhuman race, Black Bolt, has the terrifying ability of onomatopoeia to destroy the world, which is understandable. But why did the mutants from the Earth have such a monster? This is what everyone is puzzled by. Gulong. Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at the figure above the sky with their arms folded. They were sincerely shocked and scared. What's even more outrageous is that, in the auditorium opposite the ruined auditorium, a box was unharmed in the aftermath of the energy just now. The red-haired woman with her legs raised and her face full of arrogance. I am afraid it is another evildoer. Are mutants going against the sky? The elder of the Senatorial Association who was provocative at the beginning confessed. No matter how stubborn the concept is, it cannot resist the possibility of life-threatening. Losing. Black Bolt really lost. How is it possible to lose to an Earthling? It's over. Can he still be king? Is it worthy of our expectations? The sheltered spectators around have not left. They were devastated and very uncomfortable, and they were simply unwilling to accept the defeat of the first Black Bolt King. Of course, there were also some heartless viewers who only looked at the appearance and cheered for Su Chen. Black Bolt hasn't been completely defeated yet. Kui Tan, a member of the royal family, sighed in a low voice. As the cousin of Black Bolt King, he is very aware of what level his cousin's true strength is. Since childhood, this guy has worn a limiter on his head to restrain his own power. Otherwise, you can't say a word, and it's too scary to ruin a palace if you yawn accidentally. So, Black Bolt, who has not yet removed the limiter, is undoubtedly wearing shackles, and his specific true power has not fully exerted at all. In the pit filled with smoke, the Black Bolt King, who suffered a lot of injuries, was full of resentment. He refused to accept it, and he was even more unhappy in his heart. It's like a boxer wearing a bunch of weights to fight with his opponent. He is greatly affected, and his fists can't swing much power. He doesn't agree. To this end, looking at the figure in the sky so indifferently and contemptuously looking at himself in the pit. Black Bolt was furious in his heart, ready to reach out and take off the limiter on his head. Are you going to destroy Adelan? At this moment, the teleportation from Princess Medusa came to Black Bolt's mind. Black Bolt stopped what he was doing and looked at Princess Medusa in the distance. Beneath the red hair was a slightly sullen face, and his pupils were even colder. After staring at each other, a basin of cold water was poured into Black Bolt's heart, and soon, his anger was eliminated. Damn. He cursed in his heart, extremely annoyed and resentful. If it wasn't for the city of Adelan, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a limiter, the earthling in front of him was unlikely to be his opponent. I haven't used my full strength yet. He clenched his fists tightly, and slammed the floor next to him with a sulking sullenness. Congratulations, Earthling, you won this battle. The city of Adelan is still very big. Why don't you continue to visit this futuristic city with a sense of technology? Princess Medusa thus drew the curtain for the battle. As a member of the royal family, she made her final statement. Continuing unreasonable disputes will only bring more trouble to the city of Adelan. It is better to directly form a good relationship with this Earthling. There is no grudge or blood feud in itself. Why do you have to fight to the death? It is better to make friends. Of course. If you want to compete with Adelan's Inhumans, without the strength of Su Chen, if an ordinary person breaks in, it will be another end. Su Chen, who has always been convincing with reason, has clearly won respect again. That's right, just think of it as an exercise after a meal. Su Chen's figure flew down from the air. Princess Medusa smiled and said, mutants and Inhumans do not constitute hatred at all. On the contrary, we all have the same enemy. After saying such intriguing words, she invited Su Chen to continue Adelan's next journey. Adelan, exhibition room. There are no books here, nor any visible shelves. Led by members of the royal family, everyone came to the exhibition room. When Princess Medusa's right hand stretches out, the information particles slide down into the air like a waterfall. Matching with the mental fluctuations, there is no need for any manual or language manipulation. The entire superintelligence system will activate or change according to the individual's will. In the next moment, the information flow particles suddenly spread throughout the space, and then the entire open field suddenly changed the scene, and everyone came to the Earth tens of thousands of years ago. See that person? This is the Kree. Under the instruction of Medusa's finger, everyone's eyes turned to the figure not far away. I saw a strong, blue-skinned Kree who passed through the primitive jungle and came to a human tribe on Earth. Accompanied by the interstellar warships in the air, under the panic of the human beings on Earth, these Kree directly captured a tribe of human beings and took them to the airship. This is the scene where the Kree captured the Earthlings and started the experiment tens of thousands of years ago. Then, it was the birth of our Inhumans. After this, it was the Kree who left in a hurry because of the tight frontline battle. Su Chen knew most of what Medusa said. The reason why the Kree people left here, and did not even have time to take the Inhumans, was because the frontline war had threatened the base camp and had to leave. It is reported that, in the vast and boundless universe, there are 3 cosmic empires with the most powerful forces, among which the Kree and the Skrull have been fighting for years. This kind of interstellar empire war is very exaggerated. It lasts for millions of years, and the scope of the war affects thousands of galaxies. There are tens of thousands of life planets involved. The protracted battle can be described as terrifying. Our common enemy is the Kree. 20 or 30 years ago, General Ronan of the Kree Empire led a starship to the solar system, but a savior was born out of the Earth at that time. A woman destroyed a fleet alone. We were all ready to fight, and we didn't expect the Kree to be hit so hard. When it comes to the woman on Earth, Medusa yearns for it. She also listened to what the older generation said in the past. Since the city of Adelan did not dare to be exposed, she did not dare to detect and scan the city. The specific details were not too clear. Step into the solar system. The woman Medusa spoke of was naturally Captain Marvel. There's one more thing you may not be aware of. Mutants are not the only creatures of the cosmic celestial group. There were 3 human branches on Earth tens of thousands of years ago. Earth people, including mutants, as well as the Eternals and the Anomalies. This is information that is not recorded in any past Earth books. The reason why we know it is because of the relationship of the Kree people. This point aroused Su Chen's interest. This is also not mentioned in the texts of the Kamatage. The mutation rate of abnormal people is obviously too high. There are reasons to believe that the legends of monsters such as self monsters and ogres in ancient legends originated from them. As for the Eternals, they are more like the subordinates of the cosmic deity group, responsible for protecting the laboratory and ensuring the stable development of the human world. However, they all disappeared in the end. Even Medusa couldn't figure out what the reason was. She might have died, or she might be lurking in the dark to quietly observe the changes of Earth's civilization, and she was still fulfilling the mission of the Celestial Group. Interestingly, if Su Chen travels later, he might be able to wait until the release of the Eternals movie. Many years after the Cosmic Celestial Group left the Earth, there has been a disagreement within the Eternals over whether to care for humans. After the war broke out, the leader of the defeated party, Uranos, was exiled to Titan. And Thanos, the son of Titan, refers specifically to this Titan star. That's right, there is also such a relationship between Thanos and the origin of the Earth. After some interpretations and multiple immersive scenes, Princess Medusa directly expounded the ancient poems of the Earth's past, involving the Cosmic Celestial Group, the Eternals, the Abnormal, Han Che, and so on. Even the Dark Phoenix is extremely quiet, listening to this epic story. This is an ancient era that is older than the era of gods created by the Earth God. The Eternals are gone. If the Kree people come again, there may not be a savior who will help, and instead of relying on others, it is better to rely on yourself. That's why Medusa sends a friendly signal. If there is no common grievance, it can even be said that there is a common enemy, so why bother? To this end, Princess Medusa also specially prepared a big gift to give Su Chen enough face. The gift is a futuristic conceptual holographic installation. After another sumptuous banquet in the evening, after admiring the scenery, Su Chen and Dark Phoenix did not plan to stay any longer, and after refusing to stay, they returned to Earth directly from the city of Attilan on the moon. To this, the Black Bolt King, who was helped back, was a little gloomy. He fought with shackles, limiting his strength. If he changed to an open area, he wouldn't have to suffer himself, and he had to take into account the integrity of the city of Attilan. When he thought of Medusa's disappointment and displeasure towards him, and the hospitality that she led other members of the royal family to the Earthling, he became even more unhappy. Pity. On the space trip back to Earth, Dark Phoenix was a little disappointed that it didn't fight. She was eager to release her phoenix fluctuations to the fullest and vent her desire for destruction, but it was a pity that the inhuman princess managed to resolve this crisis inexplicably. And next time, Dark Phoenix couldn't stand the contact of other women with her boyfriend the most. She could vaguely feel Princess Medusa's appreciation and admiration for Su Chen, so there was an unspeakable killing intent hidden in her heart. The possessiveness of a severely ill girl is really terrifying. But everything in the world is really ingenious. Perhaps it was the resentment and killing intent of the Dark Phoenix that formed a curse. 2 days later, the city of Attilan on the moon was really remembered by a powerful foreign enemy. The old address of the Inhumans located in the primeval forest somewhere on the Earth was found by one person, and the Inhumans who stayed behind were killed and injured countless times, and the blood flowed into rivers. The 3 members of the royal family who dared to support, including Black Bolt, were all controlled and became parasitic slaves. Naturally, this foreign enemy is not Su Chen and the Dark Phoenix, nor is it any Kree, but a fellow Inhuman. Precisely. This person is the first experimental creation of the Kree people to imitate the experiment of the Celestial Group, and the first person of the Inhumans in the true sense. His name is the Hive, and he is also the true religious totem of Hydra. The secret society Hydra organization established by worshippers tens of thousands of years ago has continued to this day, with the purpose of bringing him back to Earth. I've fulfilled my promise. Behind the dark curtain, the gloomy words from the abyss of hell echoed in this dark house. The life you gave is very fresh, I am very satisfied, I have already put the Hive back to Earth first. Infernal Lord Mo Faith has kept his promise. In order to satisfy his appetite, the Hydra organization has secretly manipulated many small countries to launch wars, causing huge casualties. All the souls of the dead were sacrificed to this guy. What about Lord Hive? Inside the house, Pierce, the minister of the International Security Council, showed a passionate and devout look on his face. It's okay, he will appear in front of you soon, but before that, he has one thing to do specially. Mo Faith smiled and said nothing. After all, his compatriots from the Inhuman race expelled him personally, and now he will go back to start a killing spree, and the disaster of the Inhuman race is almost here. However, when he really fulfilled his promise, Mo Faith, who had always made countless profits from trading with humans, suddenly felt a little apprehensive. Rather than needing soul support, it constantly feeds back on itself. The appetite of this hive is not too small. The parasite devours the host as a nourishment to continuously grow itself, and can use it to manipulate the rest of the parasitic hosts as puppets. It can be said to be powerful. It took a lot of effort for Mo Faith to form a teleportation array to send it back, and what he did was to expect the performance of the hive to return to Earth. I hope you don't let me down. He didn't want to be the first to lose money. That's what freedom tastes like. The hive that returned to the world began to rebirth. His ability to receive information is not generally conceptually strong. There are more than TVs in a house, but he can quickly receive information without blinking a glance. There was even a book in his hand, which automatically turned the pages without wind. The weird thing is, outside the door of this house, there are corpses lying down. All of them are compatriots of the inhuman race. On their corpses, parasites like GU worms continue to devour their bodies. After the flesh and blood has devoured everyone, their memory will be quickly read, and the original power of the body will flow into the body of the hive. He is so hungry. In the past tens of thousands of years of being imprisoned in the alien planet, all the creatures of the entire living planet have been eaten up by him, so that he has been starved for thousands of years on that dead planet. During this period, Hydra tried its best to sacrifice a devotee every few decades. Now Mo Faith, who came from the extra dimension, Hell, also offered to help and brought it back to Earth, which is really hard work. Certainly. As the first result of the Kree's imitation of the experimental creation of the cosmic gods, the beehive itself endowed the Inhumans with the responsibility of the leader. What is even more terrifying is that his abilities are also incomparably matched. The parasites released from the body can attack the target at a very high speed. In addition to gnawing, they can also parasitize their brains to control others. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Kree left in a hurry, but he did not do much, but after the event was completed, he was feared by his fellow Inhumans, leading to the fate of being expelled. Now that he has made a comeback, these compatriots from the past naturally have no good end. Compared to Apocalypse, who treats future mutants as his own children, the two treat their compatriots very differently. The city of Attilan actually left the Earth. It is a pity that the hive can only slaughter the original address of the Inhumans, and they are unwilling to leave. It wasn't that Attilan City didn't respond. The bulldog tetanus among the royal family members has a very terrifying ability to transmit electrocardiogram, and can easily return to the Earth and the Moon. Unfortunately, except that he escaped by chance and ran too fast, Black Bolt and Kui Tan were all poisoned, and they were all implanted in their bodies by the tiny parasites that the beehive sowed in the surrounding air. At first, it just followed the breathing of each human body to the trachea, or drilled into the pupil and iris. Obviously, once the body invades, the fragile body organs will usher in tragic news. Microscopic parasites that cannot be seen by the human eye will devour human cells, proliferate and swell inside, hollowing out a person's body from the inside. Under the will of the hive, the parasite can also inhabit the brain structure of the other party and control its personal consciousness, thereby reducing it to a subordinate puppet, allowing it to be manipulated by itself. Black Bolt and others are such puppets. At this moment, the sluggish puppet was so motionless, with a dull expression, his personal consciousness no longer existed, and he was completely manipulated. After reading Black Bolt's memory, he discovered another interesting fact. The first mutant. He laughed. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the mutants from tens of thousands of years ago, the Kree wouldn't have the idea of replicating the experimental results of the cosmic deity group. I don't know whether to thank or hate these mutants in my life of ups and downs. Let's go. I'm going to pick up my loyal subordinates. Compared with the Inhumans' compatriots who hated to the bone, in the eyes of the hive, these loyal big-headed snake members were more favored by him. During the same period when the Avengers were still dealing with their own personal affairs and Tony the Iron Man was still devastated by the Extremis virus, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already undergone earth-shaking changes. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury has been assassinated. After Maria Hill, who was supposed to take over the post of director, realized that something was wrong, she disappeared from the world of the space carrier like a magic trick and disappeared mysteriously. The Hydra personnel failed to successfully arrest the dry-level agent. The Insight Plan, based on Zola's algorithm, has also begun to accurately list all the people who are a threat to Hydra in the future. More and more scientists have been assassinated inexplicably. Some uncontrolled members of the International Security Council, as well as powerful figures in the military, are beginning to suffer mysterious deaths. In such an atmosphere of fear, more and more people realize that there is an invisible big hand of terror shrouding this world. Hydra is back. Under the confrontation with Bucky the Winter Soldier, Captain America Steve finally wakes up his longtime friend, and then finally understands the fact that the Hydra organization, which was buried in World War E, is revived again. And Hydra's origins seem to be far more terrifying than imagined. After the real behind-the-scenes leader Hive officially took the helm of Hydra, the Insight Plan became bolder and began to implement corresponding plans for superheroes. Even Su Chen, who was on the whitelist, was officially targeted. A small town in Europe. After the fluctuation of the power of the Phoenix gradually stabilized, and the Dark Phoenix stopped making trouble, Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei returned to the single-family house again. Similar to Harry Potter's traceless extension spell, the interior space is much larger than it looks from the outside, not to mention, there are also gates that can travel through the space to various places. The latest hologram installation has also been installed in one house, and the installation is even more realistic than the training room system at the Mutant Academy. I have to admit that high tech is indeed unique. In a few years, let's go to the depths of the universe to play. At this time, Su Chen already had the ability to fly to and from the moon in space. After these days, it can be regarded as a tireless flight training in outer space. However, there is still a long way to go before officially exploring the entire solar system, and even leaving the galaxy from the third cosmic speed. The universe is too big. Lonely, vast and boundless, both dark and deep, Su Chen felt that he would be depressed if he continued to fly endlessly, at his current speed. So if you really want to explore space, it is best to increase your space teleportation ability to a level sufficient to jump galaxies. The endless journey of hundreds of thousands of light years may only take a few hours under the curvature of the Kree spaceship. If people fly like this, they really don't know that they can arrive in the year of the monkey, the horse in the moon. Take your time, don't worry. Before that, Su Chen had no intention of exploring space or going to other planets. Otherwise, he wouldn't let go of the space gem, and he could consider staying. Now this Infinity Stone is bound to be brought to Asgard. Of course, there is a big hidden danger, that is, it is like a signal to remind Thanos in the depths of the universe. In the film and television universe, the survivors of Asgard after the Ragnarok trial were attacked by Thanos. The snap of his fingers in the face of Thanos' future can be said to be the thing Su Chen fears the most after crossing, because he doesn't want to entrust his destiny to half the probability of Nangan's survival. Now, the nightmare at the beginning has long since vanished, and only the idea of becoming stronger still remains to this day. Otherwise, he would not dare to bring the Soul Gem with him. His behavior is undoubtedly the blocker for Thanos to collect 6 Infinity Gems in the future. Sooner or later, the two will have to fight head to head. Is Su Chen afraid? Not only that, but there is still an eagerness to try in his heart, and the infinitely evolved genes will be able to mutate more rapidly under stronger external stimuli. Only under the pressure of the external environment will creatures adapt desperately. If the ancestors of birds did not evolve a pair of wings, they may only lose their living space under the containment of large predators. Everything is use and waste. The environment forces biological genes to grow continuously. This also means that Su Chen needs more battles, not more confrontational battles to stimulate his genes to continue to skyrocket. He is not afraid of Thanos, and even looks forward to the arrival of the other party. Time to go to Asgard. Su Chen marked a destination for her future itinerary. Asgard domain? That legendary Norse mythology country? The Phoenix girl, Ji Lei, was very curious. At this time, the two of them were sitting side by side on the swing on the rooftop, enjoying the warm night wind, and their hearts seemed to be washed at this moment. Compared with the celestial objects observed at close range in space, the starry sky shining under the night is more beautiful. This may be the beauty of distance. Yes. Su Chen nodded. At that time, the appearance of Thor, the god of thunder, caused quite a stir. Nordic mythology really existed in reality, which made the whole world feel that their thoughts were greatly impacted. It's just that Shin Gray didn't have a good impression of them. After all, Odin sealed a monster in the deepest Maria Trench. This kind of behavior is like burying a time bomb on the Earth. Can't you place it in your own Asgardian domain? This also made Jean quite critical of Odin, the legendary king of the gods. Where is Asgard? This is what Jean is curious about. They have been to space, but just like space observed by humans, 8 planets are readily available. So where is Asgard? Is it a pocket universe? Chin also read a lot of Kamatage classics, so she quickly reacted. Yes. Asgard, and even what they believe to be the 9 kingdoms of the gods, exist in the pocket universe. If a single universe is likened to a cake, then pocket universes may be cream-covered fruit grains that exist in them, but are not obvious. Mind so. Su Chen also wanted to visit the other 9 divine domains. It is like a leveling point for an online game. Su Chen, who is not sure whether he has stepped into the threshold of the Heavenly Father, needs more experience in elite bosses. Odin, the king of the gods, exists at the Heavenly Father level, which is just the best battle object. Even if the strength on the bright side is not as good, you can speed up your own evolution in battle, which is not just killing two birds with one stone. Looks like there's a chance to talk to Thor. Su Chen is best at convincing people with reason, and if he understands reason, he will naturally be able to go to their Asgardian domain. Just when he was thinking, Su Chen's keen consciousness told him that something in the sky began to observe him. What a disappointment. Su Chen had already warned S.H.I.E.L.D. not to try to disturb his life. As a result, a year later, another satellite in low Earth orbit tried to lock himself. Orientation. Despair, he snapped his fingers. Invisible fluctuations in reality rippled in the air. This terrifying force quickly penetrated, and the power of reality calculation burst out at once, quickly directing many satellites outside the near-Earth orbit. Get wiped out in this world. Go out and take out the trash, go and come back. Su Chen felt that it was necessary to teach these people a lesson, and by the way, if you have the opportunity, you can't go to Thor. Alright, I'm going to have a late-night snack. Qin Ji Lei understood what he was going to do, and naturally realized that the reality was obliterated just now, and those people in S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed a bit inauthentic. But let's start lightly, she waved her hand and ordered. Qin Ji Lei was not worried that there would be any problems going out this time, so she didn't follow along. Besides, the two of them also have telepathy. Once they are in danger, they can rush as soon as possible. Arrive. Don't worry, I'm just looking for them for a cup of tea. A minute ago. After the insight plan was fully launched, in addition to daring to look at the superhero, he also dared to spy on Su Chen. These Hydra ghosts who occupy the Magpie's nest have no idea that Hill had done the same thing more than a year ago. The end of them can be described as very bleak, are strangely lost. The least trace is memory loss. Several satellites outside low Earth orbit were also scrapped. Unfortunately, all files belonging to Su Chen can only be viewed by level 10 agents. Nick Fury died, Hill escaped, and Black Widow did not know where to go. Where, they simply do not have any authority to call. So they don't even know what the consequences are. With the support of the Beehive, the courage also grew at this moment. And this behavior has already attracted Su Chen's presence. Su Chen's original intention at the beginning was to talk to Nick Fury for tea. Result. He just heard the death of Nick Fury after he teleported to the 3-curve wing building of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. This one-eyed dragon can't fake death. This was Su Chen's first reaction. After all, in his impression, the man who harbored the most secrets on Earth had faked his death once in a movie and successfully deceived Hydra. Then find the deputy chief. The Hill female agent still had an impression, with short black hair and a tall figure, which made her look beautiful. Under the prying eyes, this actually happened? Did you get fired and run away after committing the crime? Guys, that's okay. Of course, he also knew that the crime of being wanted for a major mistake was also an unwarranted crime. After all, his mind wave passed through a field of S.H.I.E.L.D. employees, and most of them were 9 heads. Snake member. This made Su Chen speechless. As the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, it has dealt with various strange events, and as a result, it has assumed such a significant global guard responsibility. The head snake penetrated. The former director, important scientists, backbones, leaders of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Force. All from Hydra. Su Chen people are stupid. He didn't believe in evil and scanned a building completely, and he didn't bother to be gentle with these people. He pried open their heads almost violently, and read their memories. After a few seconds, he really took it. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is really more than 80% of the employees are Hydra staff. This is even more exaggerated than the Jin of Conan's animation. You can all communicate with each other about your illness. How did you make the inside infiltrated into a sieve? Hey. Pay attention to your front, back, left and right, all are densely packed with Hydra members. Inexplicably, Su Chen couldn't bear it, and deliberately reminded the next trainee girl who was kept in the dark by means of telepathy. The girl in an office in the headquarters building was suddenly moved and inexplicable. What Hydra? She subconsciously said the words that came from other people's minds. At this moment, all the staff in the office stopped their work and looked at the stunned intern girl inexplicably. Apparently, except for her, everyone in this office is a ghost. Su Chen only felt that the other party's consciousness was a little broken. In his opinion, These people were almost the most miserable people in his own knowledge. Despair. He snapped his fingers by the way, and those Hydra members who realized that their heads had been invaded just now suddenly became blank, and the whole person fell unconscious and fell to the ground. In an instant, at the headquarters of the Tri-Wing building, most of the people fell to the ground like dominoes. After obtaining the mind gem, Su Chen's psychic abilities were also much stronger. How about it? Is the gift I gave you okay? Su Chen laughed from where he was. He knew that his words had already been captured in real time by Hydra personnel far away. Because many cameras outside the building have been aimed at him. Certainly. The large amount of memory collected just now was quickly processed by Su Chen's supercomputer-like brain, which already let him know that a spaceship had departed from the headquarters an hour ago. Wait for me. He smiled, and then the whole figure disappeared like a ghost. Under the vast sky. The space carrier supported by 4 anti-gravity engines soared in the sky, and the entire facility was like an island in the sky, carrying thousands of people and more than 40 of the latest Kun-style fighters. The firepower here alone is enough to overwhelm a small country with ease. Under the activation of the stealth system, the entire spaceship was invisible and disappeared into the night sky, and it was impossible to see a trace from a distance. There was an accident in the Tri-Wing building, that Su Chen really came, and all the Hydra members inside lost consciousness. And, looking at his movements, it seems that he is coming to find us. Command. Someone soon reported the real-time feedback information to Pierce. After it was announced that Acting Director Hill was absconding in fear of crime, the incumbent director of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately took over the position until he transitioned to the next one. At this time, their purpose is to fly to the country of Sokovia, where the Hydra has been working hard for decades. Really? Pierce looked a little nervous. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Su Chen's recent prestige is really too high, the sinister and cunning evil god Loki, the contempt of all living beings, and the self-proclaimed invincible Apocalypse are not the opponents of this guy. If it wasn't for Zola's algorithm marking him as a major threat to Hydra in the future, he would not provoke this guy easily. But now, unlike in the past, Lord Hive, the spiritual totem of Hydra has returned, and they have no reason to be afraid. Fine. Let the units continue to do their jobs. Pierce, who had anticipated this moment for a long time, regained his composure, and then he prepared to report to Lord Hive. He came. But before he could leave, the cold and dark aura suddenly approached in front of him, and the beehive wearing a black robe had already appeared in front of him. He came? Just as the words fell, a warning word came from the command headquarters. Attention, there are unidentified objects appearing in the surrounding airspace, flying in the direction of the space carrier. The opponent's speed is very fast, and the distance is less than 120 kilometers away. The man just finished speaking. The distance deviation was suddenly shortened to more than 10 kilometers. Young, he's almost there. Heard. Honeycomb just waved his hand, indicating that everyone does not need to panic. His mind fluctuations have radiated out, trying to communicate with each other. As the first inhuman being born tens of thousands of years ago, he was originally highly expected by the Kree people and was specially trained as a leader. He was not only good at fighting, but also good at persuading and controlling. Specifically for the Inhumans under the control of the Kree. I will meet him myself. A young man of 17 or 18 years old, Hive would not believe that he would be so rude. But the voice just fell. Under the endless black night, I saw a little golden luster flickering at the far end, and then the light suddenly shined brightly, from far to near in an instant, turning into a dazzling light. The beam of light hit the spaceship, so brave. The Hive was suddenly furious, and he had collected his information from Black Bolt's memory. Did not expect. Before meeting or saying hello, and even ignoring his mental fluctuations, this young man didn't say a word, and came up with a lethal energy beam. If this shot down, the spaceship is about to disintegrate and explode in midair. This young man's domineering and rudeness is simply defiant, and he doesn't take himself seriously at all. Good boy, if I don't crush you to death, I will be sorry for my identity. What? Swish. The beam of light that suddenly bloomed in the distant starry sky continued to expand, turning into a terrifying beam of light. Its solidity and astonishing momentum were enough to make people feel that this strike would destroy a spaceship. This is going to blow up the ship, humph. With a muffled sound, the beehive that had just stood on the deck of the spacecraft disappeared immediately. In an instant, he appeared out of thin air in midair and then suddenly punched forward. Boom. Violent explosion fluctuations suddenly rose from the collision, and the terrifying turbulent airflow even caused the spaceship not far behind to throw up suddenly, and the white clouds under the surrounding night were destroyed. This blow is terrible. It's okay. A group of people on the deck and bridge of the mothership suddenly woke up. Master Honeycomb smashed the energy beam with a punch. Everyone cheered and cheered for it, obviously refreshing the strength of the hive. Little devil, this is it. Honeycomb slowly put down the raised fist. Just a punch of his physical nature was enough to shatter the beam. This looks very terrifying, and it is quite shocking visually, with a sense of visual shock that is beyond 10,000. But to achieve such an effect, the hive ate all the creatures on a living planet, and the bit of power drawn from it continued to feed itself back. Although every bit is weak, hundreds of millions of lives are stacked in one place, which is a very terrifying number, thus condensing the invincible god of the hive and casting his invincible physical destruction power. It's a pity. The planet of life that was expelled and arrived was obviously not enough for him to continue to fill his stomach in the last few thousand years. This made him lose a lot of power indirectly, otherwise he would be stronger at this moment. To deal with a young man like you, even if I am not a prosperous me, I can easily deal with it. Hive said quite loudly. That sullen and cold face was full of pride, and it seemed a little overwhelmed, even a little overwhelmed. But in essence, this frivolity is all disguise. As the first inhuman sample created by the Kree, it is to control the rest of the inhumans that follow. The IQ of Hive is very high. Intrigue. The frivolity is fake, just to paralyze the opponent, and the parasites that secretly poured out of his body flew out of him, lurking in the dark night, seeking opportunities. Playing with bugs? But Su Chen's words broke the opponent's defense. The beehive has countless calculations, and no matter how many twists and turns in the heart, it is still unable to resist the person in front of him who has a very keen perception ability. It's still fun. Su Chen smiled. In the darkness of night, his figure was above the midair, gradually approaching, confronting the figure in the distance. The hive, who was inexplicably exposed, remained silent, as if he didn't know what the other side was talking about. I have to say, this bravado is really old-fashioned. Despair. Su Chen just snapped his fingers like this, and with the crisp sound, a force of real calculation and change rippled out, and a bunch of microscopic parasites lurking in the night were ruthlessly obliterated. Even under a microscope, it is difficult to see what it looks like, otherwise it will not let so many people be recruited. However, Su Chen's first batch of abilities, the X-gene ability expressed at first, has sensory enhancement. His visual ability is too powerful. Under the hazy moonlight of the dark night, he can see everything clearly with his night vision ability, not to mention his microscopic vision distance ability. Of course. The most deadly point is that he also has a very good psychic ability and sixth sense early warning ability. 2. No matter how weak life fluctuations are, don't even think about coming close. Something. After feeling the wisps of consciousness that he released outside kept disappearing, Hive also knew that it had been seen through long ago, and his sullen eyes just looked at the figure floating in the distance. But this is the end of it too. The words fell. Immediately behind his figure, a figure flew out. Even an old acquaintance. Black Bolt. As soon as the figure in the black suit appeared, he immediately gave a strong sonic attack. Die. The volume of his voice increased, and in an instant, the starry sky trembled violently, and the whole person's field of vision began to shake violently. To this, Su Chen just caused a wave of psychic power to linger in his body. As the first awakened ability, his use of psychic power is still more than energy manipulation. Under the harassment of this sound wave, the surface of the telekinetic body protection barrier only set off a faint wave of ripples, and there was no substantial damage. Almost at the same time, a flickering hive appeared on Su Chen's side, obviously wanting to play with Black Bolt. His punch came again. This was a punch that was enough to disperse the energy beam. When it was just swiped, a space was slightly pulled by his power, and the majestic energy was pouring out like a mountain. Come. However, under this powerful punch, Su Chen clenched his right hand, turned sideways, attacked first, and suddenly confronted him. Boom. At this moment, vast power fluctuations erupted from it, setting off a ring of shock waves, washing the surrounding night sky. Under such an approaching Yu-Wei bloom, the figures of the two men stepped back and opened a distance from each other. Damn it. Honeycomb's face was a little ugly. It's not at all fair. Because he was taking advantage of the fact that the sonic attack had not yet subsided, the sneak attack was the first, and he had the advantage of taking advantage of the timing. However, this person was able to react quickly, and he was the first to attack, and he was attracted to him. The most unpleasant thing is, this guy has the physical strength to match him. That's it. A disdainful word floated out of Su Chen's mouth. And this happened to be a counterattack to Hive's words just now. Do your bugs still have such effects? Su Chen's expression was very indifferent. He looked at Black Bolt, who was on standby on the other side, and didn't say anything about this man's sudden appearance. A person who has been completely deprived of his brain consciousness has no sapience, so his brain is occupied by parasites at the brain structure, and he is manipulated by this strange person from a distance. There was more than one up. On the bridge deck in the distance, there were still many familiar faces from the past who were manipulated by him. Needless to say, this tiny, invisible parasite can grow rapidly after taking over the human brain and use it to manipulate consciousness. Black Bolt, this is your time for revenge. The Hive did not respond, but only ordered it with substantive actions. He had already learned about the grievances between the two when he read his memory, and it was a dramatic scene to meet again in this way in this situation. Click. This time, Black Bolt's right hand finally completely unscrewed the limiter above his head. Swish. For a time, a majestic and vast wave erupted from his body, and his personal aura suddenly became a lot more solid. Limiter, lifted. How long? Since childhood, Black Bolt has limited his strength since he was a child in order to take into account the safety of the entire city. In the duel of the previous 2 days, it can be said that after fighting the enemy with shackles, he was defeated by accident and was very embarrassed and could not stretch himself with all his strength. It's so embarrassing. It's so frustrating. Perhaps the previous grievances really stimulated the underlying consciousness. Black Bolt's sluggish eyes became more and more cold and terrifying after the limiter was lifted, and the entire vision of the eyes locked on Su Chen's body. Death to me, soon, he growled angrily. Boom. As if multiple nuclear explosions were generated out of thin air, the terrifying sound of the explosion suddenly completely covered the night sky in front of him. The invisible space was wrinkled at this moment, as if the space structure under the reality had been destroyed. With the characteristics of onomatopoeic waves, waves of incomparably violent and vast power continuously and repeatedly spread to this area, and the space is about to collapse. It's hard to imagine that 10 people can survive here. Oh my god. Even if the legendary Odin landed on God's punishment, it's just like that. In the distance, the spaceship that was sheltered behind has quickly opened a large distance, but even they can see the sound of the explosion at the end of the field of vision. Not only that, but they could also feel that the space carrier underneath was shaking violently. Apparently the sound of the wind was transmitted from far away. Terrible. I can't believe that Su Chen is still alive. Pierce clenched his fists, hoping to get rid of this serious concern as soon as possible. In the inference of Zola's algorithm, this person is the biggest obstacle to their rule of the world. If he is still there, I am afraid that their Hydra will not have any future. Ran? Honeycomb frowned, and immediately realized that there was no life fluctuation in the night sky in front of him. It is impossible to be completely crushed by the onomatopoeia attack, and even the corpse is not seen. I am afraid that this person has used some kind of space teleportation method to quickly transfer at the moment of the attack. Sure enough, his figure once again appeared in the darkness like a ghost. You just hide? The voice just came out. Honeycomb's eyes widened immediately, and the happy look on his face disappeared all of a sudden, becoming more and more dignified. I saw at this moment, Su Chen's momentum suddenly rose. Do you think you're the only one who didn't use all your strength? Ridiculous. The trillions of cells in Su Chen's body suddenly recovered, and they released their luster like a small melting pot. In an instant, this light shone through his body, causing a golden wave to linger all over his body. Under the almost synchronous time, the fluctuation of the psychic power covering the whole body also increased and gradually thickened. And also, all the sonic energy remaining in the surroundings, even the invisible gravitational force, and the invisible radiation fluctuations, were also devoured by Su Kang's body like a whale. Bug. It is the ability to control the magnetic field that is also activated. The confrontation in the first 2 days was on the back of the moon, and the moon does not have a natural magnetic field, but the Earth is full of invisible magnetic forces, giving Su Chen more help. The Black Bolt King really didn't use all his strength, but he only used part of his strength. Who are you scaring? Kill him now, Hive. Playing Black Bolt, he wanted to stop the opponent while he was still not fully imposing. Su Chen, who was constantly gathering momentum in front of him, put so much pressure on him at once, that his heart was inexplicably panicked. Kill you. Another round of onomatopoeia burst out from Black Bolt's mouth. It is still not inferior to the blow just now. The space in front of me trembled violently for no reason, and the space structure under the reality was even more inexplicably collapsed under this oppression, and it will no longer be accepted. Can't stand the onomatopoeic power of repeated washing. Su Chen's figure didn't move. The figure like a golden deity just raised his hand, and he actually caught the vast power swept in front of him. Under such a mighty energy that was swept in like thousands of troops, his body did not move at all. What was even more terrifying was that the prestige that was oppressed from all directions collapsed inexplicably, and then, as if being absorbed by a vortex, was swallowed up by Su Chen's body everywhere. How is this possible? Honeycomb's eyes widened, and his face could no longer maintain a trace of calm, full of horror. Swish. At this time, Su Chen's figure had already moved. Boom. Just the moment it was activated, a sonic boom exploded out of thin air, and in a time without breathing, his figure had already arrived in front of Black Bolt King. This undoubtedly seems like a very risky behavior. If you are not careful, you will eat the sound wave power at close range. But Su Chen didn't have the slightest fear. When Black Bolt opened his mouth, he still did not retreat. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his clenched right fist condensed vast energy fluctuations, and then he suddenly fell down. Boom. His fist first smashed the incoming sound waves, and then without any sign of blocking, he slammed into the Black Bat King's body head-on. Boom. Under a single view, Black Bolt's body fell from the sky like a meteorite. The momentum of this fall was so fast that it even caused fireworks to burn all over his body. And like a meteor, it fell on a hill from a height of 2,000 meters. Violent tremors came from the ground, and the smoke and dust also floated up, and the entire mountaintop was completely broken by the blow just now. This time, the hive has raised the meaning of escape. What happened to this earthling? How could he possess such terrifying power? This was far beyond the limits of his imagination. Obviously, his so-called heyday is nothing more than a joke. Su Chen's cold words followed. All the reasons for Black Bolt's suffocation, the reason why he couldn't exert his full strength because of the limiter, was just a joke in his opinion. To be frank, maybe he should also be glad that he was manipulated. Otherwise, after learning such an answer tonight and smashing all the reasons, I am afraid there is no place to be ashamed. Now you. Su Chen's words were like a trial, about to decide the fate of the BVR. Seeing that the energy beam in front of him was brewing more and more exaggerated, before it suddenly enlarged, the hive figure couldn't help but quickly escaped. Whoosh. An incomparably condensed energy beam suddenly struck, just passing by the right side of the hive. And many more. Honeycomb's expression suddenly changed. He thought of a question. The position behind him was the spaceship carrier. When I was about to estimate that this energy beam might not be able to extend such a long distance, when the hive looked back, I suddenly saw a blazing energy beam across the sky, straight to the ground. Hit the space carrier at the end of the horizon. Do not. Under the sound of despair, the energy beam that penetrated the sky did not see much power exhaustion, and mercilessly blasted through the spaceship soaring in the sky. Boom. 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 Perhaps the energy beam detonated the mothership's explosives depot, or indirectly detonated the anti-gravity engine, and for a while, the second detonation occurred one after another, and a more dazzling explosion bloomed. Fireworks. This distant scene is as dazzling as a splendid fireworks, adding a touch of red warmth to the whole night. Asshole. Honeycomb only felt that his heart suddenly twitched, and the whole person looked very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, his loyal subordinates who had been waiting so hard for him to explode in the air carrier died, which made the hatred in his heart soar to the extreme. Take care of yourself first. Su Chen's words came again. The flying hive suddenly lost the opponent's field of vision. After telepathy once again captured the opponent's life fluctuations, this guy has come to him. Not good. Su Chen, who came from the void, just volleyed and landed on the opponent's body. Boom. Under the bombardment of an almost explosive wave, the figure touched by the foot suddenly kicked out like a cannonball. As if kicking it like a ball, Su Chen's figure disappeared in a flash, directly following the figure thrown out by the opponent. Then, another kick suddenly stepped down, kicking it out in midair again. The addicted Su Chen did the same thing again. And this time, the arms that Hive had subconsciously blocked had already exploded into blood mist, and when it was kicked as a ball for the third time, it devoured the body condensed from all life on a planet. The strength of the body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. At last. Under Su Chen's incomparably cold look, he snapped his fingers again, and the invisible reality calculation ability was activated suddenly, and all the parasites that spewed out after the whole body exploded. Obliterated. In order not to give the other party a way to survive, he even let his own mind wave radiate a starry sky, repeatedly scanning the air for tiny parasites that had not yet participated in the survival. Once confirmed, they used the psychic storm to quickly destroy these extremely powerful parasites. In this way, a monster whose origin is unknown to Su Chen exists, and it is not clear that it died under his hands. Too violent, too domineering, it can even be said to be too invincible, because there is no solution. Boom. The splendid fireworks bloomed recklessly in the sky, and the wreckage of the explosion of the spaceship carrier in the distance fell from the sky. Every wreckage is wrapped in fireworks, like fireworks constantly falling from it, just like a full-blown fireworks winding, dazzling. On the ground, there was a mountain range that collapsed and sunk in half, the smoke shot straight into the sky, and the poor black bolt fell into it. As for the arrogant and domineering Inhumans' real first-person hive, they were also ground into powder. The only figure above the night sky is Su Chen, who exudes a pale golden luster, and the energy fluctuations around him are also absorbed into his body. His indifferent eyes looked down at the earth and looked at everything. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to feel something, and his eyes looked at him in a direction beside him. Little devil. At this moment, an incomparably cold word penetrated from the night, and the night was like a lake with ripples. You ruined my good deeds. Those extremely cold words even made the surrounding air extremely cold, not simply the temperature drop, but a bone-piercing pain that penetrated the bones of others. Mo Faith, who came from the extra dimension, hell, came through like this, and looked directly at Su Chen's figure. To this, Su Chen looked indifferent, didn't say a word, just snapped his fingers. Despair. The power of reality tampering was activated again, and the power of obliteration suddenly covered the figure that came through. What? Under the somewhat surprised look of the other party, the whole person's physique was like a rock eroded by the wind, and when the night wind blew, the body suddenly disappeared. The gray debris spread out, as if an invisible eraser had been wiped away. Damn bastard. With a scolding, Mo Faith's figure turned into crumbs, like a movie upside down, condensed and formed again, but this time, his physique looked so blurred. Logically speaking, the effect of reality obliteration cannot be arbitrary killing according to Su Chen's wishes. Of course, this is under normal emotions, and when rationality dominates, most of the people who can be obliterated are too weak. Relatively speaking, this Mer Faith from hell is not that powerful. It's just that as a hatchling from the extra dimension, hell, as long as the dimension is still there, it is difficult for him to be truly killed in a sense. At this moment, another space fluctuation was lifted, a space gate was opened, and two figures came out. It is the Supreme Mage Ji Yi, and her recently accepted disciple, the future Doctor Strange. As always guarding the Earth and resisting coveted from extra dimensions, the appearance of the two at this moment is not surprising. This man is a demon from the extra dimension, hell, Mer Faithto, who has been very active on Earth these days and has brought back an inhuman who had been expelled from an alien planet. Ji Yu has been straightforward to reveal the mystery of this person to Su Chen. His strength is far worse than that of the real demon god, so he wants to provoke countless wars on Earth for him to absorb souls to strengthen his strength. In short, this is a little devil that has yet to develop. By provoking the Earth War to breed more grievances for its growth, he supported Hydra at all costs, and brought the hive back to the Earth. It's a bit like Wonder Woman's god of war Ares, getting more power through World War. Seemingly aware of something, Faith, who was exposed to everything, immediately thought of running away. But at this time, the attack from the Supreme Mage Ji Yi has arrived. The eye of Agamotto that Ji Yi was wearing immediately released a luster, and the power of the time stone was stimulated, and the figure of Mo Faith was dragged into an infinite closed loop of time dilemma by her. Mer Faith needs to calm down, so he doesn't want to touch Earth. Ji Yi also took a sip to Strange, who was barely suspended in the air, and said, although this demon's life is tied to the regional dimension, every time he kills him, it can delay his next resurrection time. It's up to you to face this demon later. It doesn't matter if you get injured or die, you will be repeatedly restored and reborn in the time loop. It doesn't sound like a good thing. Strange smiled bitterly and accepted the Supreme Mage's proposal. Finally, after being dragged into a time dilemma by Ji Yi, he reluctantly said hello to Su Chen in the distance. I have long admired the name. When the Chitauri invaded Manhattan, he was also performing nerve recovery surgery on both hands in a hospital in Manhattan. If the man in front of him quickly caught the evil god Loki, he might have been arrested at the same time. War spreads. After so many months, the self who stepped into Kamatage didn't expect to meet each other. In addition, I didn't expect the other party to have a relationship with Kamatage, and I heard from many temple masters that this young man who is much younger than himself, it is said that he declined to be the next supreme master. It's amazing. Su Chen just nodded to this. Then, his eyes turned to another place, like a prophet, and after the fluctuation of the electrocardiogram stopped, Princess Medusa, the crystal sister and the bulldog Tetanus were sent from Atalan. The heartbeat fluctuations lingered around their bodies, making them suspended in the air in an understatement. It's you. Princess Medusa was stunned. Hive? Where's Black Bolt? She came following the telepathic fluctuations. Even if it was difficult to face the first human hive of the prehistoric Inhumans, they still had to bite the bullet and come to rescue their royal family members. Su Chen raised a finger and pointed to the collapsed mountain below. Besides, the hive is probably dead. Heard. Princess Medusa was stunned. Is the hive dead? She lowered her head and looked at the plumes of smoke rising into the sky, and the collapsed mountain range. She only felt a little headache. Is the black dragon ugly defeated by him again? This time, it is estimated that he has tried his best. If he loses his mind, under the control of the enemy, he will definitely remove the limiter and unbridled his full strength, but the result is still not good? This result made these inhuman royal family members look a little embarrassed. Apparently, the first two Inhumans, the current first in strength, and the first Inhuman who was born, were undoubtedly defeated by this mutant first. In any case, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Maybe there is still one breath left, but be careful yourself, he still has parasites in his head. As for the other members of the royal family, whether they live or die depends on their luck. Su Chen spread his hands and said casually. Everyone looked at the night sky on the other side. The fireworks that had exploded before had gradually faded into the air, but the burning wreckage that had fallen like fireworks had already fallen to the ground. Falling from a height of 2,000 meters, and with the ability to withstand super strong explosive power, it is a great miracle that the thousands of hydras on this ship can survive alone. Call. The Inhuman princess sighed. How dare she hold the 10th mutant accountable? Thank you very much for your help. Not only that, Princess Medusa could only humbly bow her head to acknowledge the other party's favor. After all, no matter what, the death of the hive can be regarded as a solution to the serious problem of the confidant. At this moment, a ray of light gradually brightened in the distance, and along with the sound of the engine, a gold-red color-matched steel battlesuit flew over. It's Iron Man Tony. After the artificial intelligence Jarvis noticed that something was wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D., and that he had just solved the troubles of the Extremis virus and the Ten Rings gang, he finally got out and rushed over. Wow. Is this an air party? Tony immediately slowed down, and even raised his hands to indicate that he had no malice. What a joke. This is the most exaggerated scene he has ever seen before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how many guys are suspended in the air by themselves. Is this a party? It's here. The Hydra will be handed over to you. Gone. Su Chen waved his hand, and was the first to say goodbye and leave. He originally went out to throw garbage, and by the way, educated S.H.I.E.L.D. not to mobilize its satellites in low Earth orbit. The members of the Inhuman royal family also ignored the Iron Man. After seeing Su Chen leaving, they couldn't wait to fly to the mountains, and they didn't know if Black Bolt was dead. After the Supreme Mage Gu gave Tony a smile, he directly dragged Stronti and left here. A time. The lively air just now disappeared, leaving behind a wryly smiling Tony. It seems that I came at the wrong time. The next day. Sure enough, Nick Fury, who was deceived, returned gorgeously, and Deputy Director Hill killed him again. With the end of the Avengers, the conspiracy of the Hydra organization to smash the world was officially revealed. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the Hydra organization that once dominated the world in the past would be revived? Check out S.H.I.E.L.D. The International Security Council was extremely angry at this matter. Many high-level officials and ministers were assassinated because of the Insight Plan. Although Nick Fury could not bear the fault, as the director, he had an inescapable Joe Ren. The Paperclip project launched by S.H.I.E.L.D. After World War E has absorbed so many Hydra scientists that from that day on, it has been slowly infiltrated by the Hydra organization. As the director, Nick Fury may not have thought that his boss is the leader of Hydra. In the face of accusations from all over the world, he could not escape the blame, and in the end he could only step down from office. He even needed to be investigated before a comprehensive investigation and sweeping of all Hydra members was confirmed. The post of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. also officially fell to Maria Hill. In order to maintain the former S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility of guarding the world and combating supernatural crimes during the special period, Detective Phil Coulson specially formed a special team, whose members included Shockwave, Mockingbird, Wolverine and others. And the Shockwave girl is the Inhuman race, and the racial concept of Inhuman race began to spread slowly. But no one expected that the racial conflict between the Inhumans and mutants would be so intense. The way Inhumans are born is distinctly different from mutants. They cannot rely on self-awakening to give birth to their ability, and they need a stimulus called Terrigen crystal to stimulate the potential of their genes. Terrigen crystal, a type of crystal that can catalyze the DNA of the Inhumans. The catalyst for specific mutation of the telomeres, when it takes effect, the DNA telomeres will express new traits, the appearance may change accordingly, and there are many kinds of strange ability was born. That is to say, without the help of the Terrigen crystal, the Inhumans will not be able to give birth to their abilities in their entire lives. Too many dead compatriots. We need new bloodlines. The Afterlife Organization, an organization established by the Inhumans who remained on Earth. After the arrival of the Hive, their casualties were exaggerated, and Tien was not there. If this continues, the Inhuman race will be terrifying for many generations and will be annihilated in history, gradually withdrawing from the stage of history. The Earth has too many potential Inhumans, they are waiting for our activation. Without our help, they may not know that it is so special for the rest of their lives. Many of the experimental samples made by the Kree people tens of thousands of years ago are scattered all over the world. They have children and reproduce, and pass genes down from generation to generation. It's just that the help of a key is lacking, so that these people do not realize their particularity at all. Their plan was to use the accumulated Terrigen crystals in one go. After the crystal is broken, a mist of Terrigen will form. If it has potential, then the potential compatriots in major cities will be stimulated by potential, thus giving birth to new the ability to become a true Inhuman, so ever. They plan to spread the Terrigen mist in a large city, which has no effect on normal people and is not poisonous. It only has an effect on potential Inhuman compatriots, causing significant changes in their DNA telomeres, and perhaps their appearance will change accordingly, giving birth to various superpowers. But it seems to be a little dangerous, and the mist of Terrigen has been spread before causing some deaths. Questions were raised. Could the death of a single individual be compared with that of the entire Inhuman race? The one who made the final decision was Maximus from the royal family of Attilan. In the past, Attilan's mobile city turned on the engine and left the Earth for decades, but over the years, Attilan's Inhuman population has been declining. There has been a clear population crisis. They also need to take this opportunity to get more fresh blood. The unattainable members of the royal family all spoke up. Naturally, these people did not dare to have any opinions, and quickly started the dissemination of the Terrigen mist. At this moment, Maximus in a black suit sneered inexplicably. Mutants, your doomsday is down. As long as you kill Su Chen, then my prestige will be infinitely higher. At that time, I will inherit the position of the king of the Inhumans, and I will also marry the princess. As the younger brother of Black Bolt, this Maximus, who has good energy manipulation and telepathy, is even more ambitious. In his opinion, the Inhumans should be much nobler than the Earth people. The Earth should also be controlled by them, and human beings will also become their slaves and become the bottom of the caste system. Exist. Only by obtaining the recognition of the mist of Terrigen can one become a member of the Inhumans and be promoted to one's own rank. Since the first mutant Su Chen came to Attilan, he has long been resentful in his heart. Seeing him unhappy, the invincible momentum of showing off his power and looking down on the world is really hard to respect. Maximus has long resented mutants. As a racist similar to Magneto, he is just a parody of the Kree's imitation of the cosmic gods. Feel extremely angry. This is true though. But as an Inhuman race, he was unwilling to accept it. Only by completely erasing you mutants can I wash away the resentment in my heart. Likewise, only by killing all of you can I forget your disgust. He couldn't accept that the Inhumans were just imitations of mutants. Even more unacceptable Su Chen's invincible attitude. Maximus wants to completely eliminate these mutants, and its weapon is the Terrigen crystal. As an experimenter, he knew very well that the mist of Terrigen, which had no effect on ordinary people, would rapidly deplete its body organs once it came into contact with mutants. If you can't get treatment within minutes, you will surely die. Humph. Unexpectedly, what I'm holding in my hands is the mutant's poison. Thus began the Inhuman Fellow Promotion Program. They were very conservative at the beginning. Starting from several small coastal towns, the mist of Terrigen drifted into the small towns with the hazy night, as long as it was clearly defined as a new. The Inhumans will not be taken away by them. It's just that conservative means that the rate of increase is very slow, and there are several new Inhumans compatriots every day. A daring plan sprang up in Maximus' mind. As a cutting-edge top scientist, he knows how to make the most of the Terrigen fog. Spread the mist into the Earth's atmosphere. Maximus is very excited that once the Terrigen fog is integrated into the Earth's atmosphere, it will spread to all parts of the world with the self-atmospheric regulation of the whole Earth. This is a time-saving, labor-saving, and more efficient thing. Once it succeeds, it will undoubtedly be a mass extinction action for the mutants on Earth, and for the Inhumans, it will definitely continue to be born like mushrooms after a rain, and the entire race will become the overlord of the Earth. Very good. Then make the world crazier. Under the leadership of Maximus, all the Terrigen crystals were shattered in the upper atmosphere. The surging Terrigen fantasies were thus integrated into the Earth's atmosphere. Under his operation, a thick cloud of gradually formed, and like a weather weapon, it swept across the entire continent with the Earth's atmosphere. Just under 2 hours, one after another, bad news continued to come from North America, and the mutants who were swept by the Terrigen fog in the Earth's atmosphere quickly fell. Their organs begin to fail rapidly for some unknown reason, and then die rapidly within minutes. In the same way, in this catastrophe of mutants, there are endless new Inhumans born. For the sudden purge, the X-Men took the lead in reacting. Not only that, but even the Avengers couldn't sit still. After all, the mist of Terrigen is aimed at the X gene. In all parts of the Earth, there are many people who have no expression of the X gene at all, and live as normal, but once they come into contact with this gene, the mist of Terrigen will also collapse genetically until death. Oh my God. What's going on? My body feels so bad, mother, help me. Wait. I feel like something has changed. I can breathe fire. No. I can't breathe, I'm dying. With the wind direction of the Atlantic current, the entire east coast is gradually filled with the sweep of the Terrigen fog. X-Men panic. They were at a loss for words, and Cyclops Scott even collapsed and was sent back to the academy for rescue. The air is poisonous. Scott spewed blood for such a terrifying answer. A lot of people have died. At least thousands of people have died from the data compiled by the hospitals alone. Most of them are mutants, and most likely those who have not been verified. All members have an unexpressed X gene. The Avengers Iron Man Tony and Dr. Banner immediately got busy trying to decipher why. It's air. Someone has mixed some mysterious substance in the Earth's atmosphere and ocean currents, which can take effect on the telomeres of specific genes, so that they can give birth to new abilities and become aliens. Because it's poisonous, mutants will die for it. Mr. Fantastic Reed, recognized as the smartest by Marvel, immediately took the lead in cracking and got the answer. But with it came a deep sense of helplessness. It's so cruel. It's too cruel. I don't know who did it. It mixed the Earth's atmosphere. How could I think of a way to separate this poisonous gas from the Earth's atmosphere? Reed was very anxious, and his face was even more tangled. It's so hard. As a superhero, watching such a large number of casualties keep appearing, and I can't stop the flow of the Earth's atmosphere for the first time. I can't separate the poisonous gas components from it, only can helplessly watch more people die because of this. This is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation for his recognized first talent. Not only did it kill mutants, it killed a lot of people. Damn it. All superheroes are more helpless. After all, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how hard your fists are, you can't do anything to the invisible atmosphere of the Earth. No matter how you look at it, the time for mutants is running out. Once the entire Earth's atmosphere continues to circulate internally, the entire world will be completely plundered and covered by this Terrigen fog. That Su Chen won't die too. Some people come up with a terrible answer. I'm afraid so. As a mutant, this monster of the Earth who once played with the evil god Loki and crushed the apocalypse, the first mutant who is worthy of the name, I am afraid that he will die directly under this mass extinction catastrophe. Death. He will be as splendid as a meteor, but it will pass the Earth in an incomparably short time. Goodbye, Su Chen. Although Mr. Fantastic Reed could not separate the Terrigen fog component from the Earth's atmosphere at the first moment, he still managed to get a dynamic flow map of the Earth's atmosphere. Among them, the Terrigen mist, which can induce genetic mutations, are marked with conspicuous red, which can accurately make people clear the next surging direction of this poisonous fog. This dynamic flowchart was immediately distributed to major cities and superhero organizations, and it clearly told members with the X gene not to approach, and a short period of time was enough to make people's genes collapse. As the so-called his poison, my fairy grass. The mist of tarragon is an elixir for many potential personnel to induce their evolution. One by one, the new Inhumans who suddenly awakened their abilities and exploded energy also presented a great challenge to the city order. But here comes the good news. Thor, the god of thunder, left the Asgardian domain and landed on the Earth again a few days ago. He may be able to stop the further flow of the Earth's atmosphere. And the X-Men started taking action. You can only rely on me. Storm of the X-Men bravely took responsibility. She felt that this was her professional counterpart. After all, the Storm Girl has the ability to manipulate the weather, and can easily change the form of meteorological energy, creating extremely bad weather such as thunderstorms, tornadoes, and sandstorms with ease. Although she does not belong to the Omega level, it is not much worse. Once she erupts, there is even a thunderstorm weather that is not inferior to Thor. Even the solar storm can blow up from space. Call. She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and prayed that the next thing would go well. Okay, reverse. On the Blackbird fighter plane, the Stanceman beast reminded Storm in the seat behind him. I understand. She opened her eyes, and a pair of eyes full of fighting spirit just looked out of the glass window, only to see one after another atmospheric clouds approaching. On the other side of the Blackbird, a black and gold-colored steel suit flew alongside, and Iron Man Tony escorted it. Being in an airtight fighter plane, Storm Girl West doesn't have to worry about the damage to her genes caused by the penetration of the outside atmosphere. She activated the ability. The night suddenly dimmed, the originally clear sky was inexplicably darkened, and endless winds sprouted from it. In just over 10 seconds, it brewed into a huge and incomparable storm. Swish. The atmospheric cloud in the distance was suddenly swept away by the wind, pushing the atmospheric trend that was originally going along the east coast towards the sea. Who? The Storm Maiden in the black-clothed fighter plane exerted all her strength, and under the incomparable effort, the atmospheric cloud swept by the storm was really changed direction by force. It passed by the east coast first, avoiding affecting the vast majority of the urban population, and then drew a beautiful parabola, and then pushed it to the sea. Very good. The beast encouraged him, and even couldn't help but clap his hands. Storm Girl took a deep breath, only to feel that her entire body had been completely exhausted, and she collapsed on the seat. Iron Man Tony noticed that there were ships appearing in the direction of the sea, and immediately dispatched his own automated steel robots. In an instant, the Mark-armored robots flew towards the ships by the sea like golden red fireworks. The ball was passed to me. With a high-spirited laugh, Thor, the god of thunder, descended from the sky, bathed in thunderous luster. Thor, clad in divine armor, was covered with thunder and snakes, and Thor, who was covered in blue light, swung the Thor's hammer in his hand, and even dazzled people at high speed. With Thor's bold words, the sky before the storm dissipated suddenly ushered in dark clouds, and the thunderlight like a python burrowed out from it. At last, boom! The sky thundered, and the blazing thunderlight continued to strike the atmospheric clouds, and for a time, the entire sky was rendered into a blue light. According to their assumptions, all atmospheric clouds are electrolyzed with powerful thunder, and the electro-optics combined with the ultra-high temperature are enough to decompose the atmosphere, and the tarragon fog that confuses them must not be spared. The idea appears to be very successful so far. Thor gritted his teeth, urging the divine power in his body to continuously stimulate the power of Thor's hammer, and the whole sky was turned upside down by him. Too fierce. The beast was shocked by this. He had long heard that the prince of the Asgard god realm was very mighty. Now that he looked at it, his aura was truly admirable. The very dangerous Storm Girl first changed the direction of the Earth's atmosphere, otherwise the whole city would be greatly affected by this movement. Under the astronomical change for half a minute, Thor showed his might, and even Tony the Iron Man couldn't help but fly out to avoid being swept in by the storm. When the smoke slowly dissipated, the thunder disappeared, and the sky gradually became clear. Mr. Fantastic Reed from the Rear Command was also very happy to report the answer. The red tarragon cloud has been reduced from a high concentration to a low concentration by more than 60% in size. Call. A few more times. This time, even Thor, the god of thunder, was a little discouraged. The power of Thor's hammer was stimulated just now, leaving sweat on his forehead, which was somewhat difficult. Not good. Iron Man Tony suddenly reminded at this time, because his alert recognition system had discovered the suddenly approaching figure. Bad thing for me. At this time, a figure in a black suit, bathed in energy, suddenly descended into the sky. Maximus. His icy eyes swept across the figures of these people in front of him, and said sullenly, "Do you know that what you just did is to destroy the foundation of a race?" Inhumans. Everyone suddenly came to their senses and understood who this guy was. After the Hydra incident, the information about the Inhumans has long been spread out. The newly recruited agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the Inhumans, and the team led by Agent Phil Coulson has been in direct contact with the afterlife. Not a lot. Just now, S.H.I.E.L.D. even gave a preliminary contact with Terrigen Crystal information, indicating its importance to the Inhumans, and it is the only proof for hatching the new Inhumans. Do you know what you're doing? You're doing this to exterminate mutants? Iron Man Tony cursed. Thor, the god of thunder, was more direct, waving the hammer of the god of thunder in his hand and flying towards Maximus. In response to this, the handsome-looking royal just raised his eyebrows slightly, and Thor, who flew over, immediately turned pale, only to feel an inexplicable electric shock in his mind. It was as if someone had pried open his head and kept knocking down his spiritual consciousness with electricity. Pain. It's so painful. What the hell is going on here? The more Thor thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he could not get rid of the impact on his mind. The whole body that was slightly out of strength suddenly fell into the air. It's your turn. Maximus used the most elegant gesture to give the same treatment to the person in front of him. Next second, Iron Man Tony, and even the beasts in the Blackbird fighter, Storm, and others all suffered heartaches. Jarvis, what's going on here? Tony only felt that the more he thought and the more he tried to solve it, the more intense the pain he suffered. In a blink, he couldn't bear the heavy trauma to his heart, and flew out crookedly. The artificial intelligence Jarvis realized that his husband's consciousness was gradually fainting, and the whole person was about to go into shock. He quickly gave him a cardiotonic through the internal survival device. Then, Jarvis automatically took over the steel suit system and left quickly with Tony's figure. As for the Beast and Storm, they were not treated so well, and the unmanned plane crashed straight into the sea for a while. 100,000 miniature telepathic shocks. Maximus was very complacent and satisfied with the vulnerability of these people. As an expert in the field of spiritual, he has a spiritual energy very close to Charles, and has a very terrifying ability, which he named 100,000 miniature telepathic shocks. Once hit, the harder the target thinks, the stronger the electric shock will be. Obviously, this is a psychic ability that specifically targets brain electrical signal fluctuations. Thor, Iron Man, Beast, and Storm all know the reason, and they only think about how to solve themselves. The more they think, the more intense the pain, which can only add more damage, produce irreversible damage. On the contrary, if you just let your brain empty and don't think more, the symptoms will be alleviated and more injuries will be avoided. Unfortunately, it was the first time that these people had been hurt like this, and they didn't know how to deal with them. Almost bad for me. Maximus was furious. But that's okay. This is just the first cloud to test the water, and at the same time, there are already 2 atmospheric groups heading towards Europe. Let me celebrate the first day of the rise of the Inhumans. Overriding the sky, he stretched out his arms and praised from the bottom of his heart. Storm and the Beast fell into the seabed together with the fighter plane. Thor was seriously injured, and the next 2 atmospheric clouds approached Europe. When approaching the urban area, the mutants who had already received the news immediately ran wild, wishing to have 2 more legs, and left as if they were fleeing. Among them, there are many people who don't even know that they have the potential X gene. Naturally, the genes collapse due to these approaching clouds, and the whole body also collapses. Oh my god. Is this going to exterminate us mutants? Too many people fell on the way. The road traffic is completely blocked, and the invisible air is in a strange way all human beings with the X gene exist. What about the first mutant? Come and help us, we need your help. The conspiracy theories of the Inhumans have spread widely. After all, with the corpses of fallen mutants, there are many new superpowers born with them. The Terrigen Mist has transformed these latent abilities, activating their ancient potential, and endowing them with new abilities. What is Maximus doing? At this time, the movement of the Earth has attracted the attention of Adelan. Princess Medusa led a group of members of the royal family and escorts, and came directly from the back of the moon to a flying warship on Earth through tetanus teleportation. This flying warship soaring through the sky has a strong Kree color, and it is obviously a remnant of the Kree people tens of thousands of years ago. Maximus, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the atmospheric model in the holographic image mode, and he was very satisfied. I watched intently as the atmospheric clouds continued to move towards the city. Crazy? Maximus, you know what you're doing? Princess Medusa directly questioned the lunatic. What? I'm doing something to make the Inhumans rise, not shrinking in a corner and wasting my life on the far side of the moon. See? In just half an hour just now, a new generation of Inhumans that was several times the total population of Atalan City was born, and this is just the beginning. Maximus vowed and said with great satisfaction. On his holographic screen, the Inhumans who were constantly stimulated by the Terrigen fog and thus reborn were counted in real time. But what's the price? Have you ever thought about it? It's tens of thousands, maybe even millions of mutants dying in batches in the future. The coldness on Princess Medusa's face was very terrifying, as if she was about to do something in the next second. So what? Successful kings and defeated pirates, which empire in history did not rise up without a lot of corpses, and those who succeeded in major events did not follow the small details. This is the wisdom from the East. Maximus sneered. How? Don't you want to stop me? Forgot to tell you, I've used up all the Terrigen crystals, and they are now forever in the Earth's atmosphere and recirculate internally, becoming the part of the global atmosphere ecology. Therefore, it will continue to add new populations to the Inhumans forever. This plan has to be said to be insane. Even the royal guards who came around with the heartbeats couldn't help but look at each other, and at the same time, there was a hint of hope on their faces. The visible future of Earth will be in the millions, no. Over a decade, maybe tens of millions of Inhumans will be born. As for mutants, it can only be reduced to cannon fodder under the new Earth's atmospheric circulation and become a witness to the rise of the Inhumans. People who know the truth of history have more or less criticism of mutants. After all, once they realize that they are only imitations of others and their substitutes, they are somewhat frustrating. In the bottom of everyone's heart, there may be an unspeakable dark answer. The disappearance of mutants is also a good thing for him and others. But then, have you thought about how to face the first mutant? Medusa couldn't help but ask. The first mutant? Ridiculous. Did you think he would survive the Terrigen mists? Do you think his X-gene would survive? Don't forget, even if he defeated Black Bolt, he would still be a mutant. As long as you're a mutant, you have to die. Under Maximus' sneer, everyone fell silent. The invincible figure of the first mutant, and his ability to kill Black Bolt in seconds, still makes people fearful, but he really can't be in this mutant congress. Survived the catastrophe. Don't worry. Even if he survives and it's fine, I also made some special weapons. Don't forget, I'm the chief scientist of Atalan, how could I not be on guard? At this point, everyone has nothing to say. Even Princess Medusa, who has always been against it, didn't say much anymore. After all, her position was with the Inhumans, and the so-called censure was nothing but her fear of Su Chen. But Su Chen is bound to die, and all she needs to consider now is how to take the opportunity to suppress Maximus' power case. Once this is done and the millions of Inhumans are all in place, then Maximus will be sought after and crowned emperor, and even the Princess Medusa in front of him can only be reduced to his woman. Ha ha. At this moment, Maximus, who was sitting high on the throne of the spaceship, involuntarily stopped his gaze on this woman. At this moment, the holographic screen image of the spacecraft was immediately updated, and the huge energy fluctuations of the Japanese stocks were captured in real time. The old acquaintance finally appeared. Maximus immediately found the coordinates of the other party, located in a small town somewhere in Europe. He showed up. The words just fell. Everyone present looked a little dreadful and looked a little scared. The reason for this was that everyone knew who this person who appeared meant was. How? Afraid. Want to escape? Don't forget, all our Terrigen crystals have been used up. If we can't keep these atmospheric clouds of the Earth, then the Inhumans will have no future. Maximus emphasized again. Have to say, his plan has already tied everyone to a boat, and now escaping, it may mean giving up the future of the Inhumans. Let's go. Medusa gave the general order this time. After all, she doesn't believe that Su Chen can survive, and she has really torn her face. If she kneels and begs for mercy now, wouldn't it be a cat crying and a mouse? Open the bow without turning back the arrow. Although she hates Maximus, she can only lead the royal family and guards to join this crazy plan under the shackles of the future of the Inhumans. When the mutant extinction just broke out, Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei had already returned to their paradise, because on this day, Qin Ji Lei and the Dark Phoenix met each other's abilities. While practicing. After such a long period of running in, This highly ill Dark Phoenix has already slowly accepted Qin Ji Lei, and even the excessive jealousy and hatred from before has been greatly reduced. Of course, this is only for Qin Ji Lei, other people are not treated so well. Not long ago, the Dark Phoenix was even more willing to use its own Phoenix power to overdo it with its own personality. Qin could also use the more advanced Phoenix wave, and in just a moment, let the surging power of the Phoenix disintegrated everything around him. At this moment, Qin Ji Lei frowned. I have a bad feeling that something big must happen outside. Even if a telepath does not have the ability to actively use it, he can unconsciously sense some crises in the outside world. For them, once their loved ones are in danger, they can feel it at the first time, so Su Chen doesn't have to worry too much that when Qin is far away from him, once the danger occurs, he will not be able to catch up and rescue. In addition, if someone keeps calling your name, or even having bad thoughts about you constantly lingering in their minds, even more powerful telepaths can know. Before that, Su Chen had shielded himself from this sensing ability. After he was almost praised by the public as the first mutant, he was admired by many people, and some small fans still talked about him from time to time and regarded him as a spiritual idol, like a belief map. Tang-like gods kept remembering. This makes Su Chen dumbfounded. His mental ability is too sharp and powerful. Too many people's thoughts about him have been passed on from all over the world. Some compliments made him feel a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, this does not affect his life. After all, his brain processes information very fast, comparable to supercomputers, and any aggregated information can be collected together one by one. Timely identification, no mistakes. Sometimes he thinks that he is somewhat similar to a real god, listening to the thoughts of all the mortal believers. If he wants, he can even respond to them directly in his mind. But this was not his intention, and Su Chen didn't have much ambition. Another thought that the brain needs to deal with this junk information all the time, so he directly blocked any unconscious perception of the outside world, and all his own nagging and remembering. Shield. As a result, Su Chen, half an hour later, did not know about the mass extinction event of the mutants that occurred in the outside city. But Qin Gelei's expression was not right. After realizing that something was wrong, she immediately pulled Su Chen's figure into the treehouse, and then the two shuttled through a door, directly across thousands of kilometers away, to come to a single-family mansion in his own European town. Su Chen also turned off the shield at this moment, and in an instant, chaotic shouts and calls for help poured into his mind. This amount of information processing alone is enough to make Charles, the mind master in the past, instantly shut down without the help of the brainwave machine. But he is very relaxed, and the amount of information processing comparable to supercomputers is completely stress-free. He even counted 6-digit information numbers, and it continues to increase. Long. Help. Most of them were crying for help, begging for a solution and quelling the catastrophe, and the uneasiness of the obvious panic was very surging. It's really unpleasant. Su Chen's expression darkened. Instead of asking other superheroes, these mutants mostly entrust their hope of salvation to themselves. The pessimism of crying too much also caused Su Chen's own mood to show obvious instability for the first time in more than a year, and he was obviously a little angry. In the past, he really didn't care about the life and death of mutants, and he didn't think he was a pure mutant in the bottom of his heart. After all, the X gene was only a small part of his ability. The outside world generally regards himself as the #1 mutant. Under such conditions, he dares to ignore himself and unscrupulously launch a mass extermination of mutants. He really does not take himself seriously. You must know that before this, he never said a word to the outside world, and no high-level person dared to mention the mutable person registration bill again. Who are they afraid of? Not yourself. At this moment, isn't this slapped in the face? And this time, after Qin telepathically sensed that there were a lot of casualties in the seaside town outside, she had already taken a step to the outside. Qin, slow down. Su Chen became anxious at this moment, because he had realized the seriousness of the problem. The terrifying atmosphere of the Earth has undergone some kind of mutation, and the X gene of the mutants is collapsing, and Jean herself is a real mutant. Thinking of this, Su Chen's mood fluctuated violently again, and inadvertently, even the surrounding space was inexplicably distorted. This is his emotions infiltrating into reality, unconsciously changing the world. Oh my God! What happened to all of this? What happened to them? On the streets of the town, Qin Ji Lei's figure was half kneeling on the ground, her pupils were completely red, her hands were constantly sending strength, trying to rescue the fallen mutant girl. Do not. But no matter how she rescued her, the girl whose gene collapse had caused organ failure could no longer wake up. Tears trailed down Chin's face. This way of dying is very painful. The organs of the whole body are instantly collapsed within a few minutes, and the whole person dies on the spot in extreme pain. What happened to the mutants? Chin raised her head and looked at the fallen figure that could be seen everywhere not far away. She couldn't help crying more and more. Chin Ge Lei, who grew up with mutant students, even once was a teacher to teach mutant children, she couldn't accept her compatriots at all. Fell down. At this moment, the fluctuations of the power of the phoenix also involuntarily lingered around her body along with her violent emotional ups and downs. Puff. But suddenly, Chin Ge Lei also felt that something was wrong in her body, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body felt inexplicably dizzy, and her consciousness became somewhat unclear. Chin. This scene directly made Su Chen, who came over, give up the atmosphere that separated the whole city, and in an instant, he suddenly came to her side with a flicker. The mist of Tarragon, which could instantly collapse and disintegrate the X gene, still had an effect on Jean Grey. Su Chen embraced the figure who was about to fall with both hands, and continued to maintain the health of Chin with excessive and majestic vitality. His reason told himself that the strong vitality can only prevent the failure of the organs, but it cannot prevent the collapse of the X gene. After all, Su Chen doesn't know how to actively use his genes and how to repair the abilities of others. Thinking of this, his emotional fluctuations became more and more violent, and he only felt that his spiritual energy had reached the brink of collapse, as if in the next second, he would die of rationality and completely run away. Chin is his weakness. In Su Chen's view, the most untouchable scale in the world, her life is even more important than her own. Now Chin's pain has made Su Chen more and more unable to be himself. The power of the phoenix is enough to repair all injuries and will not let the host die. In Su Chen's mind, this rational answer flashed by, but Huai Kangri's scream of pain completely wiped out this rational occupation. He got it. In the voices of many outsiders who came to pray for rescue, Su Chen had already understood that this was the ghost of the Inhumans. The mist of Tarragon is a kind of poison for mutants' X gene, and on the contrary, for potential aliens, it is an elixir to stimulate their potential. In this seaside town, many X gene people have fallen, and more Inhumans have been reborn and acquired abilities that they cannot imagine. Some are happy, some are sad. This price is too heavy, and even his own woman suffers for it. Thinking of this, Su Chen's breath fluctuations have gradually turned black, and his mental energy is on the verge of collapse and runaway. How? This is my present to you mutants. Just then, an inappropriate voice sounded. Under the fluctuation of electrocardiogram transmission, a group of Inhuman royal family members and guards have descended on this seaside city. She is about to die, and so are you. Let's be buried together. I promise you that I will bury you together in one place. This is not a good talk. Maximus, wearing a black suit, was like a winning general, watching Su Chen, who was half kneeling, hugging his woman tightly and doing meaningless transmission of life energy. And showed a smug smile, but the voice just fell. Some schadenfreude Maximus and even Medusa and others felt inappropriate. Not good. At the same moment, they all felt an extremely shocking and terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation from this seemingly desperate man. When everyone condensed his figure, they couldn't help feeling that they were peering into an abyss, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. The fourth spiritual runaway belonging to Su Chen has begun. Next second. Su Chen, who had already lost his mind, raised his head. He still hugged Chin tightly in his arms, and his indifferent, extremely cold eyes also looked at these sins. The culprit. Su Chen just whispered a short message to these people who delusional achievements of the Inhumans. No more aliens. At this moment, the runaway spiritual energy has already communicated with the will of the entire world, and a reality-killing ability far beyond anyone's imagination has permeated the entire world. At this moment, the Inhumans are finished. The Tarragon mist hatches a new potential Inhuman race, but it deprives the mutants of their survival. Maximus' plan allowed the Tarragon mist to completely infiltrate the Earth's atmosphere, and as the entire Earth's weather system continues to cycle itself, this is also the rhythm of mass extinction of mutants. No way. For the survival of the race, the entire Inhuman royal family had to be tied to this pirate ship. After a desperate attempt, they had to protect the Earth's atmosphere from anyone's interference, and kill the mutant. First person. It's just. The scene of Su Chen in front of them really exceeded their expectations. They came at an untimely time. The cries of mutants all over the world praying for rescue have inexplicably contaminated Su Chen's spirit with too many negative mood swings. Qin Gray was eroded by the Terrigen fog, and the collapse of the X gene also made him extremely anxious. Now that the culprit who wants to exterminate the mutants has come, these people are full of smugness, like witnessing the end of the hero, and those cold words all seem a little awkward. There is no previous awe and respect on each face, and the sarcastic expression seems to be looking forward to the development of Su Chen's condition. Since then, Yinshan's sanity has been lost. The half-kneeling figure just hugged the lover who had fallen into genetic collapse. When he raised his head with a ruthless expression on his face, the mental energy that was on the verge of eruption had already gone violent. At this moment, Su Chen's black and white eyes were already showing endless murderous fluctuations. Even the black hair and the hem of the clothes are automatically without wind. Under the strange fluctuations that linger around the body, even the space around the body has inexplicably created gaps, and the light is distorted accordingly. No more aliens. Su Chen, who raised his head, looked at these people and whispered. His words are so simple, but the terrifying murderous intent that can penetrate the human body blooms recklessly, accompanied by an exaggerated real power fluctuation. Under the dominance of uncontrollable and rampant emotions, the power to interfere with reality has reached an unprecedented height. Invisible rippling fluctuations centered on Su Chen, gradually emerged in an extremely exaggerated radiation, instantly covering the Earth, and even the extraterrestrial moon was tragically affected. This time, it was the turn of these inhumans to be dumbfounded. Because everyone felt a terrifying force swept across their body, invisible and invisible, but terrifyingly eroded into their body. Help! No! Save me! One after another, the sound of help resounded all around. Karl Nike, Gorgon and other members of the royal family, and even a royal guard, all changed their faces inexplicably. They stretched out their hands, but they saw their arms disappear like powder. No matter how they resisted, none of them could stop the reality erasing force within their body from wantonly taking their lives. A gust of wind blew, and the bodies of most of the people in front of them were scattered like a handful of yellow sand. Coincidentally, scenes of tragic obliteration are presented all over the world. On the streets of the town, the young man who suddenly obtained the speed force ran wantonly, robbing the purses of a group of pedestrians without a trace, but halfway through the run, his legs suddenly collapsed into a piece of powder. Under the bewildered gaze, the whole person's body gradually withered into powder and dissipated into the world. Nielsen, you have also become an inhuman race, let me see how capable you are. In another distant place, someone was shocked by the awakening of the superpowers of his companions. His good friend was able to transform into a supergiant with an incomparably huge super-destructive power. But when this close friend praised his transformation again, his body and limbs suddenly disappeared and withered into a piece of powder. A head lost its support like this, and fell to the ground alone, and within half a second, it disappeared inexplicably. Nelson! He screamed. His emotions stabilized again, and his face was even more puzzled as he looked at the gray powder drifting away in the wind in front of him. What were you doing here just now? He was a little puzzled. From the perspective of God, it will undoubtedly tell a terrifying fact that this person no longer knows Nelson's existence. In other words, he has forgotten all the memories of his best friend Nelson. What is even more frightening is that this is not an exception. Nelson's other classmates, teachers and parents have forgotten all his memories. In addition to that, even all the books, identity certificates, and even Nielsen's personal online account with his name appearing, all file information disappeared without exception. In this world, everything about Nelson is gone. It's as if he didn't exist all along. And such cases don't stop here. The whole world has been completely changed by a terrifying interference. More and more newborn inhumans were taken away inexplicably. But the whole world didn't mess with it. Because of the erasure of reality, it also brought about the self-correction of the whole world. The timeline of the whole world suddenly messed up, and even the lost part of reality has ushered in inexplicable corrections. It was as if the entire space-time had deflected inexplicably, opening a new parallel branch. Nelson's parents divorced more than 10 years ago, and naturally no children were born. Because of the relationship between reality tampering, the cause and effect of the whole world is reversed. Horrible. It's so scary. Su Chen's real power fluctuations in the fourth runaway state are already so powerful that it is unimaginable. Compared with the infinity glove set with 6 infinity gems, the snap of his fingers, Su Chen's reality erasure is undoubtedly very small, but the strangeness of its ability to erase all traces of other people's existence is even better. This is a lot more terrifying than the "no more mutants" that Wanda ran away from in the comics. Certainly. One thing has to admit, the ability to activate in a runaway state also brings some unstable factors. For example, some people did not erase all traces of existence, but just lost their new ability. The entire inhuman race was not completely wiped out because of this, but it fell from a sudden surge to a trough. Some people can observe this suddenly changing world. For example, the boyfriend of a new inhuman race suddenly searches the world for his girlfriend, but can't get an answer. He might be going crazy. The girlfriend's parents don't remember having such an only daughter at all. Instead, their family has only one son. The school's student registration file information also does not exist her information. There is no such person in the identity account, and all the information about her that has been searched on the internet in the past is gone, and the gold medal winner of youth tennis is someone else. Crazy. This must be the world crazy. This man is crazy. Ha ha ha. This must be the world of Truman. When making movies, all the cameramen should come out. Stop pretending, don't you want to play human observation experiments? There are a few instances of crazy scenes like this. The rest of the world line and the reversal of cause and effect after the intervention of reality have had a terrible impact on some people who are not affected. They only feel that the whole world has played a big joke on them. But, fortunately, perhaps because of Su Chen's subconscious, the Terrigen fog that brewed all evil was also deprived and wiped away from the entire Earth's atmospheric system. The action of the mutant extinction came to an abrupt end, and without the last mist of Terrigen, the Inhumans would no longer have a new life. What have you done? Maximus looked terrified, and looked at Su Chen not far away. The dozens of people who had just arrived via electrocardiography, now there are only 3 left on the field. Even the mist of Terrigen that flowed with the Earth's atmosphere in the sky also dissipated, inexplicably disappeared in his own telepathy. Maximus, Medusa, and Bulldog Tetanus, who were not affected in the erasure of reality, are undoubtedly lucky, but they are also unfortunate, because they have to face Su Chen, who runs out of control in anger. There was no reply at all, no sign at all. Su Chen, who is surrounded by strange reality fluctuations, has already left his feet off the ground, and the windless hem and short black hair are constantly shaking. 10 pairs of indifferent pupils pay more attention to the figure in front of him. With just one pupil's gaze, the person in front of him suddenly seemed to be severely injured, and the whole person's complexion became as pale as a blank sheet of paper. That icy cold gaze seemed to have pierced through their spiritual consciousness. All the members of the Inhuman royal family hugged their heads tightly and cried out in pain. "Let's do it together," Princess Medusa shouted. Both sides have already torn face, and now begging for mercy and begging for forgiveness is not a joke. That being the case, why not fight back? Swish. Medusa, who possesses majestic spiritual energy, is able to manipulate her long red hair, control its length and firmness at will, condensing her hair one by one, and can even penetrate the steel layer with ease. If Colossus were in front, he would have been pierced to death by her tens of thousands of hairs. Accompanying attacks are Maximus's 100,000 mini-psychic shocks, and Bulldog Tetanus's psychic storm. However, the psychic attack that can play Iron Man, Thor and others round and round is not effective on Su Chen at all, and it disappears suddenly after being immersed in Su Chen's spiritual realm like a mud cow entering the sea. What a joke, that's the owner of the Mind Stone. In addition, in the runaway state, Su Chen's absorption of external energy even included these spiritual energy, so that it was completely fed back to his body. Die. Su Chen punched forward at this. Boom. The incomparably huge fluctuation of power instantly crushed the swarming clusters of sharp hair into powder, and the vast Yu Wei did not stop for a moment, and fell behind Medusa with a bang. Then, in less than a second, this wave of power penetrated more than a dozen buildings one after another, ran over a bottomless gap on the ground, and then pushed Medusa, which turned into a bloody foam, to a kilometer outside the coast. Princess Medusa of the Inhuman royal family was completely killed by a punch that fell into the void in the morning. Run? Under the sarcastic laughter, the Bulldog Tetanus had no will to fight at all, and the fluctuations of electrocardiography covered its whole body, and the whole body would fade away. Only. Under Su Chen's will, the space fluctuation suddenly dimmed for no reason, and the Tetanus, which was supposed to be teleported away, was dragged back to its original place. It wanted to run away from this demon, but the spatial ripples that had not dissipated suddenly blessed Tetanus's body. Space confinement. Su Chen in a rampant state has the ability to evolve more rapidly and mutately, Obviously, at this moment, not only the skyrocketing super strength, but also the space control has risen. Swish. This wave of space ripples changed again, from the power of confinement to the space cutting. A time. The chaotic space blade swept up, cutting the bulldog into thousands of pieces at once. Tetanus, a member of the royal family who was transformed into a bulldog by the fog of Tarragon, also died of hatred. It's your turn. Su Chen's words echoed in Maximus' mind like a demon whisper. In a dazed trance, for a moment when he was at a loss for everything around him, after a second or two, there was only himself beside him. You. Maximus hasn't said anything yet. His body is like a blessing with a sharp blade, and the invisible space blade of his limbs and arms is cut off in an instant. Under Su Chen's will, a wave of reality fell on his body, obliterating everything it shattered. But this is obviously not enough to relieve the hatred. As the initiator, it was this guy who killed too many innocent mutants, and even implicated his own woman. He cannot forgive. At this moment, a strange and unpredictable time fluctuation appeared in the space in front of me, and I saw the figure that had been smashed to pieces and erased by reality suddenly turned back in time and was suffering. After suffering again and again, the body was successfully put together again. This scene is obviously a bit like the illusion of Thanos dealing with self-destruction. It was originally when he destroyed the mind gem so as not to let the other party succeed, but was reversed by the time gem of Thanos. Noodle. Damn bastard. Maximus, who was resurrected from the dead, was not happy about it, because the torture that followed was the same, only making him feel that life was worse than death. And the most surprising thing to him is why the other party is not troubled by the collapse of the X gene. It is obvious that the first person of this variant is also infested and victimized by the Tarragon fog. But he alone showed no signs of physical danger. Maximus still doesn't understand that the X gene is only a small part of the ability of Su Chen in front of him. His main source of power is not dominated by the X gene. Su Chen's greatness lies in the fact that he never perishes highly active body cells and constantly mutates and evolves genes. Even if the X gene was stimulated and collapsed, it repaired itself with its own unparalleled recovery. Therefore, Su Chen's body has not shown any discomfort so far. Die. Maximus, who was repeatedly killed under the reversal of time, finally ushered in the real liberation. His body was smashed into powder by Su Chen's angry punch. After that, Su Chen, who had already left the ground, suddenly accelerated upwards, his figure soared into the sky, and in less than half a second, the whole person had come to the outer space of the Earth. Su Chen's eyes locked on the Atalan base on the back of the moon under the eyes of the super far-sighted distance, and the invisible base under the shield of the defensive energy shield could not be concealed at all. At this moment, Su Chen's pupils became more and more red, and the surrounding eye sockets even became red like a red soldering iron. In the state of berserk, the energy fluctuations in his body are even more surging, so the energy in his body found a vent from his eyes. A superhuman-like thermal vision ability was called out by Su Chen at this moment. Swish. A blazing red light beam shot out from Su Chen's eyes, and within a few seconds, it spanned an incomparably far distance, and landed on the surface of the moon from outer space, hitting it with precision. The Atalan base. The defensive cover, which was enough to withstand the baptism of multiple rounds of battleship gunfire, was as fragile as thin paper, and shattered when it was touched. Soon, the entire base under the shelter also exploded violently. It is worth mentioning that Black Bolt, who had been parasitized by the hive before, was still not Su Xing, and he could not make any moves in the base and was engulfed by the explosion. For a time, even the old nest of the Inhumans was taken away by Su Chen. At this moment, Qin Ji Lei, who had been hugging her arms with one hand, suddenly woke up. Su Chen, who was planning to take the next step, suddenly stopped his steps, and even a pair of red pupils dimmed inexplicably. Don't be afraid. The power of the Phoenix will bless me. The X gene is all right. As the host, even if it really dies, it will be reborn for this Jin Carp. At this moment, Qin Ji Lei hugged Su Chen tightly with both hands, and the whole person was sobbing a little, and her eyes were even more red and weeping. She knew very well how much worry and pressure Su Chen would have when her life was at stake. It's been a long time, almost a year and a half. Su Chen hasn't run out of control like this for a long time. If it weren't for her own safety, I'm afraid there would not be a fourth mental runaway. Speaking of which, the third runaway even has its own relationship to a certain extent. Thinking of this made Qin Ji Lei feel extremely guilty. I'm fine, really fine. Qin Ji Lei tried to wake up Su Chen's sanity. Even when the other party was running wild, his arms always hugged her body tightly, and his whole body was even covered with a layer of energy barrier. Protect her from any force. Chin's words are indeed a good medicine. Su Chen's runaway mental energy gradually subsided, and even the reality that was violently turbulent around him due to emotional fluctuations was smoothed out. He whispered and looked down at the delicate face that was weeping sadly. Great. Chin smiled softly, she was sincerely happy, and her hands wiped the blood that splashed on Su Chen's face and neck. Good risk. Compared with other Omega-level existences in other mental domains that generally run out of control, Su Chen's sanity return is easier and easier, and will not sink into the runaway since then. Warm. I'm pretty dirty. Su Chen looked at Chin's hands stained with blood, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not dirty, not dirty. Compared to the protective Chin, Su Chen, who ran away, seemed to prefer to be bathed in the blood of the enemy, so that his face and clothes were stained a lot. Let's go back. After getting revenge, Su Chen, who only had Chin in his heart, felt that he had no more thoughts, and now he just wanted to go back to his home with Chin Ge Lei. Next second. The ripples in the space, which were even higher than before the rampage, took away the two figures. The Terrigen mist has been completely cleared away. Mr. Fantastic Mr. Reed, who always observes the direction of the Earth's atmosphere, immediately reported the current situation. The sudden change even caught Reed by surprise. In a short time or two, the deadly Terrigen fog disappeared into the Earth's atmosphere. This time, Reed wondered if he was dazzled. How to clear it? In the same signal channel, Tony, the Iron Man who was sent to the first aid before, got off the sickbed. He wanted to continue wearing the Mark armor, but he received such a good message. Information. I don't know the reason. How can I say it? In such a breathless time, many radiation clouds in the Earth's atmosphere have all disappeared. What? Tony was stunned by this statement. What kind of trick is this? No matter how the weather changes, it won't make the Terrigen fog disappear out of thin air in a short period of time. What about those Inhuman royals? Unconsciously, Iron Man Tony even ignored the new Inhumans that suddenly appeared in major cities, as if the chaos he cared about before did not exist at all. I don't know, the location is not clear yet, but a violent energy fluctuation broke out in a seaside city in Europe, and it should be the first mutant Su Chen who fought against them. Even Mr. Fantastic, the smartest man in the Marvel Universe, Reed, doesn't feel the world seems to have changed. No more Inhumans made most of the new Inhumans disappear, the kind that wiped out all traces, and there is no memory or copy information about their existence. Only the existence of a few Inhuman royal families is still well preserved. Therefore, they only remember that the Inhuman royal family spread the mist of Terrigen to kill mutants, which is a kind of mass extinction. Certainly, it's not that no one realizes what's wrong. Something's wrong. Don't you remember the new Inhumans that once appeared? The new shield. Director Hill's complexion changed dramatically, and he questioned Agent Coulson. Before that, she was still worried about how to deal with the large number of newborn Inhumans, and sent more quick response troops to deal with the problem. Result. Her subordinates, all the well-trained agents under her, all healed the memories of the past. After all, Coulson and Black Widow, Hawkeye and others also emphasized that her mission was to quickly help the fallen mutants and maintain order in the city. This was a huge deviation from Maria Hill's memory. If it weren't for her being a 10th level agent with an incomparably firm will, she would have suspected that she had a mental problem. Not right. Not right. This must be the fault of Su Chen. As Director Hill, who had been in charge of following the boy for half a year, she clearly remembered how much of a mystery this person was shrouded in, and that his staff lost their memories and disappeared for no apparent reason. Is a common occurrence. This time. What the hell did this guy do? Never mind. Hill shook his head and stopped digging into this issue. The mysterious level involved was far beyond her imagination. She decided not to struggle anymore, at least the current situation looked positive. Poor Hill naturally didn't know that she was the unfortunate one who could observe the fluctuations in the timeline. Su Chen's ability to interfere with reality on a large scale in a state of rampage has wiped out the traces of too many people's existence, so that the world repairs itself and repairs the bug problems caused by it. This brings with it a horrific timeline change. The Flash in DC also formed a new universe because of the Flashpoint paradox caused by returning to the past. Certainly. This change is not so exaggerated, only a few people realize that the world has really changed, but unfortunately, no one will agree with them, they will only treat them as lunatics. A person with high psychological quality like Hill, after pondering for a while, knew that it was Su Chen who moved the hand, and decided to give up on this terrifying problem. At the same time, its cognition has once again been raised to an indescribable level. The Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. are also continuing to deal with the aftermath of the big event. The number of casualties in the statistics is full of 6 figures, and among them, the death rate of those ordinary humans is much higher than that of mutants. It's not so much the extinction of mutants as the extinction of ordinary people. The reason for this is that after Mr. Fantastic Reed broadcasted the specific flow of the Terrigen fog in the Earth's atmosphere, many mutants predicted their escape in advance. However, the so-called ordinary people who have no clear understanding of themselves, do not know that they have the X gene, and have not had any significant gene expression for several generations, just such a large number of genes collapsed and died. After hearing the news, Zahn took a breath. This is the argument that Professor X Charles has always emphasized in the past. The difference between mutants and humans is not as big as everyone imagines. There are too many individuals with the X gene that have not been significantly expressed in the world. They all work and live like normal people. At some point in the future, or later generations, they will awaken their abilities unexpectedly. It is also because of this that the Sentinel robot of the movie X-Men, Days of Future Past, will kill any and all people on Earth indiscriminately at the end. It's him. It was the first mutant who saved us. Those alien races who harmed us and attempted to mass extinction of our existence must have been crushed by him. What followed, however, was more cheer about Su Chen among the mutants. In the midst of despair and the brink of genocide, Su Chen turned the tide and saved it all. This must have brought more prestige to Su Chen. He is the savior. The mutant compatriots pressed the heads of other Earthlings, remembering everything Su Chen did, and let them remember that it was the mutants who saved their lives. When the human body X gene has been widely popularized, everyone knows that this crisis has actually saved millions of mutants, but at the same time, at least a larger number of people on Earth have benefited from it. Next time you see a mutant, please kowtow to him. There are mutants expressing arrogance. Also because of this big incident, more and more mutants dare to admit their identities. They don't have to fear the so-called discrimination and injustice, and face their lives calmly. I have to say, this is what Qin Ji Lei hopes to see. A month later, the Earth has returned to a time of calm. Thor and his human girlfriend Jane Foster had a wonderful vacation. Today, Thor is going back to Asgard to report his duties, because other military affairs in the 9 realms gods still need his help. Heimdall. Thor, the god of thunder, called the name of the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, an extremely condensed rainbow beam of light penetrated from the pocket universe, and then directly enveloped Thor's body. In less than a second, the rainbow beam of light quickly disappeared, and Thor's figure disappeared together, returning to Asgard. Take a step slowly. The guardian god Heimdall persuaded the figure who was about to leave after saying hello. What's up? Thor, the god of thunder, looked at this serious, even solemn patron saint with a puzzled face. There is something I must tell you, Thor naturally understood at this moment that Heimdall had something important to explain. I can see everything and hear everything. This is my duty as the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, monitoring the movements of the entire 9 regions and paying attention to any and all enemies. I have seen farther than anyone else, and it is clearer that the first mutant of Midgard changed the world timeline, and his words wiped out the newly rising Inhumans. Heimdall recounted what he saw. Midgard, of course, is Asgard's term for Earth. That boy. I don't even dare to use my omniscient eye to observe. It will be very dangerous, and there is a high probability that it will be discovered. However, I know exactly what happened after the tampering with reality, so Thor must be careful in the future, and be careful not to provoke him. This young man's true strength may not be inferior to your father's. After a few words, Thor was shocked. Did that guy actually wipe out almost all the Inhumans who framed the mutants? If it wasn't for Heimdall, Thor, who had no impressions or memories, would want to give him a blow to wake him up. There are days outside the sky, and there are people outside the people. This refreshed Thor's understanding of Su Chen. It's okay. He waved his artifact and said with a smile, I still have Odin's power that has not been activated, so I may not lose to him. Even if there is a gap, I believe that with my aptitude, I won't be able to catch up. Thor is full of fighting spirit, and he is already looking forward to the experience brought by the 9 regions war. It's good to have fighting spirit, I just want to remind you not to mess with him. Heimdall exhorted. To tell the truth, this has been one of the most terrifying existences in the entire 9 domains that he has guarded the Rainbow Bridge for thousands of years. Moreover, The evolution rate and strength growth rate of the first variant are also extremely fast. Every once in a while, there seems to be a new layer of changes. Heimdall dare not observe more, and he does not know how much the Earth teenagers have grown today. In order to avoid hitting Thor, Heimdall concealed the topic. In this calm, quiet time for a month, Su Chen, who had no more troubles and twists and turns, silently cultivated again. In the previous fourth runaway state, the rapid increase in the mutation evolution speed also gave him a lot of new abilities. Preliminary control of time, further mastery of space, and even its own superpower, and further control of reality fluctuations. After such a period of time, Su Chen already felt that he definitely had the power of a heavenly father. After each runaway state is over, Su Chen's own strength has been improved by leaps and bounds. This is obviously due to the rapid increase of mutant genes at that time, and during that short period of spiritual runaway, he acquired multiple abilities. At this time, crash! Outside the treehouse, the rain overturned from the air, slapping the entire lake like a blue pendant. Su Chen on the balcony quietly watched the scene in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly became deep, and a wave of power that was different from the past bloomed from it. That is the power of time. The ripples dotted in the lake suddenly shrank, and then a drop of elliptical raindrops suddenly formed on the surface of the lake, and finally, as if going back in time, all the raindrops flew into the air. This scene completely violates the law of universal gravitation, enough to make people breathtaking. Excellent. Qin Ji Lei joined in. This is a new power, and I can barely control the reverse of time. Su Chen said. Of course, this is only limited to the first release area. In fact, the splashing rainwater outside the line of sight continues. Only the rainwater on this side of the lake area suddenly reverses the time, and the original path flew into the air. When the sky was clear and some migratory birds flew out of the forest in a group, Su Chen, who was reading a book with Qin on the balcony, suddenly had an idea. Under the invisible ripples and fluctuations in space, a bunch of migratory birds were frozen in midair, motionless, but they were firmly bound in the air by the space confinement brought by Su Chen at his fingertips. Leave these poor bastards alone. Su Chen waved his hand, and the frozen time and space resumed again, as if the play button was pressed in a movie, and a group of migratory birds were able to speed up to escape from this area. After showing off his skills one after another, Yinshan simply closed the book. Go. I'll make you a pot of tea. Qin Wan smiled and waved goodbye. The two have long been regarded as husband and wife, and they have a tacit understanding. Naturally, they know that this time is almost the time for Su Chen to exercise. I will be back soon. Next second, Su Chen disappeared in place. After several flashes, his figure has come to a starry sky thousands of kilometers away, and after traveling such a long distance, his figure has come to another hemisphere. Even the Earth's time zone doesn't know how many times it has flown, so that it was a clear day just now, but now it's night. This exquisite space shuttle skill is much faster than before. Call. When Su Chen's body lingered with a faint golden light, and the billions of trillions of cells in his body provided energy for him, the whole body suddenly started a rapid super flight. Not long ago, his flight speed was not much faster than that of the 5th-generation Black Tech fighter, but now, his speed left multiple sonic booms in the moment of the explosion, and a cone-shaped sound barrier was thrown behind him. After he started flying around the Earth at an unimaginable speed, with a bang, he rose directly into the sky at a 90-degree right angle. What is even more exaggerated is that when it climbed to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters in an instant, there was another explosion, and the whole figure once again drew a big right angle, changed direction and continued to fly parallel to the Earth. This kind of constant change of direction in an instant is undoubtedly a test of the endurance of the entire body. Apparently, Su Chen's physique also got a significant strength improvement after a month. Finally, his figure penetrated the Earth's atmosphere and flew out of outer space. The faint sunlight and the radiation waves that filled the space were quickly absorbed by his body, and the energy that had been consumed by the intense flight just now was quickly replenished within a few seconds. His gobbling momentum even caused the light in the surrounding area to distort slightly. When Su Chen felt that his cells were a little full, his eyes also burst into a red light. One couldn't breathe. The red light burst into full bloom and turned into a bright red light beam that shot directly into the field of vision. The end of. Boom. With a roar, a small celestial body that was far away was completely defeated by the energy beam. Heat vision, a calendar similar to Superman. This ability is obviously an accidental gain. Since Su Chen obtained energy manipulation, Generally speaking, he gathered in his hands and shot out, or lingered around his body to give him surging power. Now it can be released from the pupil, but it has added a new ability. Good. The changes in the body are much more obvious than before. Su Chen, who was bathed in the radiance of the sun, only felt that his strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This is at least at the level of a heavenly father. Su Chen thought to himself. In the past era of gods, the powerful earth gods generally had the level of heavenly fathers. It is a pity that the cosmic god group thousands of years ago caused a large number of earth gods to fall on the spot. In order to fight against the almost invincible cosmic god group, the Nordic gods represented by Odin, the Greek gods led by Zeus, and other earth gods joined together to inject Shenwu to create a god-killing machine. This is the origin of the Destroyer mecha. Unlike the weak image in the Thor 1 movie, the Destroyer mecha in the comic universe is not ordinary fierce. This is also what Su Chen learned from the epic chapters recorded by Kamatage. Odin, I don't know how much power this guy has. The so-called earth god alive at present, the most powerful and most existential is Odin, the king of the gods. Battle is the best evolutionary ladder. Even the most dangerous state of rampage can give you great benefits. It is a good choice to be able to find a powerful enemy as an opponent, rather than cultivating alone. Su Chen didn't have any idea about Asgard God's domain, but simply wanted to find a strong opponent to learn from and to promote his own evolution. At this moment, Su Chen, who was above the space, suddenly felt a peeping gaze coming from far away. This is not some kind of satellite detection outside the low Earth orbit, but a real vitality fluctuation of consciousness. In the dark, he feels that there is a person in a very distant place. Zijaz IR. Telepaths rarely have such things as delusions, especially the omega-level existence among them, which can only be called absolute intuition. The prying eyes swept away, but they didn't dare to stay on Su Chen's body for one more second. Apparently, this guy also knows how dangerous he is. And not once or twice. Last month's snooping also came from this person, and it was also swept away, but Su Chen's keen perception was also insightful. Just waiting for you. This time, don't even think about running. Su Chen had been waiting for this scene for a long time. This will let him know that it is a very dangerous thing to spy on the host of a Mind Stone at will. When Heimdall, who was on the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard's god domain, once again retracted his gaze and retracted the extended sensory tentacles, all of a sudden, his complexion changed drastically. Not good. His sensory tentacles brought back other things from the earth, a wisp of consciousness that belonged to Su Chen alone. Oh, it's you, Heimdall. A flat voice just crossed the boundaries of the pocket universe, and penetrated into Heimdall's mind from the far outer space of the earth. Heimdall looked stunned. This was a scene he had never imagined, and something he had never encountered before. After all, he is still an ancient god with thousands of years, and as a god who has been on the battlefield, he will not be completely overwhelmed by sudden variables. As expected of a soul gem, I can feel its power now. It was me who made a mistake. I have no ill will towards you. As the patron saint of the Asgardian domain, I just routinely put my vision in the 9 domains, spy on the movements of all beings, and listen to the voices of all things. Heimdall is very frank, showing that he has no hostility. The wisp of consciousness brought back is not very powerful. If he wants to, if he can cut off the connection and crush the power it brings. But this is not necessary. I'm also very curious about you, but I can't find the way to the pocket universe for a while, so it will take some time. It would be better if you invite me to come. Su Chen responded with interest. Compared with his ability to continue to deepen the space shuttle, the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard God's domain is more convenient for him to communicate with. The communication between the two can be regarded as spanning an infinite distance and breaking through the boundaries of a pocket universe, which also surprised Heimdall, who could not have imagined that this Earth boy still has such abilities. Sure enough, he still underestimated the strength of the opponent, especially in the spiritual field. This guy can obviously go farther with the help of the soul gem. However, Heimdall still intends to remind him. He didn't want to respond to the other party's question, but instead threw a question to Su Chen that was enough to deter the Earth boy. Although the mind gem has endless cosmic energy for you to use, and it can even help you quickly increase the power of your mind, but do you know how dangerous the mind gem in your hand is? That's a good question. When it comes to the issue of infinity stones, Su Chen also showed a well-rounded attitude. Very dangerous. Infinity stones is a big pie for us, but it's also a hot potato, and it's already pre-ordered. Heimdall was very serious, and his tone was a little heavy. The tyrant, right? Su Chen responded easily. Yes. After the evil god Loki took the lead in the failure of the Katarians to invade the Earth, the superheroes have long known about the mastermind behind the Titans, Thanos. Everyone knows that millions of light years away, there is a dark force in the universe that frightens the major empires and has set their sights on the Earth. This is likely to be the big boss they need to face in the next few years. So Heimdall is not surprised that Su Chen knows Thanos. After all, many people on Earth already know the mastermind behind the scenes. Then do you know how dangerous Thanos is? According to the guess of the great priest Odin, his strength is infinitely close to his heyday. These words are not modest and exaggerated. Odin is already very old, and his strength is not as good as in the heyday of his prime years. If he were to face Thanos at this time, he would not be able to win 10 times, not to mention, the opponent's use of Infinity Stones far surpassed anyone else. It is very difficult for other people to tap the potential of the Infinity Stones. There is a saying in the major interstellar empires that Thanos got the inspiration from the universe and mastered the answer to how to use the Infinity Stones. In other words, they were all in awe, call him the son of heaven. Heimdall's words were extremely attractive to Su Chen. To be honest, he had communicated with Supreme Mage before, and he didn't get too much information about Thanos from it. Son of Destiny? This reminds Su Chen of Thanos' classic line, I am the destiny. The reason for this statement is that the Hemsworth family's statement is correct. The important information not mentioned in the Fulian film and television is that Thanos got the enlightenment given by the universe from a mysterious realm called the Well of Infinite, from which he snooped and got things like the mystery of how to use the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones, which were divine objects that existed before the birth of the new universe, had infinite power. In order to fully control the 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos learned that he needed an Infinity Glove, is used to regulate the energy in it. Once he has collected all 6 Infinity Stones, the entire single universe will be changed by one of his thoughts and one will. His will can even arbitrarily tamper with all reality. With a single snap of fingers, half of the life in the universe will be zero and dead for this week. This guy's madness is unimaginable. Everyone said that the Titans vowed to kill half of the universe in order to please the goddess of death. Any planet of life that his 5 black Yao generals pass by will definitely be barren. Heimdall sighed when he said this, and Su Chen also captured an important message. I see. This tyrant is really trying to please the goddess of death. In film and television and in the middle of the week, Thanos' image has become a lot taller and sturdier, and many audiences call him the director of the Cosmic Family Planning Office. But in the comics, this guy wiped out half of the life in the universe just to please the goddess of death. Only the corpses and countless grievances are enough to impress that person. The indifferent god of the universe. Also good. Such a wicked man who was born for the darkness also made Su Chen not have any sympathy for his future battles. Of course, even if he was the director of the family planning office and dared to snatch his own Infinity Stones, he would not sit still, even if he had a different stance. To do this, learn about the other person's life. How about it? A child of destiny who has received revelation from the universe in the true sense, will he feel afraid when he thinks that he has to face such a guy? Heimdall asked. He admits that he kind of expects some dismayed answers from it. But the performance of this Earthboy completely exceeded their expectations. I'll be waiting for him. Su Chen's words are so plain, confident, and even reveal a sense of poise and pride. It's not pretend. In fact, since Su Chen traveled to this Marvel universe, all he thought about was how to face Thanos, who will destroy half of the life in the universe in the future. He was prepared in his heart and fought for it every day, so how could he be afraid of it? Heimdall pondered for a while. The performance of the Earthboy was somewhat unexpected. If he asked Thor with the same question, he would definitely receive a dismissive answer, letting Thanos come to the door. But that's because of Thor's stubborn personality. He is not very careful and has an attitude of not being afraid of the sky and the earth. Your calculation is to ask him whether he dares to fight the god of the universe, and the answer is the same. And this Earthboy obviously has a sense of full self-confidence. He is a person with thought and countermeasures. Hearing his serious words, he is convinced and admired. This is an existence that is unquestionable from the bottom of my heart. Good. Heimdall is the first time he has praised people in so many years, and he is still an Earth person. Back to your initial question, if you want to come to Asgard, that's fine, but I just need to ask Father Odin for instructions, and he will most likely agree. It's just that it's getting late, and Father Odin has fallen asleep, so I'll give you an answer tomorrow. In the beginning, Heimdall didn't even want to invite him to Asgard. However, after some exchanges, he learned a lot of information about the other party, and the indifference and self-confidence also successfully moved him. What's more, the strength of this Earth boy should not be underestimated. I am afraid that he has a Heavenly Father level strength standard. In any case, it is a good choice for Asgard to communicate with him. By the way, in a sense, we are also teammates on the same front. Heimdall said meaningfully. The space gem is in Asgard's treasury, and it is in Odin's hands. The Mind Stone is in Su Chen's hands. Thanos, who will not let go of the Infinity Stones, will naturally regard them as targets, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are on the same front. See you tomorrow. Asgard's wine is ready for you. Heimdall's admiration for the boy was undisguised, but in the end he still understood the purpose of the other party's arrival and learned from Odin, the king of the gods. This request made him a little stunned, really young and energetic. Early the next morning, in the dazzling Asgard, the patron saint Heimdall reported Su Chen's request to the Lord of Asgard, Odin, the king of the gods. All these demands for a battle immediately caused an uproar in Asgard. On the steps, the stalwart figure on the golden throne also inexplicably raised a trace of interest. Shan Ding tilted his head slightly and looked down at the figure below. This is a slander against Odin, the king of the gods. Let that boy come, and I beg him to fight to the death. Under the steps, Tyr, the god of war, stood up first and shouted eagerly. The humans of Midgard have also begun to rampant. You must know that it is the jurisdiction of our Asgardian domain, and human beings are also protected and controlled by us. That is, a little human being so arrogant, he is simply ignorant. There is no need to let him come. Heimdall will immediately send me to the lower realm, and I will immediately let him understand how long the gap between gods and humans is. The Nordic gods below, and even the holy guards, were extremely excited and vowed to look good on the earthling. Asgardians are fond of fine wine and are also heroic and belligerent. They regard honor and medals as more valuable than their own lives. In the face of challenges from earthlings, everyone is impassioned and expresses a strong will to fight. His strength should not be underestimated. He is likely to be at the level of a heavenly father, and he is also the owner of the spiritual gem. In a sense, this person is a foreign friend worthy of our association. Heimdall ignored the hustle and bustle around him, and instead said earnestly. The words just fell. The uproar in Asgard also disappeared, replaced by a moment of silence. Heavenly Father? Earthlings? I'm confused. Can there still be a Heavenly Father level existence on the Earth? Heimdall, are you sure he has this strength? In the past, the Earth still needed the protection of us Asgards. 2,000 years ago, we helped the Earthlings drive away the invading frost giants. We don't know how much they weigh. After the hesitation, everyone has doubts and disdain about it. Hey. The patron saint Heimdall sighed silently. Some Norse gods were right. Almost 2,000 years ago, they did help the Earthlings drive away the frost giants, thus leaving the legend of the Norse gods on the earth itself. But that was a long time ago. These Norse gods who lived indefinitely still hold the honor of the past and look at today's Earth people with the old eyes of the past. It is true. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder who returned to Asgard from the earth, stood up and said. That guy is really strong. Heimdall's statement is even a bit conservative. That guy does have the strength of the earth god. He solved the Kitterui people. It can be said that Loki was played and crushed by him alone. As for Su Chen's deeds of subjugating the Inhumans, Thor didn't say anything at all, because most people in Asgard didn't know what the so-called Inhumans were. Perhaps in the eyes of the tens of thousands of years old, it is nothing more than a fight between ants under the feet. What is worth writing about? The power of the earth god. Heavenly Father level existence. The statement of Thor, the Thor, made the people around him unbelievable. Is this a god on par with the body of a mortal? This is too unexpected. Humility is an enduring virtue, and arrogance only hinders our progress. Heimdall added meaningfully to these old guys. Aging, twilight, rigid and conservative, boasting about his past honors all his life. This is his impression of the Norse gods. Inexplicably, an ancient prophecy emerged in his mind. The end of Ragnarok should not really come. Asgard hasn't been so lively in a long time, let him come. At this time, Odin, the king of the gods who tilted his head to listen to the words below, finally replied, and he agreed to Heimdall's request. This afternoon. When Heimdall's will came, after communicating with Su Chen, soon, a fiery colorful beam of light passed through the boundary of the pocket universe and fell from the sky, shrouded in Su Chen and Chin Gray's body. After a few seconds, Their figures just arrived at the control center of the Rainbow Bridge. Welcome. Heimdall, who was wearing golden armor in front of him, showed a smile to express his welcome. His body is not much taller than a normal strong man, but his visual sense is haunted by an indescribable stalwart fluctuation. Perhaps this is the so-called Earth God symbol. I have long admired the name. Su Chen smiled. 2,000 years ago, the Norse gods came to the Earth to help fight the frost giants. This was also the time when Norse mythology developed in the mainland. The so-called gods can be compared with everything in Asgard today. You are stronger than I thought. Heimdall sighed faithfully. As the patron saint who sees everything and hears everything, he is more sensitive than other Norse gods. There was a boundary before, and it was difficult to truly feel the strength of the other party at an incomparably far distance, but now when the real person saw it, I immediately felt a terrifying aura from his indifferent expression. Obviously the opponent did not have any fighting spirit, but Heimdall felt the turbulent power of the opponent from the slender and sturdy physique of the opponent. The light looked at each other for a long time, and there was some inexplicable guilty conscience, and the other party's temperament clearly revealed a sense of pride that looked down on all beings and everything and despised everything. It's awesome. In the blink of an eye, he also looked at the Phoenix girl beside him. You and your man are extremely unusual, and it is truly awe-inspiring that the Earth has your pair of demons. Heimdall naturally knew the power of the Phoenix, so he also expressed some respect and courtesy. Let's go. You can go and see the scenery of Asgard. In the evening, Odin, the great king of the gods, will hold a special dinner for you. Outside the control hub of the Rainbow Bridge, a heroic Valkyrie SIF has been waiting here for a long time. Let me receive you. Outside the door, 1,000 white horses with 2 feathers and 4 legs made a rhythmic sound. After the towed carriage got on the person, the whole Tianma ran forward for several steps, and then a pair of white wings took the wind to the sky, steadily taking everyone up to the sky. Asgard's domain is expressly prohibiting any flying, only the 4-legged Pegasus is its representative. So beautiful. After leaving the hub room of the Rainbow Bridge, the Phoenix female Qin Ji Lei was immediately attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her. Looking down from the sky, I saw an incomparably slender rainbow bridge built over the sea of stars. At the end of the bridge is the hub room where the patron saint is located, and at the head is the entire Asgard's fairy camp building. Under the protection of the tall walls repaired by giants in the past, the interiors are actually luxurious palaces, showing a golden luster under the bright starry sky. Such a flashy and prosperous world is enough to make people immersed in it. That is the Hall of Valor, which enshrines the heroic spirits of the Norse gods of all dynasties. Sif pointed to the huge palace surrounded by 100-meter-high sculptures. That is the palace of the king of the gods. The golden hall where the banquet is held at night. The parliamentary hall that handles the internal affairs of the 9 realms gods' domain. Sif introduced them to the 2 of them. Let's go to the world tree first. There is the fountain of destiny, under the water of the spring. It has the most beautiful forest scenery in Asgard. In Norse mythology, this huge tree supports multiple worlds. Su Chen was also very curious and readily agreed. Soon, the 4-legged Pegasus flapped its wings and led everyone to the most beautiful place in Asgard. The world tree supports the 9 domains, and one of its thick roots penetrates deep into Asgard. It continues to multiply and grow in this forest, and there is a fountain of destiny under it. What a nice view, looking at the sea of flowers paved with purple and 1,000 red flowers spreading to the entire surrounding field of vision. Qin was sincerely delighted. As early as the 2 of them in their otherworldly home, she indulged in the art of cutting and gardening, and took good care of their home. Can you give me some seeds when I go back? Qin asked. Of course, it's a small thing. Sif nodded. After passing through the splendid sea of flowers, everyone came to the most central point of this beautiful scenery, only to see a huge and prosperous tree supporting the whole world. Hundreds of people embracing the tree may not be enough to measure this giant tree. This is part of the world tree. The artifact of Odin, the king of the gods, the eternal spear, is taken from a trunk of this big tree. Compared with the trees in the natural world, the bark of this world tree is strong enough to roll steel. Even if Asgard suffered a terrifying external force and collapsed, this world tree would probably not have an accident. The most amazing thing is that the entire world tree is surrounded by faint rune fluctuations, and the surface is engraved with the unique words of Asgard. There is a well not far away, and the water in the well exudes a strong breath of life. Those words are our destiny engraved on it. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Chen. I saw 3 beautiful queens with different postures coming over. These are the three goddesses of fate, Sif explained. You are special, Earthling. The three goddesses of fate uttered the same sentence at the same time, and the three voices and accents were obviously different, but they spoke to Su Chen in a very neat manner, as if they were in harmony with each other. They wore veils that partially covered their faces, only the faintly pointed chins, and the perfect facial contours. Combined with this tall figure, it was clear that the main goddess was a first-class beauty. I can't see through your past. Uld, who is in charge of the past, among the three goddesses of destiny, said. I can't see through your present. The second sister Verdante, who was in charge and grasped the now, also shook her head. I can't see through your future. The old third poem, Kurti, is in charge of the future, with a pair of eyes that can see through everyone's future destiny, and predict the future destiny of all life. The Su Chen in front of him, to the three goddesses of fate, is like a mystery that cannot be seen through. They can't trace the fate of this person, and they can't see his timeline. This? At this moment, Su Chen was a little stunned, but this was not the same answer. He still remembers his first meeting with the Supreme Mage, Ji Yi, who once said that he was in charge of the time gem. She couldn't see the fluctuations in her own timeline. Both are saying the same thing, he is indeed his own. Even if he is stamped by the universe as the son of destiny, the Titan Thanos who has received the revelation can still be seen by the time gem to see the direction of his future timelines, and he clearly knows how much. Few parallel branches. In the Avengers movie, Doctor Strange has seen 14 million outcomes of fighting Thanos. And what about yourself? But it is really impossible for others to spy on all future trends or even back to the historical past. The Valkyrie Sif is a little embarrassed, and she doesn't know what happened, but the status of the three goddesses of fate is unattainable and unshakable, even the god King Odin is against 10. Respect. So she didn't dare to stop the conversation between the two sides. That sounds like a good thing, Su Chen said. He remembers that there are no shortage of ruthless people who can go back to the past in the Marvel Universe. The X-Men has a case of reversing time and space. Even the Avengers in the film and television to defeat the tyrant are all. This means by going back in time. If you don't see the past in the future, you won't be accurately positioned, no matter how you look at it, it's a good thing. Maybe. It does seem like a good thing at the moment, but it's very confusing for us. The three goddesses of fate once again gave the answer very synchronously. Certainly. What they didn't say is that when they look at Su Chen's female companion Qin Ji Lei, once it involves the past and future of his timeline, they will fall into an endless fog, making it impossible for people to see through. It was like a curtain covering everything about Su Chen. The three goddesses of fate pondered for a while, as if thinking about something. Even if they know the past, see the future and foresee everything, they can't change their fate. Maybe the man in front of them may be a variable. Those pairs of beautiful eyes are constantly focusing on Su Chen, as if they want to get the answer from it. The incomparably interested expressions of these three goddesses have already made the Dark Phoenix personality under Qin a little dissatisfied. Before you leave Asgard, we will specially prepare a gift for you, which is a trunk of the world tree. The words of the three goddesses of destiny immediately changed the face of Valkyrie Sif. What? The trunk of the world tree. That is the material for casting the supreme artifact. Are they crazy? Even if they look at all the Nordic gods, few people have this treatment. Next, enjoy the fight. After the three goddesses of fate finished speaking, they just walked away. At the same time, there was a whistling sound in the air, and there were many figures flying in the direction of the world tree. What about the Earthling who dared to challenge the king of the gods? Come and test with me first. Accompanied by a roar like thunder, many gods such as Tyr, the god of war, descended from the sky. Only the meritorious Gao Zhou, a big man with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, dared to violate the air ban in a small way, and come out of the air so swaggeringly. Su Chen glanced at the backs of the three goddesses of fate, obviously expecting such a scene. But, fight? He doesn't resist. After all, he came to Asgard to challenge Odin, the king of the gods. Come with us to the Golden Plaza. The world tree and the sea of flowers around it are obviously not suitable for battle. Su Chen, who was glad to go to the appointment, also came to the other end of Asgard, an extremely vast golden square with many statues of gods. Bang bang. The sound of the bell rang even more at this moment. Come on, the humans of Intergald are going to challenge the Norse gods. It's crazy to want to challenge the true god with the body of a mortal. I don't know. Anyway, Odin, the king of the gods, has deliberately held a banquet at night. he should be a remarkable human being in the lower realm. Don't say it. Go grab a good spot. It's rare to see a so-called earthling alive. Such a good show has never happened once in hundreds of years. Many Asgardians rushed to the Golden Square in a lively manner. After all, the Mythgard people, that is, the people of the earth, are very rare and have never been seen. I also heard that the opponent's strength is very exaggerated. The mortal body is comparable to the gods, and has the strength comparable to the gods of the earth. This time, when visiting Asgard, he came to challenge Odin, the king of the gods. This can be described as topical. Till is going to fight Su Chen? Thor, who got the news, also put down his work. Compared with the preparations for the battle to go to Jotunheim the next day, the battle in front of him is definitely not to be missed. At this moment, outside the Golden Square, the balconies of the palaces in the distance were filled with figures, and the Asgardians looked at the two figures on the field with great anticipation. On one side is Tyr, the god of war in Asgard, and on the other side is a very strange earthling. Human, where's your weapon? God of war Tyr's voice resounded like thunder. His figure is incomparably tall as 2 floors, and in his hand is holding a slender giant blade, which is radiant under the refraction of the sun. Compared with such a tall physique and an incomparably huge artifact, Su Chen in front of him is so small, and even more bare-handed. The onlookers in the distance were a little surprised. Can the body of this earthling really withstand the punch of the god of war? My body is the best weapon, Su Chen said confidently and calmly. Humph. I hate bullying the weak. Say it. Tyr, the god of war, slammed the giant blade in his hand into the ground, and then walked over with his bare hands. Start. Seeing that the two are ready, a sound of war is called from the referee's mouth. Let me see the real power of the gods. With another roar, the god of war took a step, and every step he fell, the entire earth trembled violently, and the dust on the ground suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, after the start of the pace increased, the entire tall and majestic figure was like a rocket, and it slammed into Su Chen in the distance with a mighty prestige. In the face of such a vast and astonishing impact momentum, Su Chen's whole body has been lingering with a faint golden luster, and the whole person is slowly suspended. Less than a second. An incomparably thick black shadow has completely enveloped his body, and Tyr's stalwart figure has come within reach. Boom. Accompanying it was his fist that was as thick as a stone pillar. This fist was bombarded, and it was like a cannonball exploded in front of him. To this, facing such a huge difference in size, even the Asgardians who were watching from a distance couldn't help but close their eyes, not wanting to see the tragedy. Su Yan also waved his head indifferently. Punch to punch. Boom. The violent collision broke out, and a terrifying invisible shockwave erupted from the collision between the two. Under the great prestige, Su Chen didn't even move. This. The people around were startled. The earthlings in front of them had their feet off the ground, suspended in midair, and used their extremely disparate fists to fight against Tyr's offensive head-on. God of War Tyr felt extremely shocked at this moment. His punch was actually blocked by the opponent? Wrong. The next time he couldn't breathe, he immediately realized that the fluctuation of power lingering around the person in front of him was still rising, and the golden luster in full bloom even made him smell a dangerous aura. Not good. Under the exclamation of Tyr, the god of war, Su Chen, who was still raising his aura and his body suspended even higher, waved his fist again. This time, Su Chen was actually condescending, and suddenly threw his fist at the huge figure under his eyes. Boom. With the huge sound that shook the sky, the vast power fluctuations that slammed into the sky instantly shattered the surrounding earth, and the land under the feet of Tyr, the god of war, was trapped in a huge area. Pits. What? The god of war Tyr shouted. The arm that was caught off guard just now had broken bones, blood spurted out indiscriminately, one leg fell to the ground, and the whole person's waist and spine were inexplicably bent. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he looked extremely embarrassed by the blow just now. As I said, my body is the most powerful weapon. Su Chen, who was above the sky, said coldly and arrogantly. At this moment, he is more like a golden god, who is surrounded by golden luster, and Tyr, the god of war who has been showing off his power just now, is already half kneeling on the ground, showing a full 10 is unbearable. What is even more frightening is that his energy fluctuations are still rising, and the aura of the whole person is getting deeper and deeper. Before reaching his prime, Su Chen threw his third punch. What? Facing the overwhelming force from oppression, Tyr, the god of war who was half kneeling just now, suddenly stood up and waved his other arm, forming a boom on the road. The two upward and downward force impacts quickly collided with each other. Boom. Another terrifying loud noise erupted from then on, but in the face of this collision, there was nothing to compare it to. Su Chen's third punch instantly smashed the opponent's divine power fluctuations in a crushing posture, and the upper bombing punch that hit the face exploded into a blood mist, and the entire earth collapsed again at this moment, as if it was hit by a meteorite. Normal impact. Puff. With a more violent spurt of blood, the god of war Tyr's incomparably tall figure was lying down in a pool of blood. The whole person lost his fighting power, and could no longer stand up. 3 punches, just 3 punches. In these few seconds, Su Chen resolved the fight. A Norse god, just under his ruthless fist, suffered a terrifying blow of destruction, and lay down in the pit unable to move. Wow. For a time, the Asgardians outside the stadium couldn't hide the shock on their faces, and the noise became louder. Losing. God of War Tyr actually lost. Crazy. No, this must be an illusion. Tell me it's fake. The great god of war Tyr has fallen. What is the origin of this earthling? Isn't Midgard our lower realm? How could such a terrifying fellow appear? My god. This must be my eyesore. Everyone only felt that their thinking had been extremely powerfully impacted. The mighty, heroic god of war, who has survived tens of thousands of years without falling, with scars all over his body, Tyr fell mercilessly in front of this young man on earth. This is so crazy, so unbelievable, that it just feels like everything just now is fake. God of War, are you really getting old? Finally, some Asgardians finally accepted this fact. Even the longest-lived people present can't compare to each other. The 30,000-year-old high-collared god of war Tyr is no longer in his prime, and his strength must have fallen a lot compared to his prime. But isn't this guy human? How could such a terrifying existence emerge from the lower world human beings like ants? For the contempt of earthlings, in a sense, these Asgardians do have capital. After all, even the most ordinary and weakest Asgardians have a lifespan of several hundred years. Like the Valkyrie Sif, who can easily kick a bus away with one foot. Humans, who are generally weak, and even have an extremely short lifespan, are a bit incompetent in their opinion. But today, everything has changed. As this immortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods? The crowd was shocked by it. Heimdall, who is looking at everything, is in the center of the Rainbow Bridge hub, and he also saw the scene just now. 3 punches defeat God. This strength and bearing also shocked him. But that's fine too. It is also time to let the complacent and lifeless Norse god realize that all his past glory is no longer worth mentioning. It's been so many years, and I still treat the people of the earth with disdain, and even treat the people in the lower realm under the banner of God King Odin. Is it just unwilling not to accept the fiasco of 1,000 years ago? Let me. At this moment, a cry came from above the golden square. It's Thor, son of Odin. He was bathed in the luster of thunder, as if a flash of light that fell on the ground came directly. Thor is coming. Everyone exclaimed for a while, and the momentum that fell in their hearts just now suddenly increased. This earthling is indeed powerful, but Tyr, the god of war, is too careless. He lost all the artifacts in his hand. He is stunned to fight against others, and he doesn't even think about how old he is. Yes. God of war Tyr threw an empty fist and even the giant blade of the divine sword on the ground, but he suffered a lot. Now the young and vigorous Thor, holding the divine weapon, Thor's hammer, may not be the opponent of this earthling. Heimdall's point of view is right. Even in the face of the most powerful enemy, Thor, the son of Odin, will stand up to meet the enemy. He is ignorant and fearless. Back off on this. Thor wanted to become stronger and wanted to know the limit of the opponent's strength. Even if he knew very well the illustrious military exploits of the first mutant on Earth, he was unwilling to retreat half a step. I heard that you were going to fight tomorrow. You must dare to challenge me. Su Chen, who was above the sky, had not yet landed. He just bathed in golden luster, and looked down at the figure not far away. Come. I've long wanted to meet you, the first mutant. If I lose to you, let me know how far apart I am from you. Thor, the god of thunder, said very firmly, and even waved the hammer of the god of thunder in his hand. In the blink of an eye, thunder and lightning flashed high in the sky, and the entire atmosphere gradually changed. Quite self-aware, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. It didn't matter. It's too late, it's too soon. Thor, the god of thunder, just like he was afraid that the other party would go back on his words, his figure moved first, and he came flying with an artifact in his hand. To this, Su Chen just wanted to solve this boring matchup with a huge disparity in strength. His pair of black and white eyes immediately showed a terrifying red luster, and energy fluctuations converged in his eyes, which only brewed for less than half a second, a terrifying hot look. The line just dashed straight towards the oncoming enemy. Not good. Thor exclaimed. Under the attack he had never seen before, he stopped his steps, and saw the beam of light continue to expand, gradually covering his figure. He raised his hand. The artifact in waving up. Boom. Before a single encounter, Thor's hammer of Thor had been knocked out, and his figure was thrown hundreds of meters away under the impact of the shrouded rays of light. The imposing, fearless stunned Chingter was completely defeated under Su Chen's hot gaze. To be honest, the normal Thor may not be able to beat the Hulk, and dare to challenge. It is really boring for Su Chen. And his indifferent and boring look, compared with Thor, who was full of embarrassment from 100 meters away, really made the Asgardians feel less than a level. Thor is still too young. One is too old and the other is too young. Don't the Asgardians dare to fight again? Must Odin, the king of the gods, agree to his challenge? Everyone looked a little dazed. Even those who are unwilling to admit it, are very clear that this earthling is really at the level of a heavenly father and definitely has the strength to challenge the god King Odin. But can the god King Odin, who is already in his twilight years, be his opponent? At this moment, the atmosphere in the Golden Plaza was a little dull. The volleyed earthling showed an extraordinary advantage, 3 punches, just 3 punches, the god of war tier, lying on the ground. As for the young and vigorous Thor after the battle, he was easily repelled by a hot gaze from the opponent. Even if he barely stood up from the ground, anyone with discernment knew that the opponent was not an opponent at all. For a time, everyone was a little silent, and they were somewhat subdued by the visiting earthlings. Even the god of light Balder, the god of forest Vader, and the god of darkness Hodel, who had sworn to challenge just now outside the arena, all looked dreadful, and were not as eager to try as before. What's wrong? Su Chen felt bored. You called me here on purpose, but it was just 2 hits, and the 2 games ended in less than 10 seconds. His expression looked a little dissatisfied. The words just fell. The people around looked at each other in dismay. They only felt that the other party was provocative, but also felt that the other party was making sense, so they called people over, and it ended after 2 hits. This is the hero's square. The Nordic gods should be more powerful. The Asgardians who were watching the battle from a distance urged him. The Golden Square is so named because at noon the entire square is bathed in the fluctuations of golden waves, which is very dazzling. Also known as the hero's square, of course, because this incomparably empty square is filled with human-shaped sculptures dozens of meters high, each of which is a hero of Asgard in the past. This is a hall that symbolizes glory. Under the gaze of heroes in the past, is it to be deterred by an earthling from the lower realm? Why don't you go up together? Su Chen looked at the Norse gods who were the first to challenge the god of war tier. You. Under these provocative words, these Nordic gods with a lifespan of 10,000 years, down to the new generation of gods with a lifespan of several thousand years, could not bear the ridicule of this junior on earth. I come. The god of light, Balder, stood up directly. Without further ado, this young and handsome Balder, who fits all the girls' imaginations about the gods, walked towards Su Chen step by step. Every step he took, his aura gradually solidified. His aura was like a rainbow, and the entire slender body exuded more and more powerful fluctuations of divine power. In the blink of an eye, the light scattered around turned into pieces of light, which fell on Balder's body to form an armor of light. With a flick of his right hand, the light condensed into a handle of several meters long pistol. So handsome. So cool. Among the gods of the new generation, we have to look at the god of light. It has to be said that Balder's performance is elegant and arrogant in every move, walking around in the courtyard, just like the male protagonist in an opera, and perfectly fits the image of the handsome god described by the bard. After walking a few steps, the long spear of light in his hand turned a few times in the palm of his hand, and threw out a beautiful spear flower, which caused the girls around him to cheer and scream. Fancy bells and whistles. The patron Saint Heimdall, who was watching the battle from a distance, shook his head. Compared with the pale gold figure that is above the sky, in addition to being dazzling and beautiful, it is also a bit too pretentious. How can a life and death battle give you a chance to be cool? Done. He was about to make a fool of himself, and Heimdall didn't even see the result of the challenge. Compared to Thor, the god of light, who had been fighting everywhere, Balder, the god of light, had been wasting his talent and didn't have much combat experience at all. He dared to end because of Su Chen's aggressive tactics, and so many eyes around him were looking forward to their end. How would they end if they didn't perform better? Thor is still inferior. How can the older Balder be an opponent? Su Chen, who was above the sky, looked down at the performance of Balder, the god of light, on the ground, so indifferently. After seeing the other party's aura reaching the top and the fluctuation of divine power boiling to the extreme, he raised his right hand in disdain. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed on the tip of his right index finger, and a terrifying aura fluctuation gradually brewed within a few seconds. The god of light, Balder, realized that a dangerous aura was coming, and then he focused on the scene. When he looked back at the figure in the air, and even looked at it, immediately, my heartbeat stopped for a while. At this moment, he became nervous all of a sudden, and he only felt an incomparably majestic spiritual deterrent from the opposite side, as if he was meeting in the Asgard and looking up at Odin, the king of the gods on the golden throne. Damn it. When he went off the court in person, instead of looking at each other and feeling the pressure brought by it, Balder, the god of light, felt that it was difficult for him to breathe smoothly. With little combat experience and no experience of real danger, Balder, who just wanted to be handsome, finally panicked. Gollum. Under the invisible mental deterrence of the opponent and the extremely terrifying aura, he even swallowed like an ordinary person, and his handsome face showed a sense of panic. When the light beam released by Su Chen's finger was finished brewing and lacing came, Balder, who was not far below, barely managed to return to his senses. This is my home ground. Balder roared to vent the fear in his heart. Next second, the light pouring down from the sky suddenly rushed towards his body, continuously enhancing his divine power, and then he raised the light spear in his hand and slashed at the incoming beam. Click. In just one collision, the incomparably solid energy beam smashed this fancy spear and fell directly behind Balder's body. Will you be hit again? Balder was shocked. The strong self-esteem did not allow him to be so humiliated. In the absolute home field, bathed in the blazing light, Del, who is in charge of light, will not pull his hips to the end. He roared angrily and burst into unprecedented potential, but the energy beam that rushed forward was unable to shake his body for a while. This guy. The patron saint Heimdall, who couldn't help but glanced at it, laughed speechlessly. Who would have thought that this god of light, who has always loved to be handsome, burst into potential for the sake of dignity? But the strength gap is still too big. After only holding on for a second and a half, the terrifying energy beam suddenly enlarged a lot, and then suddenly enveloped the figure of the god of light, and flew out with a bang. Just like Thor, it was another move that was smashed. Defeated. Defeated very thoroughly. It's too embarrassing, and I was too complacent just now. It was a bunch of pretentious things, and I suddenly panicked when I was about to fight. Hey, I haven't fought a few battles. Song's talented gods are still unreliable. Asgardians were disappointed. The screams of those girls who came one after another came to an abrupt end at this moment. Hey, a generation is not as good as a generation. This is still based on the explosive potential of the god of light Balder, who once suppressed the energy beam that was rushing forward. As a result, after persisting for 1.5 seconds, it still ended in a tragic end. Thinking of Shane's graceful and pretentious posture when he came on the court, and the completely distorted change of his handsome face when he was on the court, it was enough to make people extremely disappointed. Aging, weak, the gods are all very late, and the young ones are not many, and they are not coming. Is the predicted twilight of the gods really coming? Someone really felt lost and keenly sensed that something was wrong. After 10,000 years, as Odin, the king of the gods alone? Is the ancient prophecy really about to be fulfilled, and so imminent? Is Asgard really going to have no tomorrow and be caught in the next cycle? This is also what the patron saint Heimdall is most afraid of. Inviting Su Chen to Asgard domain is not only for the purpose of forming an alliance with him to fight against Thanos, but also for the catfish effect. The atmosphere of decay and vanity. Result. The blow brought by this young boy seemed to be a bit heavy, but Heimdall hoped that the gods would not be devastated by it. Dedicate the applause to this earthling. The next second, an Asgardian took the lead in applauding. In less than a few seconds, some people followed, but they still seemed very sparse. Finally, under the leadership of a Valkyrie, SIF, the applause was as high as a sea tide. Asgardians revere strength and wine, and your bravery and strength have earned us our respect. Congratulations, earthling. Under the clap of applause, even the reluctant Asgardians were unwilling to throw away their courtesy and give them the utmost respect. As for the many girls who worshipped Balder just now, they even blindly worshipped this earthling who had no one to fight. Tear. The god of war, who fell to the ground first, stood up with an embarrassed expression. The aged god of war, who refused to be supported by others, picked up the giant blade of the divine sword and reluctantly praised Su Sheng's performance. Su Chen, who was no longer fighting, fell from the sky, and the active cells in the body also cooled down. At the moment when he just landed, Qin Gele, who had been watching the battle, approached and congratulated very happily. "Just hope it's an appetizer," Su Chen told her. After all, his original purpose was just to fight against Odin, the king of the gods. On the one hand, he wanted to know his specific strength, and on the other hand, he also saw whether the veteran god could make his genes evolve again. This is really a stress test for God King Odin. If the other party finds out, he may not look good. However, after these few games, in a sense, Su Chen also knew that he was crushed by his peers, and the normal Heavenly Father level existence really couldn't hold his strength. Only the God of Gods, the King of Gods, and Odin, who even touched the threshold of the single universe level in his heyday, as qualified to fight against him. Get ready to go to Asgard. Take you a close look at the splendid palace in the nearby Valhalla, and learn about the incomparably long history of Asgard in the origin of the 9 domains world. After a rest. Ready for dinner. The Valkyrie SIF came over and indicated her next itinerary. Stop and go along the way. There was even a remnant of divine power at the Hall of Valor on a majestic statue, and what was even more awe-inspiring was that there were even ghostly faded phantoms that shuttled back and forth from the palace. Even if the ancient gods fall, their remaining divine power and consciousness will show some special light. But don't be afraid, residual consciousness generally won't hurt others. Valkyrie SIF explained. But she soon felt that she had said these words in vain, not to mention the domineering and fierce Su Chen before. His female companions seemed to have something that the ghosts were afraid of, so that she hid in the east and west. Let her go. Don't let her come near us. The remaining consciousness instinctively shouted. This time, the Valkyrie was embarrassed, and she felt embarrassed before. Now the residual consciousness of the ancestors does not know why. Why are you afraid of an Earthwoman again? This made her even more faceless and embarrassed. Qin Ge Lei smiled tenderly, with a somewhat apologetic expression on her face. She knew that it was the power of the phoenix within her body that made the residual consciousness of these gods extremely fearful. She had no intention of continuing to disturb her, and directly took Su Chen's arm and started to leave the Hall of Valor. Next, SIF took them to the History Museum. Su Chen and Qin Gray also learned about the so-called 9 Realms civilization as understood by the Asgardians. Jotunheim, where the Frost Giant is located, and the country of ice where Odin's absolute enemy is located. The Thor 1 movie specifically talked about this place. Helheim, the land of the dead, the underworld, and Thor 3 are mentioned in the movies. Muspelheim, the land of fire, is also a scene in the Thor 3 movie, which finally triggered Ragnarok. Midgard, the atrium, naturally refers specifically to the Earth. Interestingly, there are historical records about the Earth that have not been updated for over 1,000 years. Interesting. Su Chen didn't bother to expose his shortcomings. The Asgardians still had a good face, otherwise, they wouldn't have deliberately blurred all the information about the disastrous defeat of the cosmic deity group 1,000 years ago. The final golden age of the gods of the earth ended after the war, when the gods could no longer reach out to rule the human world, completely losing their last dignity. After learning about the history, the sky outside had already darkened. When night falls, the bright starlight dots the night sky, the stars are like chess, and there is an extremely clearly visible Milky Way hanging upside down. What a nice view! Qin Gray exclaimed. This is much more beautiful than the night view of the homeworld. If you have the chance, you must see the scenery of the universe. Su Chen also sincerely praised. Of course, with your strength, you are enough to walk around. The eternal Milky Way has been hanging upside down in front of you, as if it will last forever. Even the gods can't survive the years. Valkyrie SIF said sadly. Asgard's history is glorious enough and long enough, but compared to the ever-changing Milky Way starry sky, it still looks less conspicuous. Maybe they are just a grain of sand in the universe. Cherish the present, seize the present. The two of you must eat happily at the banquet and have fun. The lively and bustling atmosphere suddenly enveloped the fairy palace. The buildings and halls are filled with the cheerful cries of children and the voices of adults chatting with each other. Asgardians are right about power and wine. Even Heimdall, the patron saint of seemingly stable and reliable, indulges in fine wine, and if he has a weakness, it is obviously wine. During the banquet, changed into a suit that conformed to Asgard's customs, Su Chen put on a white robe with gold threads on the border, but it looked noble in the simplicity. And Qin Ji Lei also put on a long court dress, tall and perfect body like a top supermodel can easily control any slim clothing, even the Valkyrie Sif is envious of this. Long table. Su Chen also rarely drank local wine. There were many Asgardians who wanted to take the opportunity to regain their place by drinking, but Heimdall stopped them, but Tyr, the god of war, insisted. Su Chen nodded and it didn't matter. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, the guy lay down under the table in a state of drunkenness. No way. Su Chen's heavy drinking will make his own genes hangover quickly. Even the strongest alcohol will be quickly digested by the cells in the body. I didn't expect you to have so much. Heimdall gave a thumbs up. Qin Ji Lei on the side smiled gracefully, she naturally knew what happened to her man. On the long table not far away, there was the singing of the bard. Although the tone of singing was different from that of Earth, the two of Su Chen still listened with relish. That is an epic battle song recited for the soldiers who will fight tomorrow. It has a long history and has been passed down from generation to generation. Even if this dinner is not expanded, they will also have a banquet and wine. Heimdall explained. Thor, the god of thunder, won't be able to leave tomorrow, will he? Su Chen laughed. To be honest, he deliberately kept his hand during the day, otherwise, the power of heat vision would be more than that. It's okay, that guy is rough and resistant, so he won't be able to leave. Heimdall shook his head. Drink in big bowls and eat meat in big chunks. When half of the pork chops were left on the table in front of you, at the corridor, guided by the maids, Odin, the king of the gods in golden robes, and his queen Freya came. Banquet. The lively banquet just now suddenly became much quieter, and even the major gods did not dare to make trouble. This time, it was obvious that Tyr, the god of war, was lying on the ground and snoring. You guys continue. The style of Odin, the king of the gods, seems to be a majestic and domineering type. No wonder he came so late, otherwise, his subordinates would appear very cautious from beginning to end. With white hair, Odin, who looks a little old, is still straight, and his spine has never been bent. Even with the cover of a robe, he can feel the strong physique underneath. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like an old man who is about to be half cut to the ground, tens of thousands of years old. Welcome, Earthling. Don't know if this food suits your appetite? Odin and his party walked towards the main table in the dinner, where Su Chen was. The first to speak was his queen Freya. This queen with no wrinkle on her face gave off a very gentle and peaceful feeling. No wonder even Loki, the god of mischief, loved this real adoptive mother very much. Yes, I have a lot of aftertastes just from this foot. Su Chen said slightly politely. The food on the plate in front of him was not much left over. Compared to the food I made, it was obviously much more beautiful and delicious. Qin Gele on the side is worthy of her high emotional intelligence. She has always been kind and gentle to others, and she will not embarrass people in terms of dealing with affairs and interpersonal relationships. Not so much. Su Chen sighed inwardly, and didn't take down the stage in public. After all, he liked the food made by Qin. That's great. Queen Freya was so happy that she even held Qin's hand and wanted to give her some jewelry. It was not convenient for Qin Ji Lei to sit and chat with each other. At the invitation of the queen, the two walked to the spacious balcony on the side, riding the night wind, and chatting about the topic of women's interest. Good. With Heimdall giving way, Odin sat next to Su Chen at this time. He picked up the leftover ham without any hesitation, and chewed it. At this moment, the stalwart Odin just now looked like an ordinary old man. I already know about your deeds. Excluding what happened in Asgard during the day, your strength is far stronger than what you showed during the day. Odin said frankly. According to legend, Odin had two ravens, named Fujin and Muni, who would fly to the 9 realms and report back to Odin. Heimdall can see everything and hear everything, and Odin, the king of the gods who is known to be omnipotent, is naturally not inferior in this respect. The fluctuation of reality that rippled through when you ran rampant even covered the earth, which reminded me of a past opponent. I have to say, it's nice to be young. He sighed a little, and his eyes were filled with memories. After a few seconds, Odin came back to his senses from a trance. His consciousness returned to reality from his memory. He shook his head and smiled. Please forgive an old man. They will be in love from time to time, retrospectively. Go. Recall the original scene. After such a performance, Su Chen saw that it was not fake, but that Odin was really old, and the images in the movie were half cut and almost died. As for the performance of the world in front of you, even if it looks too healthy on the outside, bright and full of vitality, but the inner spiritual world is still very old and twilight. The master of gems, Su Chen, can clearly feel it. The mind has already aged one step earlier than the body. Time is really ruthless. However, Odin, the king of the gods, is still very powerful, and at least the 10 gods of war tier are no match for him. He still keenly senses the changes in the earth that were covered by the fluctuations of reality before. Even aware of Su Chen's intention to challenge. Do you want to challenge me? Do you want to get the bottleneck of breakthrough strength? Odin pointed out Su Chen's purpose. The words just fell. The figures who had been eavesdropping at the long table next door all stopped breathing for some reason, stopped the movements in their hands, and quietly listened to the conversation between the two. Yes. When they heard Su Chen's words of affirmation in front of Odin, everyone was shocked. This guy really dared to challenge the king of the gods. It's nice to be young. Odin, the king of the gods, pondered for a while, then burst into laughter. This is the second time that he has emphasized that it is really good to be young. He didn't reply immediately. Instead, he tasted the food in front of him with relish, and then sipped a glass of Asgard wine. Su Chen was not in a hurry, and followed him to eat, and had a drink with him by the way. After a few minutes, when Odin, the king of the gods, put down the glass, his expression became serious, and he gave a reply to Su Chen. Young man, I promise you. Done. He poured another glass of wine, then he didn't care about the image of the god king, he suffocated, and after putting down the glass for the second time, Odin stood up. You play in Asgard for a week, I need a little time. Done. Odin, the king of the gods, left the dinner party with a group of maids and guards. Interesting. Su Chen laughed. After Odin left, he keenly sensed that the other party's mental fluctuations were no longer so late. On the contrary, he became more and more fighting spirit. Obviously, Odin, the king of the gods, is serious, and he is very attentive to this challenge. At this time, Heimdall took his place. There was a hint of gratitude on his face. Thank you for coming, it's been a long time since I've seen Ao Gong show a full of fighting spirit. Speaking of which, Heimdall sighed and said, thousands of years ago, the gods that Asgard fought against were only me and the god king Odin survived. The skin was so finished that even Odin was a little depressed after he came back. Tonight, I seem to see him come out of the shadow of the year, this is where I have to thank you. Heard. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. At this moment, there was a gleam in his eyes. How could the cosmic heavenly god group be so powerful, and cause such a major mental trauma to the surviving gods? Is this the strength of a single universe level? Odin, the king of the gods, accepted the challenge and agreed to a formal duel with Su Chen a week later. Before the dinner was over, the news had gradually spread. For thousands of years, Odin, the great king of the gods, has indeed rarely shown his power, and the Asgardians have basically never looked up to this god king's demeanor. God King Odin is really going to move his muscles and bones? After sobering up, Tyr, the god of war, stood up abruptly from the pile of wine bottles, and his entire red face was full of disbelief. Speaking of which, he really hasn't seen Odin do it for too long. Unexpectedly, he would actually respond to the request to fight the Earthboy. If I had followed the brigade 1,000 years ago, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to survive. God King Odin was hit too hard by the cosmic deity team. God of War Tyr also felt a little sad when he heard the words. Just as the Valkyrie Sif will sigh with emotion in front of the eternal galaxy, Asgard is just a grain of sand. And in the past, Odin, the king of the gods, who was regarded as the lord of the 9 realms in the past, may only be immortal in front of the cosmic god group standing in the galaxy forever. After that war, the age of the gods ended on Earth, and Asgard also ruined a large number of Heavenly Father-level existences, so that they are now green and yellow, and what is even worse, the surviving god King Odin is also sluggish and unhappy. Now, God King Odin dared to fight, and he even prepared for a week. Obviously he was serious, the fighting spirit emerged, and the fighting spirit was full of fighting spirit. Fast forward. Fast forward time, give me a week later. God of War Tyr had just sobered up not long ago. Seeing that there were still many alcoholics at the dinner party, he immediately got up again after a few people. Asgard's alcoholic character is reflected in it. Night. Taking the cool breeze, Su Chen and Qin Ji Lei have returned to their VIP room. After calling away the maid, Qin was a little drunk, her delicate face was full of different amorous feelings, her hands were wrapped around Su Chen's neck, and she whispered love words. Then he pulled away playfully, and danced in front of Su Chen. After a dozen movements, Qin lifted one side of her skirt and bowed slightly. With this red dress, Qin Gelei's youthful and energetic temperament also looks very dignified, like a princess who has walked out of the palace scroll. My princess, do you still need a drink? Su Chen quipped. There is also an unopened bottle on the table beside. Even if the bottle has not been opened, the faint fragrance of the nose is blowing. Drink, without hesitation, Qin said in a high tone. She twisted and walked over, leaning half of her body on Su Chen's body, rubbing her face constantly like a little milk cat rubbing against its owner. No more drinking. Su Chen declined the other party, just lowered his head and looked down at the other party, looking at the expectant eyes of the other party, his own heart couldn't help shaking. You just pamper her. A word seemed to come from within. Just when he was swaying, when he was about to open another bottle for Qin, another personality in Qin couldn't stand it anymore, and directly awakened Qin Ji Lei's slightly drunk consciousness. The palace princess Qin covered her face, crossed her legs and sat on the cotton couch. Recalling the scene of her drunkenness just now, she really didn't dare to take a second look. It seems that we need to prepare some more wine at home. Su Chen was inexplicably funny. Su. Qin Ji Lei's face turned even redder, and she even threw a pillow over in exasperation. Anyway, it's very cute. The next day, Thor, the god of thunder, took a group of Asgard holy guards and arrived at Vanaheim, one of the distant 9 realms, with the help of the Rainbow Bridge. A long time ago, the battle between the two brothers Thor and Loki accidentally spread to the Rainbow Bridge, which damaged the strategic level transmission device, and also lost the support of force in many extraterritorial places guarded, and many wars broke out. This time Thor, the god of thunder, went out to fight the rebellion. The week went by so slowly. During this period, Su Chen and Qin went to a lot of places, visited a lot of scenery, and traveled around the mountains and rivers, relaxed and free. Before the war, it was so easy. I think this Earthboy has come to an end. An Asgardian shook his head. That's right, Odin, the king of the gods, hasn't shown up in Asgard for a full week, and he's been in retreat for a moment to practice. This guy is really good, and he leads women around to visit the beautiful scenery. Many people are a little upset. I just felt that this young Earthboy did not take his Asgard lord, Odin, the king of the gods, in his eyes. It's not that the 3 gods are not good enough, but it's okay. If this guy dares to underestimate the god King Odin, then he will suffer a big loss. I feel a little guilty, and I always feel that this battle may not be too smooth. The onlookers who watched before felt their sincere admiration for the Earthboy who was above the sky. He defeated the enemy with 3 punches, and took down the 2 opponents easily with a simple energy beam. The relaxed and freehand invincible posture made people unable to understand the specific strength of the opponent. I heard that the 3 goddesses of fate are very fond of this Earthboy, and they even gave a trunk of the world tree. The news that came a few days ago has shocked many people. The 3 goddesses of fate, the status of the aloof is unshakable and unattainable. They look through the past, the present, and the future, weave the web of destiny, draw inspiration from the future, and pass down prophecies as warnings. Mastering the fate of all living beings, and even predicting the future direction of the gods, such special 3 goddesses, even the king of the gods, Ao, relies heavily on them. Such goddesses who can see through the future and grasp the fate, all favor Su Chen so much. Does this guy really want to defeat the king of the gods Odin in the next battle? With the uneasy expectation of some people, the time finally came to the official challenge time. This day, it was rare for a heavy rain to fall in the Asgardian domain, and the entire sky was inexplicably covered with a dim filter, and even the dazzling Milky Way hanging upside down in the starry sky was dimly lit. The Norse gods that were enough to make ordinary Asgardians pray for good weather fell 1,000 years ago, and the torrential rain that overturned was estimated to be unstoppable. The weather is quite a foil for this battle. In Asgard, God King Odin glanced at the bad weather outside. He didn't mean to drive away the rain, but felt that the rain was very timely, and then his eyes looked down at the golden square in the distance, where there were already many figures waiting to fight. It's time to go. Odin made a light move, and a slender long spear made of silver suddenly flew into his palm. He raised the eternal spear in his hand, and a wave of rune magic burst out. I saw a rainbow bridge flying out from the balcony, forming a colorful bridge in the air, and then the other end of the bridge landed directly on the golden square. Odin stepped onto the colorful bridge, and with every step he fell, the fluctuation of his breath was inexplicably too strong, and the fluctuation of the whole person's divine power became more and more surging. What is even more exaggerated is that the white hair has turned black, the whole person is getting younger and younger, the waist is straight, the body is also very strong, and there is no sign of weakness. Now when the black hair is glowing, it does not show any decadence. When the god King Odin stepped on the colorful bridge and came to the Golden Plaza from Asgard, he had already reached the prime of his life. Times seemed to have come to the past, and he had come to the era when Odin was the most magnificent and heroic. Awaited. Odin looked at the figure standing on the other side of the empty square and said, "It's okay, I just arrived not long ago," Su Chen responded. Under the gloomy sky, the two of them were in a rain curtain, but the torrential rain could not actually fall on the sides of the two of them, and they were both blocked by a wave of lingering forces. What is very tacit is that the power fluctuations in the two are still rising for this reason, and they are obviously still accumulating power. Come on, come on. Already ready to start? It just feels like the atmosphere is getting more and more depressing. I felt it too, as if it was hard to breathe. The Asgardians who were watching the battle from a distance just got excited, and soon their expressions changed inexplicably, and most of them realized that an uncomfortable fluctuation was lingering in their hearts. What a strong breath. The god of war Tyr, and even the Norse gods such as Balder, the god of light, also changed their expressions. They believed that they were powerful, so they chose a more sheltered place. But before the battle started, the energy fluctuations and mental pressure surrounding the two of them formed an invisible force field, and they competed and collided with each other. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The Asgardians in the distance obviously felt that their breath was not smooth, and they only felt that they were carrying a heavy weight inexplicably. What is even more frightening is that these Norse gods are a little uncomfortable. So strong. This Earth boy is obviously still holding on. Compared to a week ago, his level of mental deterrence is not an order of magnitude at all. The god of light, Balder, immediately realized the problem. His face became more and more embarrassing. To be honest, if the other party had erupted with such terrifying energy fluctuations, he would not even end here at the instigation of the surrounding Asgardians. That Earthman is too strong. Tyr, the god of war, is a belligerent himself, and now he feels that Su Chen's surging momentum is much stronger than when he competed with him before, and he immediately felt a little sad. Old, after all, still old. I didn't expect to be underestimated by this young man from the beginning. He is not stupid, he naturally understands that the other party has kept his hand. Otherwise, I'm afraid that day will be the time when he will fall. However, that's not enough. Tyr, the god of war, has already looked at Su Chen on the field, but he clearly understands how powerful God King Odin is. Even if it is difficult to return to the heyday, it is not comparable to this junior's aura fluctuations. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the voice to fall, and the invisible force field between the two sides had broken the balance. I saw that Odin's side's divine power fluctuations were still superior, and they suddenly slammed on Su Chen in the distance. Young man, is this your limit? God King Odin's words resounded all around like thunder, and it had a very terrifying onomatopoeia ability, enough to penetrate everyone's ears and penetrate into the brain. These angry words are also a violent spiritual deterrent, which makes everyone's spiritual world tremble violently. The nearest Norse gods outside the field could not bear it immediately. They were tragically affected, and they only felt dizzy. They did not dare to watch the crowd near the square, and immediately ran towards the farther direction. The gods' onlookers are still so unbearable, and Su Chen, who bears the brunt, is at peace with each other. However, his figure was still like an unsheathed divine sword, standing straight on the ground. Obviously, the onomatopoeia, and even the impact of mental deterrence, were not enough to cause him any injury. After all, the former is something that Black Bolt has left behind, and his genes have already adapted to it. As for the shock of the soul, what a joke, he is the host of the soul gem. But the invisible force field from the god King Odin still had an obvious advantage, so that the fluctuations released by Su Chen's body were perfectly suppressed. This moment, Su Chen frowned, because he found that he could not absorb all the energy fluctuations in the outside world. Not only that, the entire energy of the world was controlled by Odin in front of him. It was as if the entire Asgard had Odin's ubiquitous consciousness, and this world was part of his body. Odin, this is the world. Coming. God King Odin spoke. In just a moment, his figure disappeared into the spot. Like a shapeshifter, Odin's stalwart body was full of terrifying divine power, and he suddenly struck his fist and bombarded Su Chen, who was within reach in front of him. Under the keen and extraordinary perception, Su Chen was still half a beat slower. In a hurry, he could only raise his hands abruptly to block in front of him, blocking the vast fluctuations in front of him. Boom. In a single glance, the first real collision between the two immediately released a terrifying surging shock, and a ring of shock waves tore apart the surrounding rain curtain, radiating to the surrounding area. Even a 100-meter-high sculpture in the distance trembled inexplicably. And many Asgardians in the distance were blown into the sky by the storm. All around, a building collapsed inexplicably. This is too exaggerated. My God, it's a piece of cake compared to a week ago. It's so scary, I was almost blown away. The Asgardians were inexplicably terrified. Many holy guards and gods maintained order at this moment, and flew out to grasp the silhouettes that were thrown out. But when they had no time to take care of themselves, the outbreak of the battle on the field did not stop. Boom. Boom. The violent burst of power continued to release terrifying fluctuations, and the overturning torrential rain was even spread in midair, completely dissipating into the air. And from the moment Su Chen blocked the attack with his arms, he fell directly into the downwind. Odin's punch shattered Su Chen's energy barrier. In an instant, another attack made up for it, and when the spilled energy tried to form a barrier again, it was directly blown away, and even Su Chen's second protective layer, the psychic barrier, shattered with pan. Soon. The third punch also slammed out in an instant, completely shattering the power fluctuations that lingered around Su Chen's body, and the personal momentum that was already oppressed was like a candle in the wind at this moment. Generally, under such an extreme crushing attack, Su Chen, who had lost all protection, was suddenly thrown out like a cannonball. If you want to use me to break through the bottleneck, come on, let me see how strong you are. God King Odin roared angrily. This time, he used the artifact in his hand. Under the blessing of the supreme power fluctuation, the power of Odin, the slender silver spear in his hand suddenly glowed with a terrifying luster, and the tip of the spear released a blazing sharp edge. Sharp cold light. Bring it on. Let me see how great you are. At this time, Odin's aura rose to the apex, and against the background of spiritual shock and aura, the whole person seemed to be supported between heaven and earth, incomparably stalwart and tall. When the breath was at its peak, he threw out the spear of eternity in his hand. Whoosh. Under the sound of the sonic boom, the divine weapon vanished into the air like a sharp silver light, catching up with the figure that was thrown out. No matter how the figure evaded, it was impossible to avoid this incomparably sharp spear hitting his body. It was inevitable. It was doomed from the moment Odin threw it out. As soon as you throw it, it will hit the target. This is the only and powerful ability of the Spear of Eternity. 100% hit. As long as it is thrown from the master's hand, it will hit the enemy. No matter how the opponent avoids, how fast or far he runs, or even travels through space, he cannot escape the Spear of Eternity. Hit. This is the weapon of causality. No one can hide. Puff. Su Chen was hit, and the body that lost all protective supports was penetrated through the body like this. Under the incomparable impact of the eternal spear, his body suddenly slammed into a statue in the back. Boom, boom, boom. A series of statues that were more than 100 meters high collapsed. Under this force, even the incomparably solid and honest statues were difficult to support, and the momentum of the bombardment was completely destroyed. When the fourth statue of the god collapsed suddenly, this stopped the momentum of the impact, and Su Chen's body also fell into a pile of crumbling ruins. The battle that was about to start just now stopped briefly. The torrential rain that was affected by the collision force no longer annihilated and dissipated, and once again fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a non-stop sound. Ended. This looks like it's really coming to an end. The Asgardians were stunned. To be honest, from the first moment Odin made his move, the vast energy fluctuations caused everyone to ignore the challenge, and instead took care of the power fluctuations caused by their own resistance. This. Even the god of war Tyr and the god of light Balder were distracted, and they helped to resist the aftermath of the power not to spread to ordinary people. As a result, while they were busy with other things for a few seconds, the whole battle seemed to stop there. There is only one person standing on the field, Odin, the king of the gods. Wow. Second. This is an instant kill? I didn't see anything. Did the fight just stop? It should be. I didn't expect to be distracted for such a few seconds, and after the aftermath of the power dissipates, the battle is over. This must be considered an instant kill. When they realized that the results of the battle seemed to appear, and the god King Odin became the final winner, the Asgardians suddenly burst out with incomparable enthusiasm, and many people even shouted the Lord of Asgard. Praise for it. The gap is still too big. God of War Tyr sighed. Several of them are not as good as the young Earth, and they were defeated by an understatement. As a result, today, the young man who was so powerful a week ago fell to the ground in such a slump. Some resistance. This is the gap. there are also insurmountable chasms in heavenly fatherhood. Feeling the will of God King Odin flooding the whole of Asgard, the ubiquitous fluctuations in consciousness made Tyr, the god of war, in awe, and indeed he was indeed the lord of Asgard, a god among gods. O king of the gods! At this moment, Qin Ji lay outside the arena also closed her eyes slightly. Su Chen's injury caused a sense of grief in her heart, although she knew very well that this was not the end, and the battle could even be said to have just begun. I believe that he has always stood by Su Chen's side from beginning to end. Stand up. Show everyone how amazing you really are. At this moment, Qin Ji Lei already felt a more vigorous life fluctuation blooming in the ruins. God King Odin, who was about to turn around and leave, thought that the battle was over, but he did not expect that this Earthboy would not be seriously injured, and his vitality fluctuated even more vigorously. Interesting. God King Odin was not angry and mighty, and the power fluctuations that you did not spill over filled his body again. I won't give you too much time to recover, come, let me see how long you can last. The voice just fell. Swish. His figure flashed away again. This is not a space shuttle, but a person's pure body speed and explosive speed. God King Odin has an inextinguishable body that has been forged and trained in all kinds of battles. Even if he does not use his own power of Odin, his physical strength alone is enough to easily shatter everything. This is also the reason why he still has such a strong body despite his mental decline and tens of thousands of years of age. His body is an artifact, not for a moment. God King Odin came to the ruins, his attack shone with boundless divine power, and slammed into the figure who had just stood up, trying to make this Earthboy fall again. Boom. The collision between the two broke out again, and the aftermath of the vast power completely wiped out the smoke and dust of the ruins, and the surrounding rain curtain was torn through again. What? Odin was surprised, and his eyes looked at the figure bent over and supported with some incredible meaning. In a sense, he blocked his own blow, and he also saw a strange scene. The wound on the other side's waist was healed at this moment, and the blood that was spilled on the ground continued to heal itself. I throbbed, backtracking to the wound and recovering. Wrong. You. What was even more terrifying was that the figure who was bending over and supporting himself gradually stood up straight. Odin clearly felt that the opponent's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and it was constantly increasing. What's up with this guy? When Odin was shocked, Su Chen in front of him even started to fight back. Boom. The free hand directly squeezed the fist and set off a great offensive in front of him, which was mixed with a terrifying psychic shock and a very vast spiritual storm. Damn. As a last resort, the throne of God retreated. And this is the first time he has retreated in this battle, choosing to avoid its edge. The unforgiving Su Chen is simply unreasonable, and his body suddenly catches up, bursting out with endless abilities, and even the lingering luster around his body becomes more and more full. Odin's figure retreated again and again, so that he seemed so embarrassed. The Asgardians who were watching even thought that they were dazzled, and they never thought that the god King Odin, who had the advantage just now, was chased and beaten. Isn't it over? Why is it less than a few seconds? In turn, God King Odin is so passive. People are puzzled. Even the god King Odin was very confused. The strength of the opponent was obviously not so domineering, and the physical strength was the same thing. It was indeed stronger than Tyr, the god of war, but still is not enough to see. Unexpectedly, a few seconds after he completely crushed him, and even after he was seriously injured at one point, this Earthboy became more and more frustrated and stronger. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? God King Odin was shocked. At this moment, not only did the opponent's physical strength and bombardment strength suddenly skyrocket, but even the will fluctuations of the opponent's rising gradually supported the surrounding world. Gradually crowd out one's own consciousness out. No wonder this guy dared to challenge himself, trying to get a breakthrough from himself. Unexpectedly, he really succeeded. Odin doesn't understand the reason, but his strength is more than that. It is good. Let me show you how strong you are. God King Odin's divine power fluctuations rose again. This moment. With the second degree of physical strengthening, even the little wrinkle left on his resolute face was no longer left, and the incomparably exuberant power of Odin gave him even more inexhaustible power. One blow exploded, not only smashing the opponent's offensive, but also knocking his body into the sky. In an instant, God King Odin bathed in a dazzling red glow, like a shooting star flying into the sky, and the surrounding rainwater flowed back because of his soaring momentum. Soon, an even more terrifying roar broke out in the sky, and the aftermath of the power kept the rain from falling on the ground. The rain seems to have stopped, but the deafening voice came from the sky, like a thunderous sound, and the battle between the two moved to the 9 heavens. Oh my God! The Asgardians were shocked. After half a minute, I can't imagine that the Earthboy has persisted until now. Can he still withstand the endless power offensive of the god King Odin? Everyone looked up at the starry sky, but it was difficult to see the specific scene clearly. Even Tyr, the god of war, and Balder, the god of light, lost their specific vision for a while. But, for sure, their battle continues. The aftermath of their fight kept rain from falling on Asgard. The brilliance of the energy that was set off made the starry sky render the luscious colors of Luli, as if the starry sky was wearing filters one by one. The red one as God King Odin, and the golden one as Earthboy. Soon, someone finally informed a way of rebuttal. It really is. The swaying red light wave in the starry sky is obviously the brilliance of Odin's power. As for the golden color, it is the light released by the Earth's youth. Half a minute later, the two were still entangled in one place, and the aftermath of the wanton bloom became more and more exaggerated. Boom. The aftermath of this power falling from the starry sky even caused Asgard's taller palaces to collapse. Oh my God! In less than half a second, everyone felt that their field of vision trembled, and the real space was shaken by their power, followed by violent tremors. Too exaggerated. Is this a duel between the top gods? Asgardians sighed. Unconsciously, they even ignored the situation in which Su Chen was crushed at first. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, the patron saint Heimdall felt inexplicably frightened. Compared with the others, he was almost the only person present who could see the entire battle situation clearly. The scene of the two of them fighting from beginning to end above the starry sky was the reason why he could see them clearly. The ability to see everything clearly comes into play at this moment. The reason why I was shocked was because the Earthboy seemed very passive in the first 30 seconds of the air battle, and was constantly overwhelming and wanton bombardment by the god King Odin, who had strengthened his body twice. Hit. Result. After supporting for 30 seconds, he became more and more courageous, and the more he fought, the more terrifying the momentum around him, which did not drop but instead increased. Even the pale golden luster released by his whole body became more and more blooming, and the energy of the cells obviously increased accordingly. This man evolves in battle. The injury will only force him to be stronger. Crazy. Is there still such an incredible life in this universe? The patron saint Heimdall only felt a great shock to his mind and couldn't believe the answers he received from his eyes. His body is adapting to all circumstances, adapting to all battles. So unreasonable. Too domineering. Could it be that God King Odin can only act as a stress test as long as he can't destroy his whole body, constantly forcing him to become stronger? It's really over now. Although Heimdall, the patron saint, was reluctant to admit it, he already had a clear answer in his heart. The great lord of Asgard, God King Odin, might have to fall. Damn. You really treat me like a whetstone. In the starry sky, God King Odin, who had just been kicked back several thousand meters, barely stopped the momentum of flying backwards, and his eyes stared at the figure in the distance that was constantly blooming with golden rays of light in disbelief. 2 minutes later, the two fought no less than a few hundred times. All the wounds accumulated by this young man on Earth have been healed by extraordinary healing, and even the energy light that has just weakened by half on the body surface has become more and more full. What's even more terrifying is that this guy has not only recovered, but even the aura of the whole person is much thicker than the previous second. His strength seems to be at this moment to increase. No wonder you want to challenge me. God King Odin suddenly smiled bitterly. Compared to the unscathed opponent, his divine armor already appeared to be somewhat damaged, and the fluctuations in divine power were inexplicably dimmed. The fluctuations of consciousness that filled the world became more and more restrained. On the contrary, the pressure formed by the fluctuations of the opponent's will was more and more overwhelming around him. If it drags on like this, everyone with discernment knows that they will lose without a doubt. In addition, they must help the opponent to become stronger. So, all you can do is throw it all away. You can't dodge the next blow. The great god King Odin spoke. This time, all the divine power fluctuations that emerged from his body were injected into the supreme divine weapon, eternal spear, in his hand, and in an instant, the entire spear of eternity turned into a repairing body more than 10 meters long. Long light thorns. This is far more exaggerated than the first strike that ran through Su Chen before. God King Odin has no reservations, and even said, he overdrawn his life to a certain extent, invested all his divine power, and turned it into this desperate blow. He did not allow his dignity to be damaged again. He doesn't allow himself to fall. Not to allow himself to fall from the starry sky under the gaze of all Asgardians. So, it can only make you fall. God King Odin threw this most powerful blow, and the slender spear of eternity in his hand came out of his hand, disappeared in an instant, and suddenly hit Su Chen Yun far away. Excuse me. I'm not going to be beaten by the same trick twice. Su Chen, who was above the starry sky, said coldly. A weapon of causality with 100 shots. Very good. Just let me tamper with the cause and effect, ignore all these laws, and give impossible probability and results to this desperate attack. Less than a second. That shot that made the god King Odin desperate was completely empty.